The moonlight barely breaks through the clouds, and all his senses as a natural-born killer whisper one thing to him. Rayon did a great job again. He never disappoints, really. The man raised his cold blue eyes, which reflected absolutely no emotion. He was grateful to Mr. Darius Robert, a stately man with white hair. His icy beauty was mesmerizing, but also terrifying. They all say that this night, the young man will die at the hands of his master. He has shown results worthy of the position of head of the shadows, and thanks to his work, their house is growing at an even faster rate. Rayon kept his eyes on the floor. He just did what he had to. For a while, his master was silent. Then he began ingratiatingly. He was always interested. Rayon shuddered as he wondered if the boy believed the shadow needed freedom. However, his voice was emotionless. They, the shadows, must only carry out the orders of the master. They do not need feelings, emotions, and hearts. Robert's voice sounded quite good. He knows it very well. However, after a short pause, he continued. But if the young man knows this, why did he behave as he pleased? His master's voice was full of cold and bloodlust, and how he broke the shackles of ideology. Rayon froze in place, unable to take a breath as he noticed. Ideology, a heavy word, the way the House of Roberts runs the Kill the Shadow group. They kidnap or buy small children, raise them and educate them to be their own. And then they turn them into cold-blooded killers who will be willing to give their lives to do the dirty work. In other words, they raise loyal dogs. Rayon was also subjected to this, but thanks to one of the discoveries during the mission, he was able to destroy the vile chains that bound him. However, he had no idea how his master knew that he had gotten rid of it. All killers, including him, are bound by two collars. The first is ideology, the one he destroyed. And the second gentleman paused and snapped his fingers, causing the young man to flinch again. This is it. Rayon felt all his insides clench inside him. A powerful pressure seemed to simultaneously squeeze him and push him apart from the inside, and he fell to the floor, bleeding and unable to take a breath. Rayon clung to his chest, scratching it. What was this? His heart felt like it was being torn apart. Darius knew when to stop, but he decided to wait a few more seconds, enjoying his suffering. He knew what question was brewing in his subordinate's head: the worm of rage. The insect that resides in their bodies and devours their hearts at the command of the slave, allowing it to read even the slave's emotions. It wasn't enough for him, so he decided to feed it to a worm. And after all this, he behaves like a court priest. Yes, he is a dirty man. Darius laughed coldly. This is caution, not dirt. Let's not forget that he got rid of ideology. They say all people wear masks. His mask is just a little thicker than the others. Rayon was kidnapped at an age when he could barely remember anything. And then, he was raised as a dog and killer of the Roberts house. Even when he became the head of the shadows, he lived without a heart and emotions. By chance, he learned the Ring of Fire cultivation technique, and this ability helped him get rid of ideology. The boy thought that he would finally be able to escape and find freedom, but he barely had any hope, and then, only death was left for him. Rayon felt sadness and regret, why he had sinned so much, why he had to die such a miserable death. He fought for so long, he accomplished so much, he will not give up. Damn it, we can't let it end like this. If he's going to die anyway, why not try to fight to the last? If his end comes soon, he has nothing to lose. Rayon will take his hand, or at least wound him before he dies. With a desperate cry, using his last strength, the young man ran towards the hated enemy. There was only one thought beating in his head. He was not going to die so miserably. Darius Robert waved his hand sharply. Then a crack was heard. The guy realized that everything did not go according to plan. His own head separated from his body, sprinkling the ground with blood. A hellish pain gripped Rayon. His head was empty. And to his great disappointment, the last thing he saw before he died was his hated master. Even though this guy was pathetic trash, he was still able to get rid of ideology. And then, enduring the pain of the worm of rage, he attacked his master. Many years have passed, and no wounds have appeared on him. It's hard to believe that he was bitten by his own shameless dog. But now he's dead, so there's no point in worrying. Snapping his fingers, Mr. Robert ordered the others to dispose of the body. Darius is one of the strongest warriors on the continent. It's obvious that the guy couldn't defeat him. The man is strong, and he is weak. Nothing can be done about it, but he will not accept it so easily. Rayon regretted that he had lived such a life for no reason. He regretted that Darius Robert had ruled him all his life, and he terribly regrets that he was unable to complete the fire wheel he received by chance. Be it God or the devil himself, anyone. Please. Rayon begged with all his might for a chance to take revenge on his enemy. A system window appeared, bringing calm. Anger chose it. Everything around was so bright and saturated that it was disorienting. The smell of flowers was intoxicating, and the sun was too bright. A woman leaned over him, smiling sweetly. The sun should look at her. The child stretched his arms upwards with effort, making a funny cooing sound. He was a real charmer, just like his mother, with blonde hair, red eyes, and protruding ears. The girl took him in her arms and hugged him. Who did he look like when he was so cute? He still can't get used to it. The woman who is holding him in her arms is called Sylvia. She lifted him above her with a smile, asking him to call her mom. Rayan still couldn't believe that he had been reborn in the body of this woman's child. Oddly enough, he retained all his memories from his past life as a killer. At first he thought it was just a terrible dream, but then why couldn't he wake up? In the end, no matter how much he slept in it, no matter how much he woke up, in the end, he accepted reality. Sylvia continued to coo to the child, hoping that the gentleman would return soon. Then he will be able to give their beautiful, wonderful baby a name. It still feels weird to hear such nicknames addressed to me. And this man is probably very busy since he hasn't shown up for more than 100 days. Rayan didn't understand after being reborn, but it was obvious that this family was rich and high-ranking. It's probably still better than if he had been born into an ordinary family. Because he still hasn't forgotten anything, because he still has to take revenge, but he needs to be patient. Since up until this point, he has only lived in this room. He has no idea where his enemy is, what his position is. He has no idea about anything at all. Since he hasn't completely mastered the Ring of Fire cultivation technique, he needs to be even more patient. He was the best assassin in the history of House Robert, and for good reason. And until the day he can finally take revenge on Darius, he will hold back his emotions and desires for as long as it takes. However, with each passing day, he became more and more curious about the size and luxury of this mansion. It seemed that it was not just high class. A sharp and frightened cry from the maid interrupted his thoughts. She swung the doors open, their impact against the wall echoing down the corridor. The gentleman was already on his way. Rayan realized from his mother's surprised cry that it seemed his grandfather would be coming to visit them. It's too late to cook anything. He's almost at the door. Rayan knew something was wrong. Otherwise, why would his mother and the maids' faces be so frightened? He cursed under his breath. What kind of atmosphere was this? His childish and weak eyes were unable to discern the tall silhouette that appeared in the doorway. However, he felt so much pressure from his appearance. The man's gait was sweeping and bold, and he involuntarily attracted attention. Rayan shared his mother's emotions as she hugged him tighter and let out a frightened coo. It can't be. He seems to know who it is. Sylvia's voice trembled as she greeted her father. The man ignored her, looking down at the child. That same one. Rayan frowned, feeling his heartbeat quicken. Definitely him. A man with golden hair and scarlet eyes, a face colder than ice, the head of the greatest house on the entire continent, Glenn Seighart. Apparently, he was somehow reincarnated in the strongest house on the continent. Glenn took his grandson into his arms, and from that day on, he would be called Rayan. As the name suggests, he was to live quietly and exist like a shadow, as if he wasn't there at all. It was surprising that after his reincarnation, he retained the same name. That's all his grandfather said before leaving them. It was deep night. Everyone should be asleep by now. These 100 days were torture for him, but now he has an opportunity. At completely random times, he felt sleepy, and he couldn't resist the feeling. And when he woke up, Sylvia was always there, and he couldn't control the mana. Now he can at least sleep in the crib on his own. Well, it's time to get started. Rayan closed his eyes and concentrated. A ring of fire, condensation. Conventional continental cultivation techniques use breathing to obtain mana from nature and create an aura in the energy center. However, its ability is different. It creates a ring around the heart that increases stamina and enhances body growth for a period of time. Thanks to this method, the user gets the ideal conditions for becoming a warrior. It is the best cultivation technique. Another plus is that even geniuses like Darius can't tell whether he has a ring of fire or not. Moreover, if the guy cultivates his body and mind with the help of the Ring of Fire and also obtains the swordsmanship of the Seighart, his revenge on Darius Robert would be a dream that could be realized, and his heart sang at the thought. It might be because of the state of this body, but his mana flows were clogged with intense cold, which is why his body didn't warm up even after 20 hours of sleep. The blockage seems to take about 9 years, which is serious. It is necessary to break through the streams with the Ring of Fire, although it would be a waste to get rid of the cold, since it can force them to circulate simultaneously. Great. She may be slow, but at least he has confidence in her. Rayan was surprised to feel his eyes closing. Was he really tired already, even though he had just started cultivating? He resisted sleep as much as he could, damn it. And in the end, not even a few seconds had passed before the baby fell into a sweet sleep. His sleep was so deep that he did not feel the tall figure approaching his bed. Glenn touched him. The atmosphere in the room changed subtly, but what he did remained a mystery. Finally, the morning came. Another boring day in the body of a helpless baby. Rayan felt irritated because all he could do at the moment was crawl and coo. It irritated him that Sylvia treated him like a baby, which in her eyes he was. It's hard to play along. He has the consciousness of an adult, but he must behave like a baby. At this rate, he will soon die. The unyielding limbs increased his irritation. It would have been better to endure the cold all the time. Sylvia's voice grew quieter as she heard a man's voice in the distance. However, she was very happy when she realized who had come to visit her. The saint, dressed in dark baggy clothes, entered the room. The man laughed a low, throaty laugh. She shouldn't call him that. She could just call him the old man. Rayan couldn't believe his eyes again. It was the holy ragamuffin. His skills in divine power and art are of the highest quality. He is the most famous healer on the continent, but due to his character, it is difficult to meet him. The old man stared at him with wide eyes. He had been traveling and had come to visit Sylvia's child. The old man picked him up and looked him over from head to toe, blonde with red eyes, all like her. He's also very sweet, unlike Glenn, the complete opposite. The woman sheepishly revealed her child's name, Rayon. The old man instantly became serious, because the meaning of the shadow behind this name is not accidental. He simply couldn't comprehend how anyone could call his grandson a shadow. The old man does not address his grandfather by his title, which means the two are personally acquainted. He had heard that the destructive king of the north and the ragged priest were friends, but who would have thought that this was really so? The old man laughed. Now he will examine the boy. The old man's palm became warm and began to glow golden as he touched the child's chest. Sylvia looked at the old man with concern as he frowned. The child was in bad condition. Sylvia felt something was wrong. Her face was gone. Was there something wrong with him? The frost curse. His mana flows blocked by the shackles of cold. The blood drained from Sylvia's face when she heard that her son would not die without special threats, but he would not live long either. The old man will give her medicine to control this disease. Their conversation was interrupted by a maid. The master was looking for him. She would take him to him. The old man wanted to talk to Sylvia a little longer, but the maid insisted that this was all so inopportune. He realized that he would go now. For Rayon, this conversation was useful. Now he knows what the matter is, although the name is unlikely to give him anything. In any case, once he creates a ring of fire, it won't be a problem. He closed his eyes, feeling the drops on his face. Sylvia cried silently. Her face twisted with sobs. It was all a lie. She didn't believe it. She can't lose her son like this. Whoever says he will die is nonsense. Her crying grew louder. She would do everything in her power to heal him. It was unclear whether she was trying to calm herself or her child. His mother will do whatever is necessary. Rayon felt something strange. What is this feeling? His heart is tingling. It hurts. His body hurts. He didn't want to feel it. He didn't want to see it. His hand involuntarily reached out to his mother's face to wipe away a tear. And this had the effect that Sylvia was so surprised that she stopped crying. Rayon wiggled his fingers amusingly and made a soothing, cooing sound. And then his first word, Mom, came out of his mouth. The old friends were chatting in the head's chambers when the indignant cries of a servant distracted them. Sylvia tried to enter her father's chambers, and the maid still failed to stop her. Glenn Seighart narrowed his eyes, piercing her with a look, asking who allowed her to be so rude. His furious voice was terrifying. Such disgusting clumsiness. The same voice made her fall to her knees. Sylvia begged him to save her son. The girl lay sprawled on the floor, continuing to beg the men to save her son. She knows Glenn avoids such things, but this child is everything to her. She asks for mercy. The man closed his eyes. It was clear that he couldn't live like a warrior. Why should he lift a finger if he couldn't make any contribution to this house? Even if it is his grandson, it is the child she brought when she abandoned her home. The only thing grandfather will do is give him the name Seighart. Let him consider it a blessing, nothing more. The man's heart was cold to his daughter's pleas. He had nothing more to say. Let them take her out. Sylvia continued to scream and cry loudly. Please, he must save Rayon. The saint watched this whole scene with pain in his heart, but he knew best that he should not interfere. However, he still expressed condemnation towards his friend. He is stubborn as always. Is it really so difficult to talk frankly about why he is behaving this way if Glenn himself called him to check on his grandson? As the old man had already said, his 9 mana channels were blocked by the cold, and this would become increasingly dangerous with age. There won't be any problems for a while, since Glenn pushed back the cold with his aura, but the old man already said that it would be almost impossible for his grandson to become a warrior. Glenn sipped his tea. It didn't matter, as long as he was alive. If the head of the house was going to do this, why did he name his grandson Rayon? There are only good names. Why the shadow? The man sighed heavily. Rayon doesn't just mean shadow, because 1,000 years ago, it had the opposite meaning. Several difficult hours passed before Sylvia finally came to her senses. Whatever one might say, she still needed to keep an eye on her son, and now she was giving him the elixir that the saint had recommended. It may be bitter, but the son still has to drink it. The baby cooed discontentedly. Sylvia closed her eyes, expecting a loud cry, but it didn't happen. Rayon endured the bitter taste and drank it. The girls' faces lit up. Helen was happy for her mistress. She was sure it was because he knew of her good intentions. It was bitter, but the fire attribute elixir was exactly what he needed now, the warmth pushing back the cold of the mana sources. Rayon frowned. It seemed like his mother was crying again. Did he really understand her feelings? It had been 2 years since he had started training, taking elixirs that allowed him to reach the Ring of Fire faster. Rayon's Ring of Fire reached 1 star, and another 2 years passed as he trained hard. In the mornings, he played with Sylvia and Helen, and the rest of the time and late at night, he was engaged in cultivation. There was no child on this continent who was as busy busy as him. A little more time passed, and now he was 5 years old. Rayon received the second ring of fire. His soul became much stronger due to the effect, and his willpower increased. He finally did it. He formed the second ring of fire. The fire now rotates in the shape of a cross. He became more sensitive to mana. Rayon heard the maid's voice, and instantly turned the system window's gaze to her. The young gentleman got up early. It would be okay if Helen took his underwear. Rayon watched closely as the maid got him ready for bed. It is expected that others cannot see this message box. The boy has been able to see these messages and his status since he received his first ring of fire. At first, he didn't understand what it was, but then he realized that it was a convenient system that allowed him to see his current statuses. And judging by the reaction Helen showed him then, it looks like only he can see these messages. However, the poor stamina status and frost curse remained, despite it becoming a 2-star. How difficult it would have been to reach 2 stars if he hadn't drunk the fire elixir. And it wasn't just that. He is sure that Sylvia, Helen, and others also played their role during these 5 years. They always pampered him. Rayon had no doubt that their care had helped him greatly. However, he is only 5 years old now and still has plenty of time. There is no need to rush. The frost curse is certainly a problem, but endurance is the reason why the body gets tired quickly. In his past life, he was called the greatest assassin, and now that he has the best cultivation technique, he needs to master the art of swordsmanship. However, Rayon decided that he couldn't rush. Dyrus was the one who claimed to be the strongest on the continent. He won't be able to bear it. If he starts thinking about revenge so early, the people who could potentially kill him can be counted on the fingers of one hand. Slowly, but he had to steadily increase his strength, and when the opportunity presented itself, the guy would be finished in the blink of an eye. His mother also came to his room to greet him. It seems she wants to say something. Sylvia smiled. They had recently discussed going somewhere together. He needed to change. The boy's face showed no emotion. It seemed that today was that day. 6 kings and 5 demons who influenced the balance of power on the continent. The Zygarde house that Rayon reincarnated into is one of the 6. The 6 kings spread goodness, while the 5 demons threaten the world. They decide whether a person is good or evil. And today is that same ceremony for the Zygarde family. They finally arrived at the residence. A lot of time has passed. They see each other for the first time since last year's court ceremony. There are rumors that Karuna's 4th son is participating in the direct line this year, and Sylvia's name has also been mentioned here and there. When the girl actually appeared within the palace walls with her son, dissatisfied whispers were heard. Hundreds of eyes full of condemnation stared at her. The atmosphere in the room was spoiled. The child standing next to her also attracted attention. There were rumors that her son was sick. That was bad luck, although perhaps it was inevitable. It's hard to believe they were allowed into the auditorium. Everything is clear with her son. It's an eternal stigma, the blood of a loser. Rayon was seething with anger. They were belittling them so much. Maybe there were circumstances they didn't know about. He didn't care about their vile tongues, but the words and insults directed at his mother hurt him. Anger rose in the boy's chest like a tsunami when his mother's voice finally brought him back to reality. It's okay. He just needs to be with his mom. Rayon frowned slightly, and the corners of his lips turned down in frustration. He didn't understand why everything was like this. Everyone present looked in the same direction when it was announced that the head of the house was coming. It's been a long time. Hasn't he changed at all in the last 5 years? Glenn Sieghart, still as stubborn and domineering as ever. It's hard to tell what's going on in this old man's mind. His voice was low and hoarse. Everything seemed to be in place. His heavy hand fell on the button, and then a huge sword appeared in the middle of the hall. Rayon saw it for the first time. Could this really be the sword of justice? The ceremony begins. If you put your hand on this stone sword, it will tell you how much mana you have. The assistant began reading out the names. Buren Sieghart. A boy's voice was heard from somewhere above. Rayon looked up. A short boy was standing on the balcony. A child's skull is not completely fused at the top, and it will begin to close as they get older, after which their mana talent will not change. This is why children are gathered to find out how developed their talent is at the evaluation ceremony, which is taking place at this very moment. The hall erupted in surprised exclamations. The boy had wind attributes. His entire blade was shining, and he even had the highest quality mana. This is a great attribute for a fencer. The boy must focus on feeling the wind. The next participant, Runan Salian of the Salian house. The child was pale and looked weak. Now Rayon can roughly tell how it works. How far the light goes up, the blade indicates the purity of the mana, and the attribute is displayed on the hilt. Now he knew how his grandfather identified people's talent. The people continued to hoot. Another genius appeared from the house of the Salians. She is on the same level as the Buren. Rayon suspected that he would not get a good result. He managed to achieve 2 stars from the Ring of Fire, but there was still a lot of ice in his mana. Well, anyway, he didn't care, so his name was called. The boy's face was unreadable. Rayon Sieghart. When he met his grandfather's stern eyes, he still did not look away. Glenn's voice echoed off the walls as he asked his grandson to come forward. Sylvia smiled and tried to encourage her son. She believes in him. The boy has no high expectations. He just needs to check what attribute is suitable for this body and what attribute he should cultivate in the future. He saw other children doing it, and now he needed to do the same. Rayon sighed heavily and nodded. He understood. With slight doubt, he extended his small palm towards the smooth surface of the sword. Everyone present gasped, because the light emitted by the sword was golden. Rayon was also surprised by what kind of light it was. The previous participants had a different one. Nightmarish visions entered his mind. What kind of picture is this that he is now seeing? A multitude of empty eyes burning with greed, sharp teeth and claws. What kind of monsters are these? And with his back to him stood a tall, young man with golden hair. He could not make out his face, who he was. Here he confidently throws down his sword with both hands, swinging and easily destroying the monsters. The golden aura emanating from the sword knocked the fearsome creatures off their feet in just one strike. The golden wave was blinding, growing ever larger until it took over the entire space. Rayon heard a deafening explosion and felt like he was momentarily blinded. He was breathing heavily. The boy's face turned pale, as if there could be a stone sword there. The boy slowly returned to reality. He heard other people's laughter out of the corner of his ear. He hadn't even reached the middle. Glenn announced that the court ceremony was over and everyone present could leave. Talking among themselves, the guests gradually dispersed, including the ceremony participants. When the front doors finally closed, Glenn Seighart dropped his mask of coolness with relief. He let out a frustrated sigh. It seemed like there was nothing that could be done about this situation. As he thought, this was the maximum. In general, he didn't demand that much from him. But then the unthinkable happened. The stone sword began to emit a golden aura again. Glenn almost choked. What was this? The golden light of the sun. The aura that the first head of the House of Seighart possessed. A transcendental power strong enough to melt even the fire of devils. Golden mana and golden fire. Such bright golden mana had only appeared once before in the entire history of House Seighart. Dazzlingly beautiful and shining with a bright light. The very golden flame about which legends were composed. Glenn could not understand what secret was hidden in his grandson. Another 7 years passed. Rayon continued to work hard. It looks like he will soon receive the third ring of fire. 7 years have passed since the condemnation ceremony, and with regular training, the 2 rings of fire have turned into 3. If he could do something about this ice, his progress would be much faster. He needs to start doing physical exercise. Sylvia appeared in his field of vision almost unexpectedly. Rayon should be prepared. What is he doing here? The mother winked at him and smiled. They should go. It was better not to be late. It's time for him to take part in the second judging ceremony. It looks like he'll be seeing those disappointing creatures again. They all worked hard, and that's where they'll end the awards ceremony. Maybe it was because there were only people from the support line here, but everything ended faster than the boy expected. Then his grandfather called him by name, and Rayon almost jumped. The boy must have received orders to participate in basic training as a family member. Why didn't he respond after a month had already passed? His lips parted in surprise. What was he talking about? What basic training? Sylvia intervened. Her son is different from other children. There is still ice in his body. It will be difficult for him to endure training. This place is the land of Seighart. For the one who received this surname, there are no exceptions or refusals. If he cannot walk, then he will crawl and train. But Sylvia couldn't accept this. She begged them to give her a little more time. What if she can't come to terms with this and runs away with the child again? In this country, Sylvia can only live as Seighart. If she doesn't like it, let her leave. There was laughter from the back rows. She's leaving? This will be funny. Now she has neither an energy center nor a mana circuit. It's a shame to think that such a person is a direct descendant of such an influential family. Rayon finally figured out the reason for this attitude towards his mother. This is because the girl, when she was young, left home. Sylvia had no aura despite studying martial arts. After she broke her energy center and mana system, she left home and married his father. However, after the girl became pregnant, her husband died and she had no choice but to return home. Returning after voluntarily renouncing her place as a direct descendant, she received ill treatment more than befitting a member of the collateral line. However, it was other people's point of view and their circumstances. He is Sylvia's son, Rayon, and he can't come to terms with the fact that his mother is being treated so badly. Rayon stood up from his seat and moved forward. What is this young gentleman doing? The boy tried to calm his mother down. Everything was fine. As his master ordered, he will take part in training starting next month. One of the men spoke up, but he didn't even know what kind of training it was. Even if it's basic training, it's not something a person like him can handle. It's better for him to give up right now. Rayon stated that he would be fine. He was given the name Seighart, so he was responsible and would participate in the training. Grandfather considered his words impudent and became furious. He dared to use the name Seighart by his own name. He at least understood the seriousness of this word. Rayon was scared, but tried not to show it. It felt like his flesh was being torn to pieces. A drop of blood from his bitten lip dripped onto the carpet. Even his gaze is enough to do this to him. It feels like his heart is being squeezed. It affects him more than it does Robert. This is the same warrior, the destructive king of the north, and he has an aura to match. Sylvia intervened again. Her son is still small, so he does not understand what he is talking about. The The man agreed with her. He is a child who does not know anything. Glenn was still furious, he says now. Rayon felt the gentle touch of his mother's hands. The boy was not in a condition to undergo training. The killer is a creature that lives in the darkness. It is closer to death than to life. They will never show themselves. However, now he lives a different life. He is not like that anymore. Rayon felt that he would no longer hide in the darkness because he did not want to. Looking back on his past, he decided that he would no longer live as a killer. He is Rayon Sieghart, and he will restore Sylvia to her former appearance and status. He doesn't know. He grew up on the outskirts. They are in the main building. He doesn't know how high and powerful the name Sieghart is, so he wants to see for himself. As her son, he will protect Sylvia, as well as the happiness and smiles of those dear to him. He will definitely return them with his own hands, and he is no longer afraid. This means that the boy will judge them only by their basic education. This is the only way Rayon can know about the name Sieghart now. Then he will have to make sure that the instructor is fully prepared so that the boy is not disappointed. In his past life, he was the best killer, and now he is a man who has learned the legend of the continent, the Ring of Fire. If he can use all of his abilities from these, it will not be impossible to stand at the top in this family. It will show how strong this little stone is, which everyone looks down on. Weren't there rumors that the boy was so sick that he couldn't even move normally? The servant reported to Karun, and not only the maids, but also the holy ragamuffins heard this, that he definitely had a hard life. The martial arts master had seen him before. The boy's physical condition left much to be desired. How did he withstand the pressure from his father? Now that Karun thinks about it, Sylvia's talent also surpasses all others. I need to give the order to the maid to send someone to the outbuilding. Rayon started training on his own. His mother was still worried about him and did not leave him for a moment. He had no idea that they were already keeping an eye on him and would report on everything that happened in the annex. The Sieghart family's fifth playground. Glenn Sieghart showed up to check that everything was ready. Seeing how this slacker was doing nothing again, and even pretending to be asleep, the head of the house rolled his eyes. He ordered Rimmer to stop feigning sleep and pursing his lips immediately. The young man instantly jumped up from the sofa. His voice was cunning and soft. Incredible. The head of the house, the only one who could see through his sleepy bluff, Rimmer Diaz was the sword of light. Glenn was still cold. The coaches were sweating and pacing, and Rimmer was here. They must carry out the orders he gave them. The young man loses his head while these friends work with their bodies. That's fair. In any case, the head of the house is here because of his youngest grandson. Sylvia came here to ask and all that, but Rimmer didn't expect the leader to come here too. The girl asked that her son not be harmed. If Glenn is here to make the same request, then his trip was in vain. He said that even he will not interfere in this place. Even if it was his youngest grandson, Rimmer would make no exceptions, his voice instantly changing, becoming harsh and rough. But what was his surprise when the head of the house, Sieghart, agreed with him? He should not reduce the intensity of his training, but also increase it as needed. Rimmer wondered if he followed the order to weed out everything unnecessary, then perhaps his grandson would be weeded out too. He seems to love his youngest grandson more than Rimmer thought. He gives the love he couldn't properly give to Sylvia to this child. You shouldn't treat him so lightly and correctly. Distinguish good from bad. Let him leave only those who are suitable for training. Rimmer was overjoyed when the head of the house gave him the go-ahead to do whatever he wanted with full force. Now, he finally had the desire to work. With a slight tremor in his voice from impatience, he exhaled, then thoughtfully said Rayon's name. 3 stars is definitely on another level. His body's receptivity has increased, and his mind is clearer than before. Thanks to Sylvia stopping him, the muscles in his arms and legs began to develop without any problems. This magical status window further accelerated his growth. Rayon was pleased that he had finally managed to move beyond the dead point. This is where it all begins. Training at the Sieghart estate is famous for its difficulty. The 3 stars are just the foundation needed to start building on them as a student. It must be strong enough. And by showing greater achievements than anyone else, Rayon silenced all who mocked him. Then, after all this, when he manages to reach all the heights, the Saint of the Heavenly Sword, Darius Robert, will receive it in full. The boy wasn't going to stop until he broke this guy's neck. His mother's voice brought him out of his gloomy thoughts. She was standing in the doorway of his room. Rayon was surprised by her appearance. Why was she here at such a time? Tomorrow, he has to go to the training ground to undergo basic training. But before he goes, she wants to ask if he has to go. Sylvia still wants to stop him. He always keeps his cool even when he's in pain, and she doesn't know what she'll do if he gets a lot of injuries. She's not asking him to leave completely, just for 1 year. They can push it back just 1 year. However, Rayon was firm in his convictions. He cannot bear it. Whenever he sees people from the direct and collateral line meeting his mother in the house, how they make a displeased expression on their faces. When they look at Sylvia with disdain, her son becomes so upset that he cannot contain himself. This makes him him think that if he trains well, these people will no longer look at his mother like that. Sylvia's heart was filled with love for her son. She had no idea that he was such an attentive boy. He is very smart, so he could figure out why they live alone and why others curse them. Sylvia met his father here, who was in service, and she fell in love. But it was difficult for her to be with him because he was an ordinary knight, so she destroyed her mana and energy center, then left home. In fact, Rayon also had an older sister. She was 2 years older than the boy. Her name was Shia. They lived peacefully until they were attacked by a personnel officer from Eden who knew Sylvia by sight. His father was not so strong, and at the time she was pregnant with him, so there was nothing they could do. Luckily, her father had secretly assigned guards to her, but they were far away and arrived too late. By that time, his father and sister were already dead. Sylvia had nowhere else to go. She had no choice but to return home to her family. That's why his mother is the sinner of this house. She had nothing to say to Rayon's grandfather. Sadness and regret filled her voice. Rayon frowned. How selfish. Sylvia was selfish. She abandoned the responsibility of the house in pursuit of her happiness. And then she returned only to beg for her life. She understands why the house treats her so harshly. But it was this woman who gave him a new life and showed love to him for the first time. At least for him, she is the only mother in these two lives. Sylvia answered her son's question. That's not the point. She doesn't regret it at all. When she lived in this house, it was as if she didn't exist. She began to feel alive only after she left. She was happy then, and she is happy now, because her son is with her. Sylvia's gaze became empty, and she quietly apologized to Rayon for being a bad mother. Everything is fine. He is fine, so she doesn't have to worry about it anymore. Even if others call her selfish, she is his precious mother who cannot be replaced. Revenge can only be achieved after he restores her position as the direct heir to the House of Psyheart. The boy was deep in thought when quiet sobs brought him back to the reality of why his mother was crying again. Rayon returned to his room when it was already dark. He had been calming her down for so long. Now he needs to check how the Ring of Fire is progressing. Then he will go to bed. There is very little time left before the start of training. The boy took the most comfortable position for him on the bed, then concentrated. Well, the speed of rotation of the rings after they acquired 3 stars became even higher. If it is already like this in a 3-star state, then what will it be like when it moves to the intermediate stage? A flash of bright cold light almost blinded him. Then a hoarse voice was heard. At last, the time had come. The wrath the boy had brought upon himself had reached him, the King of Essence. In the name of the second monarch of the Devildom, anger, he will carry out his revenge. Rayon was amazed. That's nothing. The anger he had generated reached the Essence King, so the spirit decided to help him take revenge. The king opened his eyes and bared his sharp teeth, asking for his body and soul to be offered. Then his voice suddenly broke off. He became more human and surprised at what the child was doing here. It is he who should be asking this question. What kind of boy is this in front of him? The anger that reached him shouldn't have come from someone like him. Then the spirit looked again, playing with his eyebrows. In the depths of his heart, this boy hides a huge anger. Okay. Then there's a deal. The boy must give him his soul. He will do it, and he will allow him to take the long-awaited revenge. It turns out that this spirit appeared because of his anger towards Darius before his death, but a lot of time had passed. He was too late. Rayon frowned and shook his head. No, he didn't need the spirit's help. He would do it with his own hands. There will never be another chance like this. We can't let someone else do it for the boy. It seems that this little guy is confused. He didn't come here to chat with him. He, the King of Essence, has already made his choice. Rayon felt the temperature in the room drop sharply, icy flames surrounding him from all sides. The Essence King loomed over him, continuing to press. All he could do was offer him his body. Sharp teeth clicked right in front of the boy's face, and he awkwardly stepped back. The flame grew larger and larger, spreading, pressing harder and harder on him, blinding him. Everything in his room was covered in ice. Even the water in the glass froze. Rayon cursed under his breath. He was so cold, his body and mind felt like they were frozen. His elemental attribute was probably ice, not fire. The Essence's voice sounded greedy and avaricious. He should just think about it and vent his anger. Even if it was God, the Essence King would kill him. Thanks to his resistance to water, the boy could resist it a little. But this attack is not only about the temperature drop. Vivid and hateful visions from his past life flashed before his eyes. This Essence God continues to provoke his anger. His threats were sweet to Rayon's ears. He promised that he would crush his enemy's head and tear his flesh into pieces. He should just surrender and give him his body. Rayon resisted as best he could. If he gave him his body, who knows what he would do to Sylvia and the servants. The boy would feel better if he gave in to his anger and accepted it, so he really did not want to continue suffering pointlessly. The spirit wanted to minimize the damage to this body. Since he was going to use it personally, he would no longer give in and would simply absorb it. Rayon's body was about to give out. He had reached his limit. It couldn't hold out much longer. At this rate, he could die at any second, and this realization paralyzed him. He was able to resist the ice aura thanks to water resistance. Maybe he can withstand the pressure with the power of the ring. This is his only chance to survive. life. Rayon withdrew within himself to continue cultivating a golden aura growing around him. The Essence King didn't expect this. He recoiled for a second. What the hell? Even though this entity has just awakened, how is it possible that a pathetic little man challenges him? Rayon repeated it again clearly, dividing each word into syllables. He will take revenge himself. He refuses to give his body to some ghost. The disembodied spirit was furious. How dare he address the monarch of devilry in this way? The boy grinned. This entity calls itself a monarch, but it cannot defeat him. The cold flame trembled with anger. Just a moment ago, he said that he had just awakened, which was probably why he couldn't use his full power. A system window popped up, informing him that his additional abilities had been unlocked. The King of Essences was furious. This is his power, the status window. Why is it available to the boy? It's a system he personally created, and now he doesn't understand why the boy can use it. Rayon bombarded him with questions about the system, but the evil spirit refused to answer. Although over all these years, the boy himself gradually realized that this was necessary in order to accelerate growth. It's strange that the effects of the Ring of Fire are stronger than in his previous life, and it's all thanks to the system. The Essence King's patience ran out, and he began to scream, demanding that his body be handed over to him, or he would no longer be able to use the system. Rayon struck, dispelling some of the cold flames of the essence. It was worth a try, even though he put mana into the shot. It seems that this King of Essences is not material, but something like a spirit. But considering that no one appeared even after the release of such power, apparently only the boy sees and feels it. His seal had broken only recently, but his power would return soon, and when the time came, he would be unable to stop it. The fire went out, threatening to stay with him until his last breath. I wish I could get rid of it, but if I forcefully remove the bracelet, the system might disappear, and besides, it's unclear what it might do to his loved ones. Rayon decided to keep him with him for the time being, and keep an eye on him. He would have to believe in his own growth. He hoped that he would be able to reign in the spirit. Although this is off topic, why did he choose a flower bracelet? It doesn't suit him. The spirit screamed furiously. It was his choice, and he had to respect it. Early in the morning, the boy was getting ready to leave for his first training session. Helen reassured her mistress her son would try hard. Having prepared everything necessary, Rayon left his room. He was ready. He could go. Before leaving, the boy was given instructions that he should be careful and not overdo it. Helen looked up at her mistress with sympathy, wondering if Lady Sylvia was really seeing him off with that expression. The girl tried to force a smile, wishing her son good luck, and Rayon promised her that everything would be fine. As he said, he will not overwork himself and will give up if it gets too difficult. Sylvia watched his retreating silhouette with a worried look. Because everything would be fine, the young master would simply complete his training and return. He has become much better than he was before, but this child is still too small. This time, the children will have the strictest instructor from the Psyheart family, Sir Rayon, who will have to make every effort. The boy knew about this, but he promised that he would train and not get hurt. No matter how much he tried to calm her down, his mother still continued to shed tears. He will definitely keep his promise. She must believe in him. When her son had already gone far enough, the girl burst into tears again. Rayon is obliged to return unharmed. The Sayhart's area was spacious and well lit, and it was easy to imagine how hot it would be to practice there under the direct rays of the sun. Many young guys flocked to the entrance, talking and getting to know each other. As Rayon thought, the place was full of people and very noisy. There are not only children from the direct and collateral branches of the Sayheart family, but also people from vassal families who have received recommendations. According to Helen, 6 training sites were set up this year due to the large number of people. The boy hadn't even stood there for a minute when laughter was already heard in his direction. Some boys were already laughing at his appearance. The two burst into laughter when they saw his bracelet, which made the Essence King furious. Fucking trash. The Essence King will destroy him. But no matter how much he cursed, the children did not hear him. Maybe they should stop gossiping and see if they want to tell him all this to his face. Weren't these little boys taught that talking about people behind their backs was bad? His words caused a strong reaction. What right do they have to speak to him in such a tone when they themselves are from the side branches? Aren't words like these used when the opponent is lower in rank? One of the boys, succumbing to emotion, grabbed him by the collar. He really doesn't know his place. Rayon was about to strike when a loud voice stopped them. Enough. Training is about to start. What are they doing? There are strangers here, and they dare to insult the name of the Sayharts. This boy was familiar to Rayon. Burin, that was his name. The boys from the lesser families immediately backed away and apologized, because Burin was from the Sayhart family. The boy was a little taller than Rayon. He hung over him. He also did not understand his position. For him, he is just dust under his feet, which he will sweep away if he lives. Let him behave quietly and calmly if he does not want to be kicked out of here. Then, he attracted the attention of the head of the house, not with his skills, but simply by managing to take advantage of the situation correctly. Such pathetic trash, who was even given the chance to train. Burin was enraged just by the sight of Rayon. There are no plans to participate in the training. He can leave right now. Someone like him won't pass in any case. Rayan's voice sounded indifferent. He had heard enough from Boren. Who is he, in his opinion? Just a direct heir. He has no status. What right does he have to make such a conclusion? Then he laughed sarcastically. He could get that right if he whined to his daddy. A new wave of anger almost blinded Buren. How dare he? The coach arrived just in time, throwing open the doors. Otherwise, another fight would have started. He laughed delightedly. They hadn't even had time to get acquainted yet, and they had already started a small fight. Although he didn't expect anything else from these young people, Rayan narrowed his eyes. It was the Sword of Light, Rimmer. He heard that he retired after injuring his energy center. The elf winked and laughed again. Why don't they continue fighting after the opening ceremony? Rayan didn't care, but Buren was worried about his situation, clicking his tongue in displeasure and moving away. Rimmer greeted everyone. He is the head instructor, and he will be overseeing their training. The man slowly looked around at everyone with an inquisitive gaze. He couldn't wait to work with them. Well, he heard there would be 160 participants in the training, which is too many people, no matter how you look at it. So they will reduce that figure by exactly a quarter through testing. The children were shocked. There were so many. It couldn't be. The spirit became enraged again. The bastard looked down on the Essence King. Then he began to describe in detail what he would do to this elf. Sitting down on the chair, Rimmer smiled smugly. He was the boss at this training area. If anyone had any complaints, they could go to the head of the house. He laughed again, looking at the children who were fidgeting uncertainly in place. And what were they doing? They should run immediately. Rimmer clapped his hands cheerfully, urging them on. Endurance and willpower were the foundation of martial arts. They had to run with all their might. The Essence King also urged Rayan on. Why was he at the very end? He had to run first if he wanted to be better. This is not a competition. There is no point in trying to overtake people. Rimmer looks at a person's potential and character. He will not focus on superficial things. Rayan had already guessed that only those who could withstand the test would pass, and he would definitely do it. Sir Buren and Lady Runan are simply unique. They ran first. Everyone is doing well, but these two stand out, and although it's not the fastest speed, they can run for hours at this pace. This level has been there since they were 12 years old. It's scary to imagine what they will grow up to be. Then the rest of the instructors turned their gaze to the whitish crown. This is the same child and rumors. It's no wonder he can't keep up. He's dragging his feet at the very end. He's sick. It's impressive that he's still holding on. Although he already looks tired, it seems that he will soon fall. Rimmer was silent, eavesdropping on the conversation and not interfering. He wondered if he had ever seen anyone like that before. He smirked. He thought that the strongest people were those whose potential he could not see. He explained that he could not even comprehend the depth of it. He can determine by color and shape what kind of person the child will grow up to be in the future. But why doesn't Rayan have any colors? So his potential is beyond Rimmer's. That's funny. Look, he behaved like an egoist, and in the end, the last one, he should be grateful for that, will soon fall. It's weird. This is supposed to be a workout, so why are they just running? In Rayan's past life, they released hungry animals. He had to run to survive. Isn't that kind of running too easy? The feeling of fatigue was pressing on him. His legs were becoming heavier, but he continued to run. Rimmer, too, felt that he was getting tired. His steps were becoming heavier and heavier. What's wrong with this guy? How can he still run? His stamina has long since run out. It's too difficult to call it persistence or tenacity. He shouldn't even count on the remaining energy. Such willpower is only found in warriors who have trained constantly and experienced death many times. Rayan Seighart caught his attention. The elf became interested in this boy. Rayan continued to run. The other participants were also getting tired. Soon he began to catch up with Buren. The boy was sure why he was still running. They had said that he was not in a condition to train. According to Saint Ragamuffin, Sylvia's son will most likely die, so we can forget about him becoming a warrior. And then, the boy was in an even worse condition than last time. But now, everything is different. How annoying all this is. Now he will show them. Buren took control of his aura. There is a huge difference in skill between them, and the difference is so great that everyone else will want to give up. Rayan was gradually getting closer. A girl from another noble family was now running in front of him. Despite his noble manner of speech, he is still a child. Runan is more mentally developed than Buren. They shouldn't be competing with each other in this exam. It's a fight with themselves. There is no reason to give in to his influence and slow down your pace. More than half an hour had passed, and many children had given up and fallen to the ground. They had no idea what was going on, how this guy was still running. There were a lot of rumors that he was seriously ill and that he was getting tired. Stop talking like it's easy. He's almost dying because of the cold in his body. It feels like his heart and lungs are crushed, but he can maintain his stamina by using the Ring of Fire. The only relief is that the ring is growing quickly. He needs to give it his all for it to be effective. The spirit's voice sounded dissatisfied. How pathetic he was. Not only was he lagging behind, but let him see what a miserable state he was in. The Essence King growled, demanding that he give up his body, and in addition, he would surpass that blue-haired guy. Rayan cursed under his breath. Now was the worst time for this. The Essence King was thirsty for blood. He would freeze them all completely, his sharp teeth clicking near the boy's ear. A wave of cold ran through the boy's body, freezing his movements. He must stand firm, his feelings leaving him because of anger. But you need to pretend as long as possible that nothing is happening. The boy continued to run. He tried to make his voice as indifferent as possible. He had to stop his pointless attempts and resign himself. This wouldn't work against him. It's not that simple. He can't be so indifferent. There is no person in the world who can withstand the wrath of the Essence King. Rayon tried to calm down. He had to stand firm if he showed even the slightest weakness. His breath caught for a second. The Essence King would immediately consume him. The spirit growled in a fit of rage. Why didn't it work on him? It hurts so much. He feels like he is about to lose control of his body. The boy's vision became blurry. He could no longer breathe, and everything around him began to plunge into darkness. Was this all he could do? He was forcing his limbs to move against his will. Finally, there was a cry of relief. He could stop. Buren glared at him with a disdainful gaze, so restless. Rayon almost died right there. This life will not be easy. Runan said nothing, but there was a hint of interest in her gaze. He repeated to the Essence King that it was pointless and wouldn't work, so he could stop complaining. But it definitely helped the ring grow. His body also broke thanks to the status window. If he keeps training like this, he will definitely be able to do it. A system window popped up. The conditions were met. Strength, agility, and endurance increased. What's going on? Why are additional stats given for overcoming the Essence King? The spirit continued to rage and thrash in a fit of rage. It was just madness. A couple of minutes later, Rimmer gathered them in front of the stage. Everyone did well, and that would be the end of their test. So, there was some excitement among the children about what he said before the start. The instructor fell silent, building up the tension, and joked about it. Many children groaned and cried out indignantly. They ran so hard because of this. There's no way he'll eliminate that many on the first day, but if they keep training like they did today, most of them will definitely be eliminated. He clearly told them to sprint at full speed, but not one of the 160 people ran at full speed to the end, except one. And one of the children was cunning enough to use his aura. Actually, it doesn't matter what they do, because they are the ones taking the exam, not the instructor. They will definitely not fail the exam if they follow his instructions, so they don't have to worry about it. But it won't be easy. From now on, they become trainees. He will remove their temporary rank if they successfully pass the exam in 6 months. However, the elf still plans to choose the best intern, but he will not be the one evaluating them. Now they can move into high-class houses prepared for them. There is an open training area on the left. After a trial run with the newcomers, Rimmer had a meeting with someone. He was walking through the forest when golden lapels flashed among the leaves. The man felt that the following conversation would be very interesting. He grinned. It seems he has a guest waiting for him. His lord, Glenn, was cold to his ridicule, how everything went. Glenn shouldn't be asked this question. He probably already knows everything since he did something like this. He knows how good Rimmer is at judging people, and as expected, Buren and Runan showed their best side. The other children also have the potential to become pillars of the house in the future. However, Rimmer took a long pause to pique the interest of the head of the house. He didn't see anything from Rayon at all. The instructor simply doesn't understand how the boy made it to the end, because his endurance should have already run out. He hasn't seen anything like this for a long time, not counting his milord. Every day has been so boring after his energy center was depleted, but he feels like this will be interesting. It was Rimmer who wanted to be an instructor for the trainees. Glenn's voice was dissatisfied, although he tried to hide it. An elf must concentrate on his work and not get distracted. Glenn headed down the hill without even saying goodbye. Rimmer has a feeling he can entrust his future to one of these interns. It's just a coincidence. It will be difficult for the boy to become a warrior. At this point, their conversation ended. Rimmer was no longer going to tease his lord. He muttered to himself. He knows perfectly well that this is not true. Finally, when the regular training was over, the guy suggested that the others go to the training ground. The Essence King muttered in his ear, after all this, what a toxic creature. Rayon headed towards the exit, completely unaware that dozens of disdainful glances were looking at his back. The children hardly had time to find privacy before they began to discuss recent events. It's pointless unless he used some trick and was able to get to the end. That's right. There are rumors that he has some kind of illness. It's definitely because of the elixir. Rumors reached her that a holy ragamuffin had once given a boy an elixir, and the other children's mouths dropped open in surprise. So this means that Rayon ran with the power of the elixir and still pretends to be so talented. So the girl thought, why not teach this impudent boy a lesson? There was a dull thud as Rayon crashed back into the fence with all his might. His voice was breaking with indignation. Why this all of a sudden? He even dares to boast abusing the power of some lucky elixir that he got without without which he could not escape. He dared to use such a sneaky trick on people from the sideline who didn't even have abilities. One of the boys laughed as he rubbed his shoulder. No need to be scared, they just brought him here for a comfortable conversation. No need to worry, they will now have a casual conversation. This happens often. Everyone heard correctly from the instructor. They should talk to each other. The spirit grimaced in displeasure. Would its bearer really hold back after such treatment, even if it wasn't that serious? Rayon, using the knowledge from his past life, struck first, putting his full weight into it. It seems the guys didn't expect their new acquaintance to be taken out of action like that. The girl lost her footing and fell to the ground. The Essence King also did not expect such agility from his host. He was instantly speechless. The boy's voice sounded calm and indifferent. If they wanted to talk, then why not? He laughed, cracking his knuckles. A conversation with fists. Goosebumps ran down the boy's spines. In his past life, Rayon had fought countless times to the death, and naive children were too slow and clumsy for him. Just one knee to the stomach, and he took out another boy. The third one was scared for himself, but he wasn't going to run yet. What was he doing? A string of curses escaped the boy's lips, but Rayon's fist cut him off. The King of Essence was delighted. He was beating them. What a magnificent sight. The children tried to get up and attack him again, but every blow from Rayon knocked them down. After some time, they were left lying on the ground without strength. They could hardly breathe or move. Before he finishes, he wants to ask them something. Who provoked them to do this? Was it Buren? The girl's gaze instantly changed. She began to say faster, no, they did it without his knowledge. Rayon chuckled, unexpectedly. He thought he didn't like him. It seems he's not completely rotten. But she won't go and tell her classmates about this conversation, he said, the last word with emphasis. The girl trembled with fear, expecting another blow. Of course not. That's right. If she doesn't want to talk to him again tomorrow, let her try to avoid him. They were wrong. They won't even step on his shadow. Rayon let go of the girl's hair. If they understood everything, let them get lost. It was a wonderful performance, as if Rimmer had seen the Overlord in his youth. His blood does not lie. He also has a talent for martial arts. An unknown talent, hidden among the greatest talents. The elf laughed. When the boy was alone in his room, he opened the system window. Anger was satisfied by his actions. Dexterity increased by 1 point. What is this? He gets points just for satisfying the Essence King. What a crazy system. Of course, he doesn't understand much about it yet. He has never tried this system with anyone else. All this happened because the boy stole it. Rayon had already gotten used to the obsessive spirit. He took his outbursts of rage in stride, but he was an ungrateful, shameless spawn. As he expected, after the Essence King had quarreled for a while, his anger subsided. The Essence King chuckled. He had a guess. The entity offered the boy to make a bet with it. If he wins, the spirit will give him status points, but if he loses, he will have to bear its wrath. Conditions: pass the test for official trainees by taking first place on the list. He's talking about the first place in the test to become an official trainee that Rimmer mentioned. One of the traits that the Essence King possesses will be bestowed upon the boy. Of course, his level will be lowered to match his mediocrity. Another question: what do the 10 points of anger emotions mean when faced with failure? He will receive the emotion of anger that the King of Essences possesses. The feeling of anger is close to insignificant. He will continue to absorb it. And here, it no longer matters how strong his willpower is. He still won't be able to withstand it. Now, everything fell into place. Rayon understood what the Essence King was trying to achieve. The boy didn't think the spirit was lying. He even answered all his questions honestly. And compared to the potential benefit, the risk of failure is relatively small. Maybe it's a poisonous apple. If he had been an ordinary patient, it would have been difficult for him to become an excellent student. But he was reincarnated. The Essence King grinned carnivorously as the boy expressed his agreement. It was an excellent choice. He accepted the bet with anger and concluded it with a handshake. If Rayon uses the experience of his previous life, he will never lose. That same evening, a new training session was still awaiting the group of children, and it was still just as exhausting. The children fell to the ground, trying to catch their breath. What they are doing now is the riding posture. They have to take the posture of riding a horse, but not take it lightly. It is the foundation of all martial arts, and is the exercise that everyone should do. The children must remain in this position until he tells them to stop, and Rimmer himself will doze off. It didn't take long before the first one started to give up. It was too difficult. They couldn't do it anymore. Buren, unlike the others, was still full of energy. Enough complaining. Since the usual training was over, they could go and exercise. If they continue to do only basic exercises, their fencing skills may become rusty. The Essence King was engrossed in the boys' conversation. They were going to practice fencing. Wasn't Rayon going to join them? He doesn't need it now. Practicing fencing with their weak skills is a waste of time. What he needs now is not a sword, but basic strength and endurance. Now his physical strength is noticeably worse than others, and all because of the cold aura. For growth and training, the basics are most important. There is no need to rush. He will do strengthening exercises. So now he must focus on strengthening his body so that his muscles are stronger and more manageable. Rayan studied diligently, not even suspecting that he was being watched. Runan Salian peeked around the corner. That man was Rayan Sieghart. He is growing fast. His weight has increased compared to yesterday. She definitely heard that he was sick. But despite this fact, the weight he lifts increases every day, of course. If you train a lot, then this is possible. But it makes no sense that he is lifting heavier and heavier weights every single day. Is it even possible to increase the weight he lifts by 10 kilograms in just a week? She wondered if it was because he had a slightly different form that the patient could be so resilient. Rayan Sieghart, there was definitely something about him. Runan appeared in his eyes. It's no wonder he knows her name, since it's on many people's lips. Her cold, assessing gaze made Rayan wonder what she was doing here. The girl didn't answer, continuing to look at him with an empty gaze. The guy felt uncomfortable. Runan continued to search for an answer to the question of why he was growing so quickly. She took a deep breath as a familiar scent caught her nostrils. It seems Runan is beginning to suspect what is going on. The girl realized that the silence was dragging on, and she silently sat down next to Rayan. Wanting to confirm her suspicions, Runan pretended to be simply studying. Rayan feigned composure, although in reality, he felt uncomfortable being around this girl. Whatever dumbbells he grabbed, Runan did the same, and she also burned him with an inquisitive, unblinking gaze. But the girl confirmed her theory. She was not mistaken. This is the same scent. After feeling this refreshing scent from the boy, her body felt lighter. Thanks to this, Runan can now lift weights. The girl looked at her hands in surprise. Rayan couldn't stand this awkward silence. It was weighing on him. The girl wanted to ask him something, didn't she? But Runan raised her cold, inquisitive eyes to him and gave a negative answer. No. Rayan Sieghart. She needs to follow him a little more often. Rayan couldn't understand what happened in the hall, but after that, the girl followed him. This did not escape the eyes of others. Buren watched the couple with a displeased look. Rayan didn't understand what had come over everyone today. Why one member of a noble family was pursuing him, while another was glaring at him with a look full of hatred. Why is Lady Runan with him? Why does she always spend time with someone who was kicked out of the direct heirs? It's pointless. There's no point in repeating such simple strength training. Rayan is definitely not strong enough, so he needs basic training. But no matter how much he tries, they are still at different levels. He doesn't know what the test conditions will be, but at least in preparation for that day, it would be a good idea to at least continue training in swordsmanship. Buren called everyone to follow him. There was no need to focus on this scum. They would go and train. The boys followed him. On the day of the test, the results will tell everything. However, not everyone shared Buren's views. One evening, a boy approached Rayan. He said hello awkwardly. His name is Dorian. Could he train with them? Dorian's soft and round face expressed childish naivety. He wants to get into shape. Rayan was surprised, but he didn't show it. He didn't care. Dorian beamed and profusely thanked him. Then he reached into his backpack. There is not much of it. He handed the boy a cookie. He should try it. It is delicious. Rayan wasn't going to take anything from the hands of a stranger child. He's fine. He can take it. However, the boy did not finish the sentence. Seeing Runan's interested look, Rayan was hanging in his hand with the cookie. Why was she staring at him like that? Somewhat belatedly, the boy realized that her eyes were finally staring not at him, but at the cookie that was in his hands. He handed the candy to the silent girl, and another strange child clung to him. Still, they formed a small group, helping each other train in the gym. One day followed another, dates on the calendar changed, and the children continued to train. Rayan was proud of his results. His body was becoming stronger and more robust every day. Finally, autumn came, and leaves began to fall from the trees. The temperature gradually dropped, and at night it was very cold. Half a year of training has already passed, and soon it will be time to show the results. Rayan spent time every day getting himself in order. The backs of those who blocked his path on the first day of training no longer appeared before his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he focused on the few who still remained ahead of him. He practiced hard until there were only two of them left, Runan and Buren. And so time passed and the morning of the testing day arrived. It was an important day for each of the participants. The exam was open, so many parents were present. When the arena was filled with spectators, the instructor came out to read a speech, thanking everyone for making this journey. This time, all the security guards are present, so he asks everyone present to follow the rules and move in an orderly manner. The King of Essence had been on edge since the morning, hoping that the boy remembered their deal. He still couldn't surpass those two, so he had to prepare to face the wrath of the Essence King. Rayan responded calmly. A test is something completely different. No one knows what will happen. More importantly, what is Dorian doing there? The boy was shaking with fear. He's just a little nervous about the test, letting off some steam. She brought cookies, and in a quiet voice, she asked Rayan to eat. The boy was about to refuse her when he met Buren's contemptuous gaze. Why is he surrounded by only such people? All too emotional, all too on edge, and most importantly, they don't leave him alone. Rayon was so busy that he didn't notice that his mother and maid were also present. Their Rayon stands there so confidently, he endured 6 months of difficult training. And it seems like he made some friends too, Sylvia laughed happily. With his character, this is not surprising. The young gentleman has never been understanding since childhood, and now he already has friends. How proud his mother is of him. The cheerful mood quickly faded when the instructor introduced the head of the Seighart house. Glenn Seighart walked onto the stage, his gait firm and confident. The crowd was alarmed, and the head of the house came to see for himself. His appearance caused such a stir because the old man had never come before. Rimmer was also pleasantly surprised that the head of the house was doing this here. Glenn gave a mysterious answer. This event will decide the future of the house, and he reacts as if he should not be here. Rimmer laughed, but there was a timid note in his voice. Welcome. Since even the head of the house has arrived, they have no time to idle. They will immediately begin the official testing. Well, both guests and participants should be prepared. Now the conditions of the test that they were all so interested in will be revealed. The children felt goosebumps run across their skin, and the entire arena was filled with the instructor's aura. They have to break through his pressure. That's what the whole test is about. Pressure is just one of the essential characteristics of a warrior. This test will determine the level of development of this ability. Someone from the crowd shouted out that he was against it. The children had only recently learned about aura, why they were forcing them to face pressure. There are also children who have not learned about aura at all. The blood pressure test is too much. Not to mention that some children said that their instructor simply slept during lessons. What kind of test is this? Pressure is not just a type of aura. True pressure is the level of the soul that a warrior increases through achievements. This is a warrior merit that can be obtained without an aura. The man wanted to be indignant again, but someone's voice from the side interrupted him. He was partly right. The head of the house said that a person can only receive pressure through his way of life, but the man became embarrassed. Rimmer grinned. Of course, his master would support him. Even a person without an aura can have incredible pressure based on the difficulty of training. The elf didn't doubt his master for a second. That's all. He's sure that now no one has any questions about the test. Then they will forget about arguing and immediately begin it. Runan will go first. Everyone should step back. The pressure he's putting on her now should be just the right level for her to surpass him after some good training. If the girl can overcome it and touch the elf, then she will pass the test. It's time to start. Everything around is blazing with green light. The wind rose so strong that it almost knocked the girl off her feet, but she managed to stay on her feet. Rimmer immediately read her thoughts. If she uses aura, she will immediately fail. He wants her to pass this test only thanks to the willpower she developed through training. Runan closed her eyes and let her hair whip her face as she slowly took one step at a time. But the closer she got to the instructor, the harder each step became. Finally, making a final dash, the girl took a wide step forward and grabbed the instructor by the hand. Rimmer patted the top of her head and praised her. Excellent. He sees the results of her hard work and wishes she would continue with the same attitude. When the instructor announced Dorian's name, the boy's stomach twisted, wondering why he was next. There was a smile in the instructor's voice. He chooses the order himself, so let him come out quickly. He saw what Runan was doing. He also wished the boy would use only his willpower to break through the pressure. The boy was shaking with fear and his own uncertainty, but Rimmer was not going to reassure him. No matter what he says about his weak willpower, if he can't handle it, then he will fail. The first wave of pressure from the instructor washed over Dorian, and he squatted down, unable to cope with it. Rayon carefully observed and analyzed how the instructor created a certain level of pressure on each person. He adjusts the amount of pressure released, depending on the children's level and the amount of training they have received, meaning he has really been monitoring each one. Dorian touched his hand. Rimmer beamed. He had completely recovered and was now passing. However, with his skills, he has too little confidence. Rimmer advises to keep his head up from now on. Time passed. The elf called the children one after another, then the next. Finally, it was Buren Seihart's turn, and the boy stepped forward confidently. The instructor's lips stretched into a sly smile. They will begin right away. Rimmer crossed his arms over his chest and released a powerful stream of aura. Buren almost lost his balance. The wind whistled in his ears, and through this, he needed to get to the instructor. The muscles were shaking from the tension. Everything was not at all as it seemed from the outside. How did Runan endure this? Buren slowly sank to the ground, unable to move at all. With each passing second, he sank lower and lower. Rimmer's voice sounded distant and indifferent. He was definitely more talented than the others. He, like everyone else who listened to him, wasted their time. What was the point of empty fencing? They needed not to waste time, but to train their body and willpower. And as soon as the opportunity arose, the boy used aura. If he did the same now, he would immediately fail. Buren gritted his teeth. He couldn't allow this to happen. He would never forget how his father didn't let his older brother home. He will never forget his cold, furious eyes. If he does not overcome overcome this, the same fate awaits him. A strong fear brought him to his feet. Only one thought was beating in his head. He couldn't repeat his brother's scenario. His leg muscles were burning with tension, but he didn't pay attention to it, taking slow step after step. By the end of his journey, the boy was practically crawling. He could barely reach the instructor's shin with his hand. He's still only 12. He better stop pretending to be an adult and train according to his age. If he looks only in front of him, he will not notice the branches that are creeping up on his legs from behind. Now, the elf turned his half-closed eyes to the boy and grinned. Rayan knew he was next even before Rimmer said his name. The man's face didn't reveal what he was thinking, but inside, Rimmer was smiling with anticipation. He laughed. The boy is the last one for today. Is he ready? As soon as Rayan gave an affirmative answer, the elf released a powerful stream of aura. Rayan staggered for a moment, but stood up. It seemed to him that everything was still not so heavy. Immediately after this thought, the pressure from the instructor almost doubled. It was visible even from the stands. Sylvia could not restrain herself and called her son by name. Glenn Seahart himself was shocked by the pressure, but not a muscle in his face moved. Rayan strained every muscle in his body just to stay in place. This was definitely his test. Reimer just laughed. He wasn't sure, but his talent definitely surpassed Runan and Buren. The instructor's eyes were glowing maniacally. Let him try to endure this. Rayan was just finding the strength to stand still, his whole body breaking out in a light sweat. The soul level is not stored in the body, but in the soul, and now it has reached not only the level of Rayan Seihart, he also retained the level of his past life as a Rayon assassin. The boy closed his eyes, concentrated, and finally took the first hesitant step. For the first time, his instructor looked surprised that he could really overcome it. Glenn Seihart watched silently, his expression cool, but inside he was raging. The boy quickly approached the elf. He was so surprised that he almost took a step back. This is simply beyond the impossible. Rayon approached the instructor and touched his torso. Everyone was so absorbed in this spectacle that there was practically dead silence in the arena. Still in shock, Rimmer reduced the pressure to nothing. Rayan felt weak all over, but he still found the strength to smile, and he succeeded. He just went through as much pressure as it's possible to go through. He did it, the same guy who was rumored to be sick. The boy's action wiped the smug grin off Rimmer's face, and he now looked rather puzzled. A child who didn't even have an aura, he couldn't find the right words. The elf just continued to look at him with wide eyes and an open mouth. Then he frowned slightly and looked the boy up and down with a narrowed gaze, wondering what he was all about. He asks because Rayon Seihart has exceeded the value of those 6 months of training. The instructor has created pressure beyond his abilities. He decided to do it just to have some fun, but he didn't think the boy would get through it. Rimmer fell silent again, frowning, the corners of his lips turning down. Then, coming to his senses, he again put on his carefree mask. It seems that he was mainly focused on training, a little distracted. Rayan Seihart was their last member. Now we have a list of the best students that they are all so curious about. The best student of the 5th training ground. The instructor took a significant pause, maintaining everyone's interest. He smiled and pointed towards the blonde head of Rayon Seihart. Sylvia's tears of worry turned to tears of joy. Her son was the best student. However, many of those present were perplexed. It was hard to believe that Rayan Seihart was the best student. Buren was furious. Everything around him was covered in a scarlet haze. He wouldn't accept this. It was a lie. Rimmer raised an eyebrow, wondering what he was lying about. Rayon is inferior to the boy in endurance, strength, and talent, and he will not accept the fact that someone like him has become the best student. Buren was in despair. Scenes with his father and brother flashed before his eyes. Rayon seemed to have cheated somehow. Many of the parents present also did not want to accept this fact, so they agreed with the boy. This also sounds plausible. How could he become a top disciple with the Frost Curse? Many heard that he doesn't even have an aura. Perhaps he simply bribed the instructor, given the rumors about Coach Rimmer. It is possible. They were warriors of House Seihart, Buren suggested, to determine the locations they should fight rather than undergo such tests. The instructor chuckled, mentally calling the boy naive. Does Buren Seihart really crave the position of the best student so much? After his words, the boy became embarrassed and blushed. Taking advantage of his confusion, Rimmer addressed everyone. Unfortunately, the test was already over. Then he turned his cunning green eyes to the head of the house, wondering what he thought they should do. Rayan's grandfather turned a heavy gaze on him. It seemed that the others did not agree with the results, whether he wanted to duel with Buren. The boy standing behind him chuckled. This was his chance. But what was his disappointment when Rayan loudly and calmly gave a negative answer? The test is over. The results have been announced. He doesn't want to arrange a duel without benefit for himself. Buren always talked about a straight line and honor. He didn't expect him to lose like that. Buren blushed again. He dared to humiliate him in front of everyone. However, Glenn still insisted on a duel. Whoever takes the position of the best student will receive a bronze token. Rayon pricked up his ears and froze in place. Bronze token. Tokens are awarded based on how a member of the Seighart family has performed, and their number varies depending on the rewards, which are issued personally by the head of the family. Rayon will have to get something good. It seems his grandfather is not particularly happy with his position either. The boy had no choice but to agree. Glenn Seighart nodded, then they will start right now. This time, the best student will be determined by the family. Buren pierced his rival with a contemptuous look. It will be a one-round duel. If they use aura or weapons, they will be disqualified. They can only use their body. Well, Rimmer raised his palm up and smiled. Legiso no katore, ayo alakuare, second sakian sir yakijoburum guisuayas, raisama kurencho alderiors. Buren had no intention of waiting. Filled with rage, he was the first to attack. Rayon barely managed to dodge. His opponent acted very quickly. Before he could come to his senses, he saw Buren's leg rapidly moving towards his face. Rayon felt a wave of anger rise inside him, and he blocked the blow. This is the Abyssal Tiger Fist, which was given to Buren personally by his father. Nothing was said about hand-to-hand combat techniques, so this is not a scam. Many of the spectators clapped in delight, as expected from Sir Buren, and his opponent is incapable of anything. Buren continued to deliver a series of blows without a break. He is weaker than him from the sideline, and he dared to encroach on his place. Buren needn't worry. They don't need such pathetic weaklings. His father's voice echoed in his ears. Buren must not disappoint him. His father is watching him. He must show his strength. His fists have become stronger. There is no way he can lose to someone like him now. However, Rayon did not give up. Even though he did not have time to deliver a counterattack, he dodged it perfectly. In some cases, the situation was dangerous, with his opponent's fists almost grazing his face. He sees them, his fists, his flow of mana, and his attacks are clear to him. Buren was drinking in his own anger and asked if Rayon Seighart was giving up. Shouting that he would finish him off, the boy was about to deliver the finishing blow. However, Rayon was prepared for this. Why would he ask? Transferring his entire body weight into his fist, the boy struck. His blow was so powerful that Buren was sent flying backwards. Rayon had no intention of stopping. He was already preparing his other hand to strike. Buren felt his strength leaving him. His stomach exploded with intense pain. Even though he was afraid to look at his father, he could already imagine what expression he would have on his face. There were gasps of surprise. The boy used the Abyss Tiger Fist technique. How is that possible? Buren lay on the ground, unable to rise, as his opponent was able to use the Abyssal Tiger Fist. Rayon felt irritated. What a stupid question. He showed it himself. He simply repeated his opponent's technique. Whispers ran through the stands. It made no sense. How could he even do it? Is it possible that this boy was somehow secretly given the technology, and if not, how? Hundreds of eyes stared at Rayon, some with disdain, some with shock. This was impossible. Everything inside Buren was seething with anger. Never in his life had he felt so humiliated. Rimmer was also at a loss for words. This child was simply something. He was able to nullify the Abyssal Tiger Fist by using the outline strike in the opposite direction. Just being able to read his opponent's technique is enough to be called a genius, and he was even able to repeat it. Such talent can reach the peak of the entire continent, which is exactly what the Seighart family needs. A heavenly talent, a soldier who adapts quickly and learns just as quickly. The elf grinned as he assumed the fight was over. The result was obvious to everyone present. He hugged the boy and threw his hand down. The winner is Rein Seighart. The exam is over. Sylvia immediately jumped up from her seat, descending from the podium, finally able to hug her son. She hadn't seen him for so long. She was so worried about him. She missed him so much, and her feelings were mutual. Rayon felt a little embarrassed and hugged his mother back. Only the King of Essences was indifferent to this scene. He growled in his ear that he was hungry, demanding that he go home quickly. Many parents were happy and delighted for their children, and they were filled with pride because they had managed everything. However, Buren's father did not come down from the stands to embrace him. The boy was accompanied only by his butler. When he tore his shame-faced gaze from the ground, his insides felt as if they had been frozen with cold. The father's look said it all. He doesn't even want to see him. With one last stern look at his son, the man turned and left the crowd. Buren began to choke. A little more, and tears would come to his eyes. Guilt and self-hatred filled his thoughts as he wondered how he could have messed up so badly. But he knew that this was not the end, as a conversation with his father awaited him in the evening. When the butler led him into his father's office, he sat with his back to him, and it was difficult to understand what he was thinking. Buren drooped and cowered, filled with fear. When his father called him by name, his voice was low and cold, and the boy flinched. Why did he leave for training? His father told him to return as the best student and never lose to anyone. The man slowly turned to face him. Right, it wasn't that hard to remember. He also told him to go around the Salion's house. He should have crushed Rayon with a better student, okay girl, but he lost to that piece of shit from the sideline. Does he really want to completely disgrace him, or does he want to become the same as the third and fourth brothers? Buren has already missed his first chance. They will choose the best student of the class after the announcement of the grades. The boy must definitely get this place. Not wanting to talk to him anymore, the father turned away from him again, telling him to go away. As Buren returned to his room, his father's words played in his head, even though he dared not miss this opportunity. Anger at himself and that damned Rayon Saighart filled him with rage, and he cursed and punched the wall. The boy was shaking slightly. He barely realized where he was, all because of this bastard. Damn, how is that possible? He would definitely never lose to him. Small beads of sweat rolled down his forehead and fell into his eyes. His eyes were burning, and as he continued walking, the guy ran his hand over his face. Stopping in front of a tall building, he slowly began to come to his senses as to why he had come here. Probably just out of habit. While I was wandering wherever my eyes looked, still not understanding why he came here, the guy headed to the gym with doubt. It was cool. There was absolute silence. No one was there. The exam had just ended. Not knowing what to do with his hands, Buren grabbed the first dumbbell he came across and lifted it. He made a couple of lifts before his focus shifted to something else. An idea crept into his head. Perhaps it wasn't in vain that he came here after all. Lockers with all the participants' things were here, including Rayon's things. The boy didn't even understand how in an instant he found himself at the lockers, as if he was pulled there by an unprecedented force. Just take a look, right? He won't steal anything. He'll just take a look. Still feeling a little unsure, Buren slowly opened the closet door, his eyes widening in surprise. There was nothing in the locker except a huge box of shoes. Why did he need all these shoes? Even with the naked eye, it's clear that there are at least 100 pairs here. He wore out that many in just 6 months. Buren was puzzled. In those 6 months, he had only changed his shoes twice. For a moment, there was a void in the boy's head. Yes, if you think back, Rayon always trained and spent a lot of time in the gym. When Buren ignored basic training and swung his sword, or when he was relaxing comfortably in the dorm, even though he carried the true spirit of the Saigharts, he continued to do the opposite. The boy realized that his anger had disappeared somewhere, leaving only regret and remorse. The sight of the pair of dumbbells left by the bench and the worn-out shoes made him feel terrible, and he still hoped that by looking into his opponent's locker, he would reveal his dirty secrets. Silently, the guy returned the worn-out shoes to their place and closed the locker. With an uneasy feeling, he left the gym and continued to wander around the campgrounds. He seems to have made up his mind and gained confidence. It's hard to believe. The Essence King has lived for hundreds of years, but never met anyone like him. The spirit flew right up to him. What is he anyway? By winning the bet, Rayon gained the ability to perceive the snow flower. It was an ability that increased his sensitivity. Now it's 1 star, so it only increases it by 10%. The King of Essence's senses allow him to sense things 10 times faster than normal senses would allow. It sounds good, but why exactly that name? Rayon chuckled. No matter how much he thinks, he's bad at coming up with names. The King of Essences exploded in a fit of rage again. Who would talk? Rayon was walking in the park during the day when the butler reported that Glenn had called the boy. Sylvia was immediately alarmed, wondering if her son had done something wrong. The butler smiled, trying to reassure her that she didn't need to worry. The head of the house personally wants to reward her son with a bronze token. Entering the main hall, Rayon bowed, greeting the head of the house. Glenn frowned. Even though he didn't like it, he had to keep his promise. At his signal, the butler brought out a tray on which was a bronze badge. As he promised, Rayon Saighart is rewarded with a bronze token. In the future, when he returns it, he will be able to request any item that matches his rank. Rayon didn't answer, only thoughtfully examining the token. Then he would like to ask his grandfather for something right now. He raised his eyebrows when he heard his grandson say his daughter's name. What should a boy do to restore his mother's former position in society? There was silence in the room for a moment. Glenn didn't know what to answer. Does he really mean that she belongs to the direct line of their family? That's right. Rayon mentally noted that his grandfather had softened a little. Why was that? Achievement. This will be possible after making an achievement that is recognized by the whole house. It is not as easy as it seems. Trying to please everyone at once is like trying to reach for the stars. Almost impossible, especially for someone like him. Rayon didn't back down, but his grandfather didn't say it was impossible. The boy put the token back on the tray, grateful to the head of the house for the reward. Then, having bowed, the boy headed towards the exit. However, Glenn Saighart stopped him. Rayon was quite surprised. He did not ask for a reward. He only asked a question. Rayon was puzzled. He would never have thought that the destructive king of the north would say something like that. His grandfather's voice sounded firm. He must voice his wish. Rayon was already thinking about something, about what he needed most right now. He needs cultivation techniques, which his trainers will teach him after he starts basic training. However, he needs an aura cultivation technique that is much better than what they teach him in basic training. He wants better at the bronze token level. His cultivation from his past life is not enough to restore Sylvia's position and cut off Dearest's head. He needs an impeccably strong aura. Glenn Seighart thought about it. Cultivation technique. Then, he snapped his fingers and the doors to the next room swung open. The boy was surrounded by shelves containing hundreds of thousands of books. His eyes were dazzled by the cabinets, which were so tall that a ladder was needed to reach the top shelves. He was so amazed that his voice became thinner. It was one of the Seighart bookcases. If he brings his hand to its center, the book that he needs most will immediately appear. Rayon was still in shock and nodded silently. He extended his hand and prayed for something better than the shadow cultivation technique, for something useful to appear. Concentrating on his thoughts, he stretched his hand as high as he could. One of the books on the highest bookshelf began to shake, then slowly rose into the air. Rayon took a closer look at the old and worn book. While he was carried away by her, he did not notice how the faces of his grandfather and the butler changed. Glenn Seighart raised his voice. The book hung in the air, its pages rustling quietly. How did he even get it? The boy came closer and awkwardly began to turn over the worn pages, reading the text. His interest grew. What kind of technique is this cultivation of 10,000 lights? He became frightened when the pages began to turn by themselves, faster and faster. A powerful gust of wind whistled in his ears, and the book's aura shone even brighter, blinding his eyes. Glenn Seighart stood frozen in place, unable to move, the memories completely absorbing him. Does he really think that Sylvia is distant from the members of the house? He doesn't need to know this. Right now, their priority is growing at home. He needs to get back to work. Sylvia got close to another man and left the house. There is no need to report such trifles to him. After days of thinking only about home and leaving emotions for later, he was able to gain military power. She surpassed the demonic wall. He received a huge expansion of territory and greater influence at home. But there were still losses. They say that his adopted son and granddaughter were attacked. The attackers were the twin ghosts from Eden, who had previously been dealt with by Lady Sylvia. She herself seems to be okay, but the other two were killed, considering how sudden the attack was. It's impossible to save them anymore. There's so much blood, it's a shame. Eventually, he regained his emotions, but nothing can bring back the past. So even if Rayon and Sylvia hate him this time, he will protect them. What the heck? Rayon's body and mind, something seems to be flowing into them. Glenn Seighart was finally freed from the pressure of the memories as he spoke, his voice hoarse. It was the first time the boy had seen Glenn's expression, like what he had just done. Rayon didn't know either. He only remembered that the cultivation technique had disappeared right in his hands. There was a worried tone in my grandfather's voice. What was the name of this book? The boy looked at his palms. A new and unknown power was accumulating in them. In a low voice, he quietly said the name, 10,000 Lights Cultivation. He just said that he remembered all the contents. The boy nodded. That's right. His grandfather's voice changed subtly. Okay, that's pretty good. He cut it off abruptly. His reward was over. He could leave. Rayon was puzzled. Something strange had happened just now. So why was his grandfather completely indifferent to it? Glenn Seighart waited a moment until his grandson's footsteps outside the door were no longer audible. The cultivation technique that Little Master Rayon obtained is not what the butler is thinking by any chance. Glenn Seighart leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes tiredly. Just the right thing. This is a technique that the first patriarch, Seighart, possessed. After him, no one in the entire history of the house was able to either receive or read it. Who would have thought that the boy could? If this were to become known, both the boy and Lady Sylvia could be in danger, but the old man reassured him that no one knew about this technique. But another important question emerged. Why did the book disappear? In any case, no one would have been able to learn this technique if it weren't for this child. The book would have simply rotted on the shelves. There was doubt in the old man's voice. It seemed that things would change a little. Still puzzled, Rayon returned to his room, feeling a new strength filling him. It's strange why he gave it to him for such equipment. Not only a silver but also a gold token would not be enough. It is in no way inferior to the legendary Ring of Fire, and learning it will definitely not hurt. However, the knowledge he received was too complex and extensive. It was difficult for Rayon to delve into it and master it. No matter how hard he tried to catch the light of power that was born within him, it deftly eluded him. He tried to get himself in the mood again, but the feeling of failure did not leave him, ruining his mood. The boy shook his head, opening his eyes. He couldn't again. This is not the first time he has tried, but collecting the aura is too difficult. Of course, he did not intend to learn the technique in one go. The King of Essence's voice changed subtly and became more ingratiating. It seemed he was having a very difficult time. You need to be careful if someone touches it while cultivating. It can be dangerous. Rayon was wary. The spirit had never been so calm with him. What he had planned, but still, Wrath was right. Cultivation absorbs mana to strengthen the aura in the energy center. If someone interrupts it at such a crucial crucial moment, its mana flows may be broken. And because of his cold curse, the danger only increases, so he shouldn't interfere either. Rayan frowned as the spirit smirked slyly. He was just curious. The boy's face instantly changed as he realized the spirit's motives. The essence's voice dropped to a whisper. Just once, he must allow the Essence King to interrupt his cultivation. Rayan tried to suppress his fear, but then he would have to absorb the destroyed body. But for the spirit, it was not important. He, a man, could not surpass it. However, if his limbs are cut off or his energy center explodes, the Essence King will be able to restore them. When his body is crumbling and he is ready to give up, that will be the best opportunity for the spirit. He only said it once. That's right, Rayan can't wait to see how he attacks him now. The spirit was sure that the boy was bluffing because the King of Essence could pierce his mind at any moment. Rayan realized that he had become too accustomed to him. The Essence King was truly his enemy, an emissary from the devilry, trying to obtain his body whenever the opportunity arose. He thought he had finally given up because it had been quite a while, and he would have to be more careful. It's time to take care of her. It's definitely not a coincidence that she comes here every night. Rayan headed to the window, and sure enough, his nighttime guest was there again. The boy was determined to deal with her. A lot of time had passed. He would return to his old job. On the shore, by the large lake that was located under his window, sat a red-haired girl. Lately, he's been just talking to himself hour after hour, but she still has something she'd like to report. Judiel didn't expect that he would obtain such an advanced cultivation technique with just a bronze token. Moreover, the flow of mana she felt from the boy's aura cultivation was, to put it mildly, outstanding. This information will definitely be important for the Central Palace of Martial Arts. It needs to be delivered as quickly as possible. Even though the girl is doing this on orders, this boy is just a child. I wonder how much more she will have to dig under him. Having finished describing the events of the last few days, Judiel lowered him onto the calm surface of the water. She felt someone's presence nearby, but it was too late. The blade of a sharp knife was presented to her neck, forcing her to freeze in place. Rayan's voice was cold as ice. If she opened her mouth, she would die. He continued, if she moves, she will die too. Then he ordered to lower his gaze and look at the lake. Judiel felt a trickle of sweat run down her back. Who was it? How can this man exude such killing intent? However, the reflection in the water was the answer to her question. This child was haunting her. Rayan had been constantly aware of the girl's gaze on him since the very first day she had started working in the annex. Was she able to obtain some important information? After this question, the girl's heart sank somewhere. Judiel thought she was completely invisible. Was the boy pretending not to notice her? Rayan pressed the blade lightly against her neck, ordering her to open her mouth. Then he slowly brought some kind of pill to her lips, carefully pushing it in. While Judiel was trying to push the pill she had involuntarily swallowed back down, the boy reached for the letter. He doesn't see what she wrote in this letter. It's a special paper that requires a special reaction to read. Out loud, he began to thoughtfully list water, earth, fire, the wind, the moonlight, and at the last moment, the girl's face involuntarily changed. Rayan chuckled, so it was moonlight after all. Judiel was frightened, he learned, but the boy began to list names. Eris Seighart, Karin Seighart. Her face changed again, so it was his order. It was impossible. Her expression was emotionless. She had trained for years to be a flawless spy. This burning pain in her body, the fact that he can read her thoughts without any problem. There can only be one explanation for all this. It's all about the pill he recently fed her. Her insides nodded as she realized she had swallowed the worm of rage. Karun Seighart had ordered her to go to the annex 6 months ago and send him information about Sylvia and her son. If the girl copes well with this task, then he will reward her with this. Judiel no longer feigned composure. Her voice trembled with fear, wondering if he had fed her the worm of rage. Rayan's eyes widened so she knew what it was. His voice became quieter. Who would have thought? He was surprised. Realizing what was inside her, the girl felt nausea rising in her throat. The fury worm was known as one of the worst curses in the world, as it allowed the target to be killed whenever the creator wished. She sent these letters to Karun. She is probably a spy from the Central Palace of Martial Arts. Her operation probably started 7 months ago. After the justice ceremony, she did a good job of investigating. Not only about him and his mother, but also about Helen and the other servants. Judiel felt like she was losing touch with reality. She thought this mission would be easy. Obtain information about Rayon, an ordinary child, and Sylvia, whose body was mutilated. It seemed like an easy task, but there was a real monster living inside the boy. The girl became hysterical. She will rewrite the letter and will not reveal the whole truth. Rayon cut her off. Even if she changed everything, Karn would find out about him sooner or later. This will only make the man realize her incompetence. Rayan's smile was terrifying. From now on, she would be his double agent, to lay out obvious things about him, but at the same time, hide more important information, and also to obtain information about Karuna. Under the intense gaze of his bloodthirsty scarlet eyes, the girl nodded as he wished. The next time she comes, Rayan will be expecting useful information. He abandoned the girl, leaving her completely alone on the shore. The boy would never have used the rage worm. He simply fed her poison, which is why there was severe pain. The spirit was puzzled, so he read her thoughts without the worm of rage. Based on various factors, certain facts can be understood, others do not know. But he is not like that. After this, while the boy was immersed in his worries and affairs, the day came to go to the training ground. At the same time, although he trained constantly, he also was unable to form an aura until the very day of departure. However, Rayan had enough time and energy to prepare in time, and no obstacles would stand in his way. He couldn't say that the feeling he had when he appeared on the court was pleasant. About 42 people passed by. Just think. Only a quarter. Rimmer is really strict when it comes to results. A voice that gave him goosebumps brought him out of his thoughts. Those dull, empty eyes, reminiscent of a fish's, were once again watching him. Runan. The girl stood next to him without saying anything, and Rayan was puzzled again. A few days ago, the Salian house. Young Mr. Rayan helped their daughter train, and her parents were pleasantly surprised. The mother reminded the girl that she was absolutely obliged to thank her friend. But during their training, the girl said absolutely nothing to him. After all, Dad said never to start a dialogue with boys. Her mother laughed awkwardly. After laughing, the woman tried to explain to her daughter that when it comes to expressing gratitude, gender doesn't matter. If she is helped, she should always thank people. It is simple politeness. Runan was quite surprised. She had never thought of it that way. The girl slowly opened her mouth, then uttered words of gratitude, and Rayan felt even more puzzled. This behavior of the girl scared even the spirit of essence. Why did she do this all of a sudden? Runan was proud of herself. She did it. Finally, Dorian appeared in the arena. How are they doing? Dorian kept talking and talking. Rayan didn't even have time to get a word in edgewise. It would be very lucky that his friend was the best student if Mr. Buren had been the best. The boy let out a shrill scream as the object of his condemnation appeared behind him. When he fell to the ground, Buren only gave him a contemptuous look and then moved on. He came so close to Rayan that the boy felt his breath on his cheek. Rayan felt a faint wave of anger begin to itch under his skin. Buren continued to look at him silently with a serious gaze, not looking away for a second. Then he apologized. He lost initially and showed the boy his worst side. He admits it. Buren bowed slightly and continued, but he would not give up. No matter how hard he tries, he'll beat Rayan Seighart. He turned around, continuing to mutter under his breath. He would never back down or give in. Rayan and the Essence King exchanged glances. Today was definitely a strange day. Just think, a 13-year-old has such thoughts. It's still a family matter. The king and the Essences were furious. He still hadn't figured out his place, even after they had beaten the crap out of him. The Essence King continued cursing when a low male voice rumbled through the arena. Rimmer apologized. He drank too much wine the other day and overslept. Then the man laughed heartily. They had also rested during this time, hadn't they? He congratulates everyone on passing the testing. Training will begin today, or rather, right now. Overall, their exercises will be the same, but a few workout routines will be added. The first is the aura cultivation technique. A deafening roar from somewhere behind him did not allow him to finish. The main gates to the arena swung open, and a girl stood in the doorway. Oddly enough, her first word in front of her students was swearing, and she almost got into trouble because of that damn door. Rimmer smiled. Finally, she was here. He didn't supervise her, but she was one of the failed students from the last batch. Since they will now be studying together, the children can say hello. Martha Seighart, from her frowning expression, it was immediately clear that she was causing a lot of trouble. The girl ran a dissatisfied glance over the crowd, assessing each of her fellow students. Rimmer smiled. She was kind, even though she didn't seem so. Marta didn't let him finish. First of all, who of them was the better student here? She can't stand it when someone worse than her gets cocky and wants to check this bastard out personally. Her predatory smile was so wide that her entire row of teeth was visible. She began to tease. She wanted to fight. Marta leaned forward. Come on, is he afraid to fight? Are the stars always not aligned here? Why is he being punished like this? He, Rayan Seighart, the top student, the boy stepped forward. Martha looked him over appraisingly from head to toe, then laughed deep in her throat. He doesn't look like that at all, although that's not important. Her knuckles cracked as she flexed her fists. Less talk, more action. Buren tried to intervene, asking why Marta was behaving so dishonestly. The girl's gaze burned with rage, which he barked at the older one. She will kill him if he continues to spout mindless nonsense. Marta will give him some advice. Next time he should choose his words carefully. Rayon Seighart was voted the top student by his instructor and the head of the house, but she says she disagrees with their opinions. The girl's voice was full of venom. She reminds that he also made a scene at that time, didn't he? Her eyebrows are like a house, so that's what she does. He doesn't want to see the pathetic ugliness that he showed himself earlier. Buren involuntarily clenched his fists. A strange feeling came over Rayon. Buren had changed a lot. Runan Salian stepped forward, shielding the boy with her body, her voice calm. Let him go. She absolutely loves all their friendly love. That's how trash takes care of each other. The girl decided to back down. She would be wrong if she continued, right? Okay, she'll be a bad girl. Martha laughed out loud. She can't stand cowards who hide behind other people's backs. They are worse than any egoists. Buren and Runan didn't have time to react in time when the girl suddenly went on the attack. In just an instant, she slipped between them, preparing to strike Rayon. But imagine her surprise when her fist never made contact with Rayon's face. Not only did he easily dodge, but he also went on the attack. Despite her surprise, as it was the first time someone had managed to dodge her unexpected attack, Martha still managed to put up a defense. Her elbow was so powerful that the boy was sent flying backwards. Buren was afraid for his classmate because the blow was quite powerful. Rimmer didn't interfere with the situation. There were no serious injuries, so for now, you can just watch. Martha Seighart froze in a defensive pose, still in shock. A laugh escaped her lips, and she seemed to be enjoying the situation. The girl gathered an aura around herself, and the temperature in the arena became significantly higher. Straining her leg muscles, she pushed them into the ground, and it cracked. Rayon Seighart may not have any hope of getting back on his feet once she's done with him. Rimmer barely had time to intervene, grabbing the girl by the wrist. Enough. Martha was so immersed in a state of rage that she didn't notice him approaching. The guys don't think they're underestimating him too much, but it's still annoying when they pretend he's not there. Buren and Runan learned aura, which can't be said about Rayon. It's unfair to win with such an advantage. Rimmer smiled. He would give it to her with Rayon when he gained an aura. An enraged Martha headed for the exit. The elf ordered the boy to return too. The Essence King was furious at what he was doing. He dared to just let go of the girl who attacked them. Rayon tried to calm him down. He had also struck a blow, but the spirit considered it insufficient. Now is not the time. It would be much better to fight when he needs something from her. And now he can blackmail her with his position as the best student. He just needs to wait. The sun was setting towards the horizon, but training at the camp still did not end. Their t-shirts were sticking to their bodies with sweat. Their muscles were burning, but the children continued to work. A male voice said, "Okay, 10-minute break." As expected, it's not easy, not that difficult for Buren, but he would like to get a combination of high-level techniques. Buren turned his interested gaze to Rayon. He had been watching him a lot lately. Although the boy only started a month ago, he was making great progress. Even it took him a month to learn the 7 forms fist. At this rate, he can learn fencing at the same time. Yet, it seems he is not alone in feeling the pressure of his growth rate. He turned his indifferent gaze to Martha, who was going crazy not far from him. No need to go to a fortune teller. He knew that she had exactly the same feeling. The girl lowered her sword in a fit of rage. Rayon Seighart is learning all these techniques for the first time. But how does he do it so quickly, since he didn't study in advance, like Buren and Runan? Moreover, his body is susceptible to the frost curse, since he can train all day long with such a body. Her talent is frightening. That's what people have always said about her. Even when she was adopted into the Seighart house, she was always a hunter. Marta was better than the members of the direct and secondary lines, who only chatted about being geniuses. She ridiculed them every time they despaired, because in reality, she was always a genius. She was always the best. But the key word was, now she is consumed by such anxiety that she can hardly cope. After the training, the butler praised her. "Miss Martha did a great job today." The girl felt a pang of guilt, because in reality, everything felt exactly the opposite. The butler noticed her strange, taciturn reaction, but said nothing. But he still decided to cheer the girl up. She didn't need to worry so much. Martha took his words with hostility. She turned around sharply, asking what he meant. Everyone knew that the boy had been showing great results recently, but she would never face defeat at the hands of young Master Rayon. If he never defeats her, how does the butler know about it? Because the young master has a critical weakness that he can never get rid of. Rayon swung his sword with vigor despite the painful calluses on his palms. His muscles ached and he felt very tired, but the feeling of his own strength gave him pleasure. A couple of his classmates approached him awkwardly. They wanted to ask him something about posture. However, the boys quickly became embarrassed. They still couldn't turn to him, but his fencing skills were truly magnificent. Martha's voice was much louder. It drowned out the boys' voices. Magnificent, amazing. She didn't expect him to train on par with her in such a short period of time. time. He is more than a genius, a quick learner, and his voice was dripping with sarcasm. But because he has poor mana sensitivity, all of this is pointless. It's a shame that his talent will lead to nothing. Although, she laughed briefly. Maybe he will at least become a fencing instructor. Everyone was silent. It would be more expensive for them to interfere with Marta. Rimmer did not interfere for now. Martha was pleased with her influence on the others. No one says anything, as expected. No one would have thought that this idiot would still not master the aura even after 4 months. The butler told her all this. The young master has no talent when it comes to aura. Martha probably doesn't know, because it was before she was adopted, but at the evaluation ceremony, young Master Rayan's receptivity to his mother was at its lowest. The only person who has yet to study the aura in the 5th training hall is young Master Rayan. Plus, the bronze plaque will only give him a training technique that will be either average or slightly higher, which is hardly better than normal. But given that he still has to master the teaching technique, he is confident that the results of the evaluation ceremony were correct. Rayan may be the most talented in swordsmanship and combat, but if he can't work well with aura, then he won't be able to become a real martial arts master. Martha was happy with this state of affairs. She's still angry that she lost to that boy, but he will never get ahead of her. She looked over her shoulder. He wasn't the one she should be worrying about first. Runan stood nearby like a silent shadow, simply watching and not making a sound. Marta didn't want to admit it, but the sight of this girl sent shivers down her spine. She wanted to say something. Runan's answer was laconic, let him go. Is that all she wanted to say? The girl repeated herself again, let her go. You need to take an advanced class, one meant for straight bloodlines only. Martha walked past her, shaking her hair. Since she didn't turn around, she didn't see Runan's empty fish eyes following her all the way to the exit. It had been dark for a long time already. The hall was empty, except for one person. His legs were giving out completely, and Rayan sat down tiredly on the bench. With a trembling hand, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. That was enough for today. It's funny, on the battlefield, he learned not martial arts, but survival tactics and the ability to kill. The only thing that improved was his skills as an assassin. He couldn't even imagine learning anything else. Rayan smiled. He didn't know it would be so interesting to study martial arts to improve himself. The Essence King rolled his eyes. He couldn't believe that the guy did nothing while being insulted. He was just an idiot. That black-haired girl, she kept muttering something about him, but Rayan didn't hear because he was too focused. He needed to be more careful. If she said such things about the Essence King, he would freeze her on the spot. There's no point in fighting her. Even without the Thousand Lights technique, Rayan can easily defeat someone like her. As he left the hall, he shuddered. Runan was standing on the threshold. The girl didn't say anything. She just looked at him silently with empty eyes and handed him the box. Rayan was again puzzled as to why she was here. The girl carefully opened the box and took out a small ball with her thin fingers. She handed it to her friend to eat. It felt cool to the touch. What was it? Runan repeated again. He needed to eat. As an assassin, he learned not to eat what was given to him. However, the girl did not give him anything bad, so why not? The spirit was delighted. He had never tasted anything so sweet even in the demon realm. What is this? The girl quietly asked how he liked it. Rayan was surprised. It was delicious. Runan's expression changed subtly. It was marble ice cream. Then she just turned around and headed towards the exit. The boy tried to stop her. Rayan felt strange. Was this girl really worried about him? The girl loves sweets. Like a child, it seems there were only 4 pieces in this box, and she left one for him. It would be difficult for her to give him what she liked so much. Rayan's lips curled into a slight smile, but he genuinely felt pleased. He decided for himself that he should repay her in kind later. Finally, the weekend came, and the boy returned home. Judiel is going to send this report to the intermediate battle hall. She was recently ordered to study everything in more detail because they had mastered fencing and combat so quickly. But the girl thinks that they have lost their interest because Rayan was unable to train his aura. Miss Sylvia also interested them less. Sweat was rolling down the girl's face. Rayan knew that this was bad. He still needed to use Judiel while he still could. The girl was frightened, but she still found the strength to turn to the young master. Could it be that he hasn't specifically learned aura yet? Rayan's gaze was frightening. Who knows? No matter what she thought, Judiel apologized for asking such a rude question. The boy nodded. Great. She was free. Judiel immediately left the room. Someone may decide that he is not studying on purpose and will cleverly use the situation and environment to his advantage. How he manages to train his aura with such difficulty is something unimaginable for a spirit. Rayan didn't give a specific answer. Now he will do another training session. They should simplify the aura. The boy was about to go outside when he froze in surprise at the door. Rimmer was sitting on a stump. His aura was not felt at all, so the boy did not notice his presence. The instructor acted as usual, as if everything was as it should be. He had slept well. Rayan felt the tension but tried to act calm. Why was he here? The man placed his hand on his shoulder. Rayan felt not a weight. He had come to teach him. The elf smiled, and his look was cunning. He will tell you in more detail what attribute he has. The next day, early in the morning, they went out into the forest. Rayan thought the instructor would teach him to understand the attributes of why they were on a hike. The man's answer, as always, was not substantive. Stop whining and let him just wait. He is a bit lazy, but nevertheless, he is an excellent teacher. The elf chuckled when the boy asked how he was going to teach him the attributes in a place like this. Rimmer couldn't forget the day he first saw the boys teaching technique. It was as if he were looking at a flame as strong as magma. It was a completely different dimension than conventional technology. The courage with which he tried to embrace the cold of his body along with the flames, instead of removing it from the mana circuits. If Rayon Seighart could really master this technique, the elf was delighted at the thought. Chuckling to himself, Rimmer watched the boy slowly trudge behind him. He stopped in the middle of the clearing. That should be enough. Silence, except for the birds singing. No people to disturb them. Rayon looked around doubtfully. In the middle of the forest. Why here? Rimmer waved his hand, spreading his aura throughout the clearing. The herbal scent entered the boy's nostrils, spreading throughout the clearing. He wanted to make a wind weapon to protect his master, and what he feels now is the wind that Rimmer chose. Rayan took a closer look, and indeed, the wind flow was circulating in a certain direction. The man was controlling it. The boy looked down at his palms, wondering if he would ever be able to do that again. He may have weakened it to give the boy a taste, but Rimmer can see he's not afraid at all. He has felt this wind since birth, since he is an elf, but Rayon is a human, and besides, the cold will make it more difficult for him. There are many types of wind, warm, cold, sharp. During the explanation, the elf continued to control the flow, stirring the leaves of the trees. The man wanted to create a blade of wind that could pierce through everything, and he achieved it. The boy needs to find what belongs to him and subjugate it. Rimmer asked him to think about the fire he wanted to possess, but this is the north. If he sets fire to the forest here, he won't see real flames. The elf added, and if anyone sees this, their head will be cut off. However, there was an ideal place for the boy here. He led him a little further. When they appeared, the craftsman responded with displeasure. The elf's appearance ruined the flame. Rimmer laughed awkwardly. It looked like today was going to be a failure anyway. This is the place where you can feel the hottest and most passionate fire in the entire north. The craftsman's coal pit gave Rayon a pleasant feeling of warmth and comfort. Here he seemed to feel at home. The blacksmith finally looked away and turned his gaze to them. Who it was he had brought this time. Rimmer's ears perked up. He was actually the patriarch's grandson. The old man didn't care. He was just an old man on pension unless the patriarch himself was here. The bright flame attracted Rayon. It was so blinding and hot. Could it really be real fire? He had seen it countless times in his past life. Fires that he lit himself, flame magic emanating from the hands of the mage, and much more. But this flame was different, wild, and unbridled. Warmth, image, flame. So hot and fickle. This is the image of the fire that he wants to possess. The boy extended his hand towards the fire, but he never reached it. It was much smaller. Rayon shuddered, slowly coming to his senses as the old man reduced the flame. His voice was hoarse and rough. He reluctantly introduced himself. His name is Valkan. The craftsman didn't even look at him. If he wanted manners, he should look for them elsewhere. The boy's eyes widened. He knew that name well. This is a craftsman who has become famous throughout the world for his skill. Is this really the same Valkan? The man who supposedly created Glenn Sieghart's sword, the True Sky, disappeared 30 years ago. Just think, the old man stayed here all this time. Coming to his senses, the boy quickly bowed. It was a pleasure to meet him. He was Rayon Seighart. A suspicion crept into the old man's head. He turned to the elf to see if he had told him anything about him. Trying to rectify the situation, Rimmer told the boy what he already knew, that Seighart was a retired craftsman. It's been more than 10 years since he started lighting the flames here. Here, all year round, they do nothing but light fires, so there is no other place where a child could feel a real flame. The elf wanted to ask the old man for a favor, but he was dissatisfied. Why shouldn't he go to the blacksmith's workshop? There are too many eyes there. He doubts it is worth showing this technique to others until the boy has mastered it. Valkan froze in place when he realized that the boy in front of him was Sylvia's son. The atmosphere in the room somehow quieted down. The man slowly turned and looked at him for the first time. Rayon felt that this was his chance. He would not interfere and asked permission to feel the flame. The disgruntled note finally disappeared from the man's voice as he made charcoal, a golden coal that can create a much stronger flame than white or black. He's been here for 10 years, but he doesn't care what they do, as long as they don't interrupt him. Rayon beamed. Finally, he could master the aura. Rimmer thanked the old man for being so kind, although he hadn't expected Valkan to accept the request. If the old man treats him well, the elf will bring him real good alcohol. Valkan interrupted him, even if he didn't hope it was because of him. The flames in the stove rose when the child entered and were so strong that the coals were destroyed by the sudden surge of heat. This child's breath has the ability to control fire. If this is the child he thinks of, Valkan hoped that this boy could fulfill his wish. During all the 7 months that he visited Valkan's furnace, the boy thought about the flame he wanted to obtain. People say that fire is the most terrible and powerful element, but everything turns out completely differently when a person is able to control it properly. The trained flame is more stable than any other element, and in addition, it awakens the energies of the 10,000 flames technique. Every day, Rayon remembered Rimmer's instruction. He must visualize the flame he wanted to find. And every day, the boy repeated these words to himself, imagining the fire he needed. He imagined how he wanted to cut Darius's throat. He also wants to help Sylvia regain her direct inheritance title. The path to his goals is shrouded in darkness, where he cannot see anything at arm's length. A torch that lights the way, the flame will become his weapon. It will be strong and durable. It will survive snowstorms and snow. An unquenchable flame, that's what he needs. And a fiery energy stronger than usual penetrates into it. The heat of this space, the furnace, gets inside it. You need to concentrate and catch this fire. Feel it a little more strongly. This is a spiritual state of complete selflessness. He sees pictures from thoughts right before his eyes. If he concentrated any longer, the sharp cold threw him off balance. The King of Essences enveloped him in coldness, whispering in his ear, "Now it's his turn." Didn't he say that he would wait until the boy was at his weakest? And now, the spirit laughed. He must freeze forever. Rayon gritted his teeth. He had been careless, but why now? The Essence King hadn't done anything lately, so much so that he had even forgotten about its existence. A demon who wants to take his soul, of course. He won't be on his side. He didn't realize how huge the king of the demon kingdom could be. Damn it. His body feels like it's falling apart. It's hard to breathe. Everything is freezing. But he will die if he moves, and he will also die if he stops the 10,000 lights technique. He needs to somehow gather his aura together if he wants to survive. He needs to think. Rayon Seighart tried to stay conscious, but his consciousness was slowly fading. The king burst out laughing, his desperate look of trying to survive so pitiful. Does he really think he can resist his power like before? It's pointless. Greed was heard in his voice. From now on, his body and soul belonged to the Essence King. His efforts, his life, it's all meaningless. He's no different from a man who makes a furnace work. But Rayon need not worry. The Essence King will definitely avenge him. The last thought fluttered in the boy's head, like a fish thrown ashore. He is grateful for the hint. It's all or nothing. Instead of absorbing the mana released from the heat of the furnace, he will use the bath directly from the furnace. This fire is much stronger and hotter. It can consume literally everything. The Essence King wants to obtain his power and body, so let him accept them. The spirit's face instantly twisted, sensing something was wrong. Now she resembled an embittered, grotesque mask. Rayon concentrated all his strength, trying to ignore the growling of the Essence King. The flames in the furnace slowly rose upward, crackling menacingly, like the growing roar of a wild animal. Warming himself by the fire, the old man was practically dozing, his eyes closed. But when he felt a sharp and unbearable heat, he abruptly opened them. There was an explosion in the oven, and flames burst out of its confines and spread to his clothes. Valkan tried to understand what was happening. The fire in the stove suddenly flared up so strongly. I've never seen anything like this happen to a stove before. The old man turned his gaze to the boy. Perhaps it was him. He looked closely to see why he was shivering from the cold, even though the stove was burning so brightly. Valkan approached Rayon hesitantly, asking in a wary voice if everything was okay. Why was he shaking so much? But the old man still didn't get an answer. Rimmer suddenly jumped forward, blocking the old man's path to the boy. Valkan flinched in surprise. The old man saw the elf so serious for the first time, he ordered to leave him alone, even if he did not dare touch him. Rayon is in a spiritual state of complete selflessness. They still won't be able to do anything. If they do anything to interrupt the process, he will vomit blood and die. The old man kept his intense gaze fixed on Rayon. This was the very coldness in his body that they were talking about. There's nothing they can do now. It's too dangerous. Rimmer mentally addressed him. He mustn't die. Gritting his teeth, Rayon directed the heat at the king, melting his ice. He tried his best, ignoring the spirit's lamentation. Didn't he understand that he had no chance? Rayon Seighart didn't believe him. It was all bullshit. He had already died a miserable death once. He hadn't been able to close his eyes until the very end, and this time, he would never let something like that happen again. Valkan was starting to get worried. The heat was too strong. At this rate, the oven won't be able to withstand such a temperature jump. Something terrible could happen. The mana in the furnace is held at one point. The instructor's eyes widen in surprise. He guessed that it seemed that Rayon Seighart had decided to absorb her. The spirit continued to roar angrily. It seemed that his strength was running out. The flames in the furnace grew steadily until they reached their peak. The explosion was so powerful that it blew the entire artisan's house into pieces. Rimmer tried to find the boy in the devastation, but smoke filled his field of vision. The elf darted from side to side, groping through the rubble until he froze in place. The boy was safe and sound, and a golden aura hovered around him. A scorching, thin haze swirled around him. Could it really be a golden flame? When the dust settled, a system window popped up, and he studied the production of 10,000 lights. She reached 2 stars, receiving a powerful impulse of fire. As a result of reaching a line to the fire, 2 cold curse contours opened. After receiving a powerful blast of cold from anger, the frosty cold reached the 2 stars. Rayon was curious. He didn't think he would stumble upon such a hidden blessing, but it was a great help to blossom. He went through all these difficulties without even hoping. He survived the intervention of anger. All characteristics increased by 3 points. Is this a dream? Did he really receive such a big compensation? Thanks to anger, the boy was able to achieve what would have taken him 3 years. The Essence King resembled a small, trembling ball of anger, spewing out a series of curses. Rayon was at his limit. How could a person possibly endure this? He helped him himself, who was there to say that everything was useless. However, Rayon didn't let himself relax. Today, he really made a mistake. I see her. Even if they become a little closer, one must not forget that anger is still an enemy. He shouldn't reveal his weaknesses or secrets to him. Valken's voice brought him out of his thoughts. The boy stretched his lips into a smile. Everything was fine with him. His aura skills have increased, and he is grateful to the craftsman for that. He also felt ashamed of this whole performance. The stove fell apart because of him. However, the old man remained calm. Everything was fine. He was glad that everything was good. He will simply repair it. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound, and the flame in the furnace was resurrected. As if enchanted, Valkan headed towards the stove. What happened? The old man let out a surprised sigh and grabbed the shovel. It can't be. He raked away the remaining ash, then used his shovel to scoop up several ingots that were glowing golden. The craftsman was amazed. He really was able to obtain golden coal after so many years of unsuccessful attempts to create something that only circulated in legends. It drove him crazy. He retired and believed in it so much that he was in despair. It seemed that fate had touched not only the boy, he still could not believe his eyes. Then the old man carefully brought the shovel closer so that the boy could examine it. This was the golden coal. Coal, which gets hotter than white coal and burns longer than black coal. Thanks to the boy, he was able to see what he had been trying to create for decades. Rayon was surprised by the words of gratitude because he had done nothing, but the old man's look said everything for him. During his training, the flame in the furnace wavered. The life of the fire could be felt in his breath, and this heat seeped into every corner of the workshop. Even though he is a fool for holding a hammer in his hands all his life, he still sees what Rayon did. It's all thanks to him, so he'll ask directly what Rayon's goals are. Rather, what kind of swordsman did he dream of becoming? The boy felt the weight of this question. Rayon wants to be unwavering and unbending, not to anyone. He wants to become exactly this kind of swordsman. Valkan was surprised. This didn't sound like the words of a child. In the next few years, he will be able to use the sword, and since his heart is unwavering, he will be able to find the old man by then. Valkan promised to save this coal for that very day. Rayon couldn't believe his ears. He wants to say that he will forge a sword for him, but he is retired. Retirement is a common occurrence. The boy should not die before the appointed hour. Rayon with the old man, unaware that Rimmer is following him. The elf, of course, didn't know that this would happen, but the boy ended up receiving an aura. This guy really knows how to scare people. A nervous laugh escaped his lips. Isn't that right? He turned his gaze to the man behind him. Glenn Seighart was there too, having rushed over as quickly as he could after hearing the latest news. He could come to visit the elf almost every day. Could he really be that worried about his grandson? Rimmer hoped that now his master felt relieved. Perhaps due to the heat of the coal furnace, the frequency and quantity of his aura was staggering, and he was also able to use this aura immediately. These boys are something to be proud of. He has a ton of talent, but Glenn was still stern and tense. That's not all. The most amazing thing is that his grandson even managed to make the limitation his own. The weekend ended, a new week began, and the students gathered again at the 5th training ground. Runan was waiting for Rayon. It seemed he was late. They say that he hasn't been able to form an aura for 7 months now. Maybe everything before this was just a show. Many of the students were constantly discussing and insulting Rayon, and Runan felt depressed because of the rumors that were circulating. Her fingers squeezed the box. She wants to help him. Her parents advised her to help those who helped her. The girl was lost in her own thoughts until the creaking of the entrance gate brought her out of her thoughts. Rayon was standing at the gate. He finally came. He was in the middle of an argument with the Essence King, so he didn't notice Rune at first. He flinched in surprise and fear as he nearly crashed into the girl who stood in his way. Runan stopped next to him, continuing to look at him silently. Her gaze was still just as empty, but over time, the little guy began to get used to it, and it frightened him less and less. His classmates slowly opened the box, and inside were 3 cakes. Her voice was quiet. He shouldn't despair. She held the box forward. The girl's eyes widened in surprise as her friend obediently reached for the contents of the box. Oh, these aren't the same sweets as last time. Then he'll take one. Runan felt that refreshing scent and breeze again. Only a couple of days had passed, and she had already managed to get used to it. It seems like he has become even nicer and stronger. Something has definitely changed. Rayon, who thanked the girl for the treat, had no idea what Runan was thinking. The King of Essence, who had been cursing just a minute ago, instantly softened that same taste. These balls are still as good as the first time. He needs more. Rayan whispered that he should curb his greed and behave decently. Then he slammed the box shut and thanked the girl again for the treat. There was a subtle change in Runan's behavior, and she asked if he would never do it again. When the boy refused, Runan asked how he was feeling. Rayan froze for a moment and opened his eyes in surprise. No one had ever asked about his condition before. He suppressed his surprise and feigned serenity. He really did feel better. Runan's face lit up. That's great. Then, already in high spirits, the girl headed to her seat. Rayon, who hadn't even realized that his lips had stretched into a smile, thought what a weirdo she really was. They are probably already bored with continuous training. But children need not worry. Something more interesting awaits them next month. They have worked through the basics and fundamental techniques. It is time to move on to developing their energy cores. Whispers ran through the class about what the instructor was getting at, what they were talking about. Martha's face lit up when Rimmer announced that they would be dueling each other in a month. The results of the duels will influence the likelihood of them being eliminated or not, and will also be used to compile a ranking of the students. That's why they need to do it properly this whole month. Martha didn't let him finish it. What about the underachievers who couldn't even acquire an aura? The whole class knew who she was talking about. All eyes were on Rayon. Rimmer laughed. The one she was referring to had already acquired his aura. Martha was taken aback when he made it. It seems like yesterday or today. Rimmer can't say for sure. A hint of madness sparkled in the girl's eyes. She finally had a chance to finish what she had started. She thought she would die of boredom before the boy finally finished training. He must remember what she once said. She does not listen to those who are weaker than her. Martha had to put up with his insolence for too long, and it probably wasn't easy for him either. He has status, but his skills don't quite measure up to it. Marta was getting closer and closer to him. Finally, she would be able to put him in his place. However, when there was just under a meter between them, someone's hand blocked her path. Burin was calm and advised Marta to cool her ardor. It hasn't even been a day since the boy received his aura, and she is already planning to fight him in a month. She has no honor. Of course, for a boy who was surrounded by people throughout his childhood, honor probably comes first. But Martha personally reserves her concept of honor only for those who deserve it. Even those breaks acquired an aura in a month, but it took their student more than 6 months. Learning the most advanced techniques takes 7 months maximum. Everyone knows the truth. This fool simply has no talent. Who else but Burin would know about this? After all, they were at the determination ceremony together. A swordsman who cannot use his aura will never achieve fame, even if he is talented in swordsmanship. Without mastery of aura, there is little point in it. The instructor must admit that Rimmer decided to hold duels because he also believes that someone else should take the place of the best student. Rimmer didn't want to interfere. Who knows? He can't answer that question. Rayon had been occupying the top student's position for too long without any right to it. Martha laughed a poisonous laugh. It was time for him to come down to earth. What this is leading to is that the winner of the duel will be the best among all the others. Rayon's clear and concise answer knocked the girl's composure down a notch. Since he's risking his place as the top student, Martha should offer something of equal value. He's completely stupid and still hasn't gotten it. There's no one here who's on his side. Rayon didn't care about her mockery. He smiled. Was she really afraid of losing? The girl's eyebrow twitched. Did he really blurt that out to her? Martha burst out laughing so loudly that she folded in half how funny he was. He took it. She bought into this stupid provocation, which means he doesn't want to start such an argument without a counterbet. This is 9 color, the miracle medicine her father gave her. It strengthens both the body and the aura. If the boy wins, he will receive it. Rayon glared at Spirit. He had said that it was better to wait with the showdown with Marta. Now he can finally get something out of her. This is their chance. A whole month passed. The children trained hard. The time for the duel has come. The hour of reckoning that Marta has been waiting for so long has arrived. Everything inside her was trembling with anticipation. Today, he would answer for everything. Before meeting Rayon Seghart, no child her age had ever managed to hit her. After 8 long months, she will finally take revenge for the way he disgraced her. This idiot only acquired his aura a month ago. He doesn't stand a chance against her. Someone who has been learning to control her aura for over 3 years. Martha must become stronger as quickly as possible to save the person dear to her. She's not going to wait any longer. This guy doesn't have an ounce of talent anyway. Martha Seighart entered the arena, omitting all formalities. Rayon Seighart doesn't have a chance. He's done for. Finally, the instructor entered the arena. Attention. Watching fights is as useful as sparring. They should watch the movements and plan in advance how to act in such a situation. There is no need to be nervous. It is better to demonstrate your skills to the best of your ability. So, the man clapped his hands. Buren Seighart and Dorian will come out first. Buren stepped forward with alacrity, which could not be said about the trembling Dorian. His voice was quiet and choppy, but he would rather give up right away. Rimmer raised an eyebrow in confusion, but the fight hadn't even started yet. The boy felt unwell. He had stomach pains since yesterday. He couldn't even sleep properly. The King of Essence was furious. If he were his slave, he would have already cut off his head. Rimmer still insisted that Dorian try to fight at least once. Even if he loses, he will still definitely learn something. It didn't take more than a few seconds before Dorian was knocked to the ground with one blow. Buren still can't control his emotions. If he had fought properly, their swords would have only touched 5 times. Why is Dorian always trying to slip away? He could have done more if he had resisted and held out longer. The elf ignored the boy's apology. Next, he voiced the names, Renan Salian and Grain. The fight was intense. Each of the girls tried to the best of their abilities. Grain was emotional, which cannot be said about her opponent. She acted abruptly and thoughtlessly, due to which Runan was able to catch her and reflect her blow. The counterattack was so strong that the girl managed to knock the sword out of her opponent's hands. It all happened so quickly that Grain barely had time to realize it before she had already lost. The instructor advised her to hold the sword more loosely, then her attacks would not be so straightforward. Runan's counterattack was good, but she couldn't hold the aura until the end. Next. The rest are probably a little upset since they are the last ones. Marta finally got her way. The instructor followed her lead and chose Rain as her opponent. The fight was very intense. Marta did not hold back, attacking with all her might. Rayon watched her movements closely, trying to repel her attacks in time. During the duel, Marta laughed. It was pure pleasure for her to put such pressure on her opponent. Rayon tried to keep his cool. He was focused as much as possible. The boy seized the moment in time. His counterattack was good, but not strong enough. Marta still kept the sword in her hand, but his jerk wiped the smile from her face. Her mood became unstable, and now she missed another blow. The boy slapped her on the shoulder with the flat of his sword. No one had ever managed to do that. She became furious, and Rayan managed to jump back. The girl didn't think that he would be able to parry all her attacks. Still, she will have to admit that her opponent is talented, but only in fencing, such as the path of an unfinished warrior with an insignificant aura. Everything is already predetermined. The girl released her powers. She pushed off the ground with a powerful leap and raised her sword above his head. Marta was confident of her victory, but Rayon was not going to give in to her. He held his sword out in front of him, holding it with both hands and blocking her attack. Marta continued to press, bursting into laughter, and he managed to block that too. But how long will he last? Swordsmen are not only talented in fencing. He had to spend 7 months to form an aura, which is not enough to become a real swordsman. If he doesn't give in, then she will break both his arms. She keeps talking about talent. Rayon has heard that people in this family are obsessed with talent, but she is already irritating him. Of course, for someone who doesn't have it, it might seem annoying. That's why the girl wants to show him this gap in talent. Rayon will prove her wrong. There is something that is much more important than talent. The air around him was on fire. It was such an unusual and vivid picture that Martha was momentarily distracted. The production of 10,000 fires, the first flame, everything around the boy crackled and groaned. Martha Seighart froze in place, lowering her sword. Where did the fire come from? She felt tension, dangerous, because this was not an ordinary fire. There is something behind this small, quietly hot fire, a terrible, but at the same time, beautiful path of the sword. The girl was no longer so confident in her abilities, she began to hesitate. Looks like it's time to stop joking. Rock hard pose, first style. The style gathers all the aura in one place, and she knows how to use it at such a young age. It's impressive. It looks like Martha will put all her strength into the final blow. She acknowledges her opponent's strength, but no matter how much aura he has, he won't be able to withstand it. She pushed off the ground, gathering all her strength into one point. Their classmates were alarmed. The ground was shaking under their feet. What was going on? But no matter how hard they tried to make out the battle taking place, everything was covered in a veil of dust. There was a metallic crack. It seemed like someone's sword was broken. Martha lay on the ground, knocked down and defeated, clutching the broken piece of her sword. Rayan wrote over it. It can't be. Even Martha was defeated, what with his aura. But even after losing consciousness, the girl did not let go of her sword. She has more than talent and skills. She has a strong spirit. That same evening, Rimmer went to his master's mansion to report what had happened. So Rayon defeated Martha. He completely suppressed her aura, which she trained for 4 years. The fireworks he saw that day were also beautiful, like a flower of flame, its power not corresponding to its development. The boy must have received the power of their ancestor. Let the instructor guide him so that vanity does not consume him. It was all a shock for Martha, but wounds don't heal quickly. The only problem is her mental state. Because it has become unstable, she will have to overcome herself. He seemed to have done a good job. The boy was pleased with himself. The only thing that spoiled the whole atmosphere was the spirits buzzing in his ear, telling him to do as he said, or he would freeze him. Rayon rolled his eyes. Stop acting strong. On the day the boy defeated Martha, the calamity ball he received as a reward greatly enhanced his abilities. Some restrictions were lifted, other abilities received a second star. All his efforts paid off handsomely. Of course, there were many increases, but special attention should be paid to the star's water resistance, because thanks to it, he manages to contain his anger. Anyway, since it was the last day of rest, Rayon decided to take a little rest and take care of the flowers. Gradually, the boy began to boil. Why on earth should he listen to his endless grumbling? That's right, now he must mix the nutrients with his hands, not with a spatula, although the spirit seems to understand this better than he does. Their carefree conversation was interrupted when the boy saw Martha's gloomy figure at the gate. He replied with surprise that she looked worse than usual. Martha said absolutely nothing. Rayon looked at her from under his brows. He hoped that she didn't come to fight with him. It's just a hobby for him. She thought he wasn't that kind of child. Maybe she was wrong. Rayon's assumptions turned out to be correct. The girl wanted to fight him again. He understands everything, but to refuse to admit defeat so stubbornly is beyond the norm. She didn't say she didn't recognize it, but she still didn't understand how it happened. If the loser wants to challenge the winner, he must bring something with him. Yes, he laughs. In the end, there doesn't necessarily have to be anything. He just has no desire to fight. Martha was in despair about what to do. She glanced sideways at the rosebush not far from her. An idea popped into her head. Maybe she should try to anger him. He seems to like flowers, but they don't really suit him. Rayon doesn't really like flowers. He doesn't even know why he should like them. He just helps his mother. And this attempt passed by. Martha rolled her eyes and clicked her tongue. She felt out of place. It was too hot here. She would go. Sylvia showed up at the wrong time. That's where Rayon is, and she was looking for him. The woman saw Martha's back, and who was it? His friend. Her face lit up with a smile. It must be a friend from training. This is Sylvia Seighart, who left her family for a man and returned in despair to save her child. A man who gathered his courage and decided to do this for the sake of his beloved son. The woman guessed that it was Martha standing in front of her. She had heard that she had sparred with her son. There were rumors that Denier's brother had raised a talented child, but that turned out to be not all. She was not only talented, but also beautiful. The girl was embarrassed. She came here to say something, but she finished with it, so she will go. But Sylvia wasn't going to let her go. She offered to get something to eat while the girl was still there. How could she leave Rayon's friend hungry? Martha still hadn't given up her awkward attempts to leave. But all this was to no avail. A few minutes later, they were sitting at the dining table. Rayon sat tense, wondering why Martha had suddenly become quiet. It wasn't like her. Sylvia bombarded her with questions about training, whether it was hard for her, how she was coping. They don't cook very well. Compared to the main house, the quality of their meat is a little lower, so it may come out tougher for her. The woman involuntarily surrounded Martha with affection and care, which caused the girl to experience mixed feelings. Sylvia's smile was kind. You have to savor every bite, otherwise your stomach will hurt. Her mother told her the same thing. It was so long ago, as if in another life. Little Martha had no idea what was waiting for her next. She smiled and obediently carried out her mother's order. The girl felt a lump in her throat and lowered her eyes to her plate, hoping to hide her condition. Oddly enough, after such a dinner, she felt light and at peace. She liked it. It was very tasty. Sylvia beamed and asked her to continue being friends with Rayon. Could it really end like this? He thought she came for a fight. Maybe she ate something bad. Rayon would probably think she was crazy. Martha sighed heavily. However, no matter how you look at those eyes, Sylvia looks very much like her mother, so she couldn't tell her anything. Although the face and voice were completely different, at that moment she clearly felt it, the same feeling that she experienced when she was next to her mother. After her mother was kidnapped by those bastards and adopted by the Deniers, Martha decided to never lose until she found her mother. Until then, she kept the promise she made to herself, and her streak of victories continued. Until that very day, after losing to Rayon Seighart, the Seighart family might kick her out after such a loss. Although her adoptive father appears to be a gentleman, what if it is just a mask? Then her last hope of finding her mother will be gone. The girl gritted her teeth. She shouldn't lose to anyone. She had no right to do so. Carmel's butler met her at home. She returned quite late, and Mr. Danier ordered that the letter be delivered to her personally. Her father wrote her a letter immediately after her sparring. He congratulated his daughter on her first defeat. The father would have liked to come and console her personally, but the task given to him took more time. He regretted that he was not here now. She doesn't have to worry about the search for her biological mother. They are still doing it, and she shouldn't give up either. Marta asked me to tell her father that she would keep this in mind and that she also appreciated him very much. Despite her father's support, shame burned in her chest. For the first time, she had lost miserably. And not because she was too inattentive, nor for any other reason, she simply lost. But what should she do? Surely she will accept defeat and move forward. She is his daughter. She cannot disgrace herself forever. If she lets things continue as they are, she will remain where she is. And then she will no longer have the right to look into the face of her father, who believes in her so much. She will start all over again, clear her mind and run forward, let go of the stupid and dirty past. Marta felt renewed. Now she will become even stronger. When Marta showed up at the arena the next day, the others were talking about what had happened to her. Marta stepped forward confidently and was about to pester Rayon again. She won't deny their bet with clumsy excuses. Instead, she keeps her promise. She says that the winner will submit to the loser. That's all she wanted to say. Rayon was surprised how unexpected it was. He didn't think that she would obediently accept everything as it was. This means that she was able to change in such a short period of time, which is unusual for someone their age. But the girl's nobleness did not last long. She had already managed to hit Dorian, who stood in her way. Well, maybe she only changed in relation to Rayon. It's a new year. A lot has changed, although it seems insignificant. Despite everyone's surprise, Martha continued to follow his words. Buren also matured and began to reason more calmly. Runam is still fierce, but her sword is sharper than before. And Rayon continued to train as if his life depended on it. It was impossible that he could learn the method of movement in less than half a day. To learn the technique so quickly was beyond common sense. He saw it too. The boy just stood there with his eyes closed, didn't he? And he looks even better than the instructor. It's impossible. Rimmer is sure that he is capable of everything on an intuitive level. Isn't he a monster? He is his butler or servant, and whenever they meet, Elf only talks about this child. Although his lord says so, the man knows that he too is tormented by curiosity. Was it his imagination, or did the people in the main building look busy, and was there something planned? Glenn Seighart didn't go into details, just that some people would be coming to see them. In a few days, a delegation from the Kingdom of Owen will visit them. The Kingdom of Owen is located in the center of the continent, one of the few powers that maintains friendly relations with the Seigharts. The third prince is said to be the head of the delegation, but in reality, it is most likely the Duke of Tartan. Isn't the third prince too young? He must be the same age as Rayon or Buren. The gentleman wasn't very interested in this. He hoped that Rimmer was keeping a good eye on his students' stances. The third prince will also be accompanied by students from their kingdom who wish to observe the training of their trainees. Rimmer must remember that the Seigharts are not prone to showing their bad side. If everything goes well, they will be able to see quite a spectacle, won't they? Glenn assumed that his subordinate was up to something, and he wasn't far from the truth. The students heard about the delegation's arrival. They will have sparring sessions with students from the Owen Kingdom, including the third prince. A swordsman must always be ready to take up his sword immediately, even after a sudden awakening. But he heard that they were going to the 6th training ground. Why did they suddenly change it to the 5th? The day before, the third prince had visited the 6th platform, and judging by his expression, he was not all that pleased. If he has free time tomorrow, how about visiting the 5th site? Rimmer feigned bewilderment. It was sudden for him too, but there was nothing he could do about it. First, they should at least get to know each other, and then they will figure it out. He greeted the future knights and the pride of the Kingdom of Owen, the prince and his entourage. Greer Owen introduced himself, and everyone present was captivated by his deep blue eyes and golden hair. The third prince of the Owen Kingdom. He is definitely strong, probably beyond his age. Even at first glance, this guy gives off a strong aura, and he is also strongly built. Rimmer looked at Rayon. What about him? Didn't he want to spar too? If the one in the center is the prince, it will be a good opportunity to practice recently learned fighting techniques. No, he would also like to test his strength in a duel. Well, if even the leader himself agrees, then everyone else does too. They need 20 people to participate in the duels. They will choose from those who want to participate under the leadership of their captain. He forgot something. The elf's voice became gloomy. He put his entire salary on the line, so they would definitely win. So, it looks like they finished choosing the participants for the duel. First, they would study the students they would be fighting. Everyone turned their gaze to their potential opponents. Rayon asked his classmates to pay attention to their hands. The children looked closely to see why their hands were shaking. They may appear strong in their shiny armor, but they cannot hide the tension before the fight begins. They are the same students. If you compare their training, they are in no way inferior to those of the 6 kings, including Owen. They should not worry and let them do everything in their power. Let them show their skills to the knights. Rayon proudly noted that his team had become more confident. His speech had worked. If so, then now they will decide in what order they will go out to the duel. The lead fighter must be able to boost the morale of the soldiers. This is a very important role, so they need a strong card that will definitely win. The corners of the boy's lips lifted slightly. Martha will be first. The girl was confident in her abilities. She would finish quickly and return. If everyone is ready, they should gather in the center. Why are the Knights of the Kingdom so big? They are definitely their age. The guy introduced himself, Tars, Vanguard Kingdom of Owen. Although his body has not yet reached maturity, it is well prepared, and he hopes for a good fight. Marta had no doubt in her own strength. In any case, the victory was hers. There was no need to pretend to be someone incomprehensible. The third prince was confident that his team would win because they had the best training. But what was his surprise when he saw that a girl from another team was calmly pushing his knight? The swordsmen of the second training squad are clearly strong. They live up to the name Sieghart. Their skills can be compared to the Knights of the Kingdom. However, the sixth training squad was disappointing. They were well trained, but they lagged behind the Robert family's disciples. The prince's eyes widened. This fighting technique was incomparable to anything. There were also some truly talented cadets, like this girl. Yesterday, he suddenly came to them and offered to sit in the fifth training hall. Rimmer came for this. Given the opportunity to be born against one of the 6 Emperor Knights as a training exercise, he thought it would be a good lesson. It's hard to believe that these are the words of the one who was once called the Outstanding Sword. Then he should act like he did then. Why don't they make a bet? They will have 20 duels and reward the winner. Wouldn't it be more fun if they bet instead of just watching? The Knights of the Kingdom of Owen received elite training in Orwyn. Does he really think his students can defeat them? His old friend has great faith in his cadets, but Rimmer has faith in his too. Marta dealt a crushing blow, and the ground beneath the knight's feet cracked. The sword he held out to defend himself cracked. Why is she so strong? His surprise only encouraged Martha, and she went on the attack even more stubbornly. The knights were big and tall, but not very agile. She hit him in the stomach. The guy felt his vision darken and the air suddenly leave his lungs. Rimmer announced the result. The winner of this duel is Martha. Rayan was surprised. He thought that after fighting him, she would become softer. But instead, the girl increased her speed and power. How can he rely on strength if he doesn't put everything into the first strike? Idiot. Ignoring the disgruntled muttering from the Essence King, the guy summed it up. She's funny. When he was in the demon realm, even the duels of young demons were more interesting to watch. Rayon shut him up. Now the next cadet is coming out. Next comes the 18th duel. Runan and Idalia come out. The girl in front of her was noble and stately. She radiated confidence and strength. Her voice was low and calm. It seems her rival's name is Runan. She doesn't like her distant look. Idalia instantly released her aura, and scarlet tongues of flame blazed around her. Runan reacted calmly to her attack, but she doesn't like fire. Then, following the girl, she released her icy aura. Swords clanged and the girls instantly clashed in combat. Ice and fire were incompatible with each other. They neutralized each other, forming steam in the arena. Soon, visibility in the arena became practically zero, which made the fight itself difficult. Idalia noticed too late that her rival had silently crept up behind her. Someone from the crowd shouted at her, prompting her, but Runan instantly dodged her sword. Just a second ago, the girl was standing behind her, but she disappeared without a trace. Was it really an illusion? A loud metallic ringing sound was heard, characterizing the collision of the sword blade and the knight's armor. After exchanging just a few blows, Runan won. Idalia is defeated. She lost. But the fight was good. Rayan praised his friend. She works her legs well. Well done. Runan returned to her previous state, serene and calm. She thanked the guy for the compliment. 9 wins and 9 losses. It's getting pretty heated as they head into the 19th round. The man called out the next names. Burin and Siren entered the arena. The guys drew their swords. Burin's opponent introduced himself as Sarun Castle, a knight in training. The boy repeated after him, Burin Sieghart, an ordinary cadet. Just by looking at Saren, you can tell he is quite strong. He is the strongest, except for the third prince. As soon as the signal was given, Burin decided not to waste time and was the first to attack. The strength of the cadet and the knight was equal. They struck with the same force, moved at the same speed. His swordsmanship is almost as good as his own. If the guy lets his guard down for even a second, it'll all be over. And Burin knew that his opponent thought exactly the same. The battle was over, but the outcome of the battle was unclear. The cadets were amazed, and both of their swords broke at the same time. And that means, Rimmer noted with a joyful voice, that it was a draw. Rayan patted his classmate on the shoulder. Good job, he was the strongest opponent. Burin, as always, was dissatisfied with himself. What difference did it make? He was fighting, putting the Sieghart name on the line. So, he had to win at any cost. Rayan tried to console him. The guy shouldn't worry, he will definitely win the last match and bring glory to the Sieghart family name. That's it. Only the 2 of them remained, Rayan Sieghart and the third prince, the strongest opponent. Greer gave the guy an appraising look, meaning he was going to fight him. He exuded a very ordinary aura, and the prince asked if he was a direct descendant of the Psycharts. Rayon answered laconically, no, he felt the tension. He doesn't want to play any games. He felt dissatisfied. It would have been better if one of them had become his opponent. Then his gaze found Rimmer. He had a proposal for the instructor. The prince thought that the fights were too easy for those girls. If he won, would the instructor allow the prince to fight them? The elf put his hands on his hips. No problem. But first he still needed to win. They can prepare, because his duel will go too quickly. They need to conserve their strength. He will not use aura. What kind of guy is this? He hid his presence, and the instructor almost lost sight of him. Still, another instructor guessed that he didn't think it was worth warning the prince, since he didn't take his opponent seriously. But the day will come when the future of Orvan will be in his hands. He does not know defeat, so he wants the guy to feel the taste of defeat. And yet, the third prince is not a weakling. He does not think that this genius and swordsman of theirs will easily defeat him. Rimmer chuckled, then offered another bet. But it's risky. The loser is put in. Then what are the conditions? Rimmer held his hand out in front of him, spreading his fingers, and his friend raised an eyebrow. His Rayon Psychart will defeat Prince Greer in just 5 attacks. The intense battle had been going on at full force for a long time now. Rayon was delivering his blows with calculation. Greer was not prepared for such an onslaught, and for a moment, he was at a loss. The instructor's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Rayon passed the prince in an instant, grazing his side. The blow was strong enough that the boy doubled over, coughing. Rayon sheathed his sword while the prince was trying to come to his senses on the ground, and that was all. Rimmer scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Oh my god, there weren't even 5 attacks. Greer realized how wrong he was. It was no accident that they put him last. He looked with admiration at the guy who defeated him. Now he is a real warrior. What kind of student is he? He fights and moves like a professional. That's why Rimmer was betting on him. He would go and choose a good place. Trying to catch his breath, the third prince called out to Rayon. He had not given up yet. His Highness was not going to listen to others. Now he would show what he was capable of. He did not fight at full strength. From somewhere to the side, a girl's voice was heard. Who was barking there? He thinks that because he's a prince, he doesn't have to admit defeat in battle, the damn whiner. Marta cast a meaningful glance at Buren. She knew his kind. Greer was surprised by such pressure from her. What was she doing? Marta warned him that she was still talking to him politely. He lost, so he should get the hell out of here. Edelia was furious. Let her watch her language. After all, she was talking to the prince. Marta was about to respond sarcastically again, but Rimmer immediately stopped their argument. It would be better if they let Rayon speak. Everyone present turned their gaze to the fair-haired guy, wondering what he would do. Rayon's voice was calm. The prince said that he had put something on the line, but the duel was already over. There is no point in them fighting anymore, but the prince interrupts him and admits his defeat. Greer didn't even realize that his opponent was strong. He underestimated him from the very beginning, for which he is now very ashamed. The third prince bowed his head before him, begging him to fight him again. If he left, he would regret it forever. His bow deepened as he pleaded with Rayon Seighart. The guy didn't expect the third prince to apologize to him, and even lay down his sword. He assumed that the prince was simply arrogant. He sighed heavily. Okay, but this is the last time. After a short break, the guys returned to the arena, ready to rush into battle. Greer took out his family pendant and clutched it in his hand. It gave him strength. He was too self-confident, so he didn't see this guy as a worthy opponent and lost. Emotions beat like a desperate bird in his chest, and he gave in to them. Now the third prince gave it his all. His aura swept across the entire arena. Rayon's eyes widened. He had never seen such an aura in his life. Everyone present in the arena was also surprised. The pressure was so powerful and strong that it was hard for him to resist. The instructor tried to stop the prince, but the boy didn't listen to him. There was no point in holding back any longer. The air around him crackled. He would fight Rayon with all his might. The King of Essence chuckled. What a fool. He didn't even realize that the guy was hiding his power. Even though his aura was more powerful than Rayon's, and he himself was stronger, the guy was confident that he would defeat him this time too. Wrath offered him a bet, the conditions to defeat the Prince of the Orvan Kingdom, and Rayon accepted it. The third prince's face instantly became serious. His gaze became calculating and frightening. It's time to begin. He pushed off the ground sharply and drew his sword in mid-jump. Rayon was ready to attack his outline. The polar forces clashed with each other, which only increased the pressure in the arena. Everything around sparkled and hissed. Like sparkling wine in a glass, those present could hardly keep track of their actions. The third prince continued to advance, while Rayon Seighart continued to defend himself stubbornly. His mask of composure and confidence cracked. He pressed with all his might, and his opponent did not move from the spot. Can you really call him a genius? He's more like a monster. Greer didn't want to let despair get the better of him. Okay, he'd changed tactics. He gripped the hilt of the sword as tightly as he could. He would attack with all his might. This is the technique of Paris fighting, passed down only to the heirs of the royal line of Orwyn. Judging by the energy, the prince is about to attack now, and he will put everything into this attack. Greer will show what he's made of. Rayon Seighart must be ready. He's coming. Rayon never doubted his abilities for a second. He was ready. This is Perez's sword technique that is passed on to the future king of Owen. It looks like he'll put all his effort into the next attack. All the techniques of the third prince remained clearly in his memory. Rayon activated his aura. The first movement of 10,000 lights return. The third prince's eyes widened. He had once again underestimated his opponent. The fiery aura looked quite terrifying. The aura of golden flame. He had heard a lot about it. In their time, it was considered a great rarity. Greer felt uncertainty rising within him, but he wasn't about to give up. This is not the end. He has only one way out left. Their auras collided again, creating a new explosion of energy in the arena. The prince pushes back the Seighart's vehicles. He has the advantage. So something went wrong. His aura, Rayon Seighart, just cut it with a sword. The guy moved quickly and confidently. He didn't stop for a second or hesitate, continuing to strike. Of course, the prince again could not withstand such an onslaught. He lost his balance and fell to his knees. The obvious result, which everyone already knew, was Rayon Seighart. He was faster and stronger, but his sword still couldn't withstand such force. Rayon Seighart used defense to reflect his aura. His opponent is very talented. Greer was upset, but even so, he couldn't help but appreciate the strength of his opponent. And indeed, the world is big. He is grateful to the guy for the sparring because he learned a lot from it and admits his defeat. Rayon was glad that the prince was not offended by him. He had also learned a lot. Greer apologized for not taking him seriously, to think he was so blind as to not notice his flame. He lost both in swordsmanship and in aura to the boy who was younger than him. A chuckle escaped his lips. Then he extended his hand forward. There was something in his fist. It was a gift. He, Greer de Owen, third prince of the kingdom of Owen, gives this sign as a fulfillment of one of his requests. Although he lost, his mind became clearer and he felt like he understood something. He was even lucky to lose to a swordsman like him. They would meet again in the future. The third prince hoped that next time his opponent would be the same as now. It was fun to chat. Then he turned to Instructor Rimmer. He was defeated, so the elf won the wager. Then the prince turned his gaze to the Duke of Tartarus. It was time to return. The prince remembered another urgent matter that he needed to take care of right now. In Rayon's past life, it was normal to complete missions without compensation, but is it right to receive such compensation? However, he liked today's event. He felt just great. This life was not turning out the way he thought. Rayon felt a pleasant and previously unknown feeling blossoming in his chest. In the evening, the prince went to the main hall to meet with the head of the House of Seighart. Well, he learned a good lesson from that sparring. This forced the prince to look at himself from the outside when he considered himself the best and to see the unfilled voids in this. Greer de Owen had traveled to each of the 6 kings and fought each of them, but this was the first time he had met a trainee like Rayon. Although the boy is younger than him, he is exactly the swordsman from whom he himself should learn. Glenn straightened up, trying to hide the surge of pride in his grandson. That was true. But he had a great desire to show respect to the old man and leave them. He wanted to analyze and learn everything he had seen. Glenn Seighart had no intention of detaining the boy, but he also asked that his letter be delivered to the king. In the evening, when the sun was hiding behind the mountains, the prince rode away from their camp. Duke Tartarus spoke up. The prince looked at him. He wanted to say something. During his sparring with Rayon Seighart, he showed off his full strength and even used Paris's secret sword technique, which he thought was a bit too much. He reminded the prince that he must hide his power. The guy laughed awkwardly. He really had gone a bit overboard. Okay. Sparring, but giving up his personal badge, the prince interrupted the man, was the right decision. Rayon Seighart did him a favor. He could have been angry because of his frivolous attitude. However, he showed nothing of the sort and remained polite until the very end. In addition, Rayon also demonstrated his swordsmanship, which can be considered equal to him. And the badge, moreover, being an investment in the future, the Duke did not understand what was being discussed. With strength, character, and such a sharp mind at such a young age, even if it is just a bet, his name will definitely go around the continent. He will be noticed by everyone. Greer turned a sly glance at the Duke. The benefits of being friends with the guy in the future were much greater, weren't they? He grew up in a royal family, and if he can't even look into the near future, he will simply be crushed by the rest. Rayon Seighart and the fight with him did not leave the prince's mind. He smiled to himself. I wonder how strong this guy will be the next time they meet. The butler thinks Glenn is glad that his grandson was recognized by the prince of a foreign country. He simply states a fact. The Lord smiles with such a warm smile, which he has not smiled for a long time. The old man instantly became serious. What kind of smile are we talking about? That's right, he had been smiling ever since the third prince mentioned young Master Rayon's name. By the way, he is very curious about what Duke Tartarus said, because he can handle it. In addition to the letter from the prince, the Duke needs to deliver a message to the King of Destruction of the North. This is a message from Lacrosse Alberto de Owen II, king of the Kingdom of Owen and one of the 6 kings. Glenn Seighart tensed internally. He felt that something was wrong. And he was right. The Duke reported that 5 demons had begun their movement. Those who came before them did not have it so easy with Owen's knights. Apparently, the cadets are quite ready. Special training will take place next week. Dorian immediately felt uneasy about what would await them there. In fact, it's hard to call it training. Rather, it's reality. This time, they should be ready to see blood. Beyond the southern Zyghart territory lies a bandit group called Snow Lake. Some of them were from the North-South Alliance. Idintayn ergam disco kikafan. Anpamanan andintian asindubekchian. Sorsan disactuor bastamonsonsdani by allowing people to pass through the mountain road, charging them a toll. Lately, their behavior has only gotten worse. They say that they are robbing all the trade caravans, and the number of innocent victims is growing higher and higher. They've already been cleared out, so why does he speak in the past tense? The cadets started making noise, asking a bunch of questions. What was their mission then? Did they really just need to attack them? The bandits attacked one of the villages to the south, causing a bloody massacre and leaving everything on fire. The entire group fled. Many of the cadets turned pale. They did not expect such details. Therefore, their mission is to track down and destroy Snow Lake. Although they are former bandits, but each of them is a famous swordsman, they should not lose their vigilance. The dispatch is tomorrow evening, so his advice is to prepare better. Runan Salian has been training hard alone and still has some things to improve. Her grip was firm and the sword moved smoothly, but it wasn't enough. She needs to improve her stance before tomorrow's task, but she's still not getting it right. Rayan's punches definitely seem soft and leisurely. What is her problem? What is she doing wrong? She looked into the distance. She was sure that he was still training there. Maybe she should ask him, but she quickly changed her mind. She didn't want to bother him. Runan has returned to exercise and will continue to exercise on her own. The sun sank lower and lower toward the horizon. The wind rustled the leaves of the trees. Another hour passed. Now the power of the attacks has become less, but the movements have clearly become smoother. Perhaps it's time to finish today. Rayan has most likely finished his training. It's worth saying hello before heading home. That's right, she needs to go home. Someone is waiting for her. Mom said today that she bought her favorite ice cream, so she should come early on the weekend. So today, she will go early, and if anything happens, she will ask him tomorrow. Perhaps she should give her friend some ice cream too. With this thought, she headed home. Runan changed her clothes and headed towards the gate. She was immersed in her thoughts and did not notice anything around her at all. She also didn't notice the tall figure that was quietly following her. A painfully familiar voice called her name. Runan assumed it was a hallucination. She froze in place, exhaling loudly. There really was someone standing behind her. Her face instantly changed, becoming either scared or surprised, and she began to stutter. Brother Sirius stood before her. Much time had passed since their last meeting. Before her stood Sirius Salian of the Collateral Branch. The young man ignored her reaction. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and if she continued to look like that, her brother might get upset. It seems he had already warned her not to show such a face. By the way, it looks like Rimmer's training is going well. She has become much stronger than he thought. Sirius smiled at her coldly. This is amazing. However, this does not give her a reason to go to the battlefield and risk her life, right? His face was too close. Runan couldn't help but step back. She screamed loudly. Oh my god, it turns out she's gotten better over time. I'll have to remind her a little. She must remember that squirrel that Runan once looked after. I think her name was Ruby. Sirius took an animal out of his pocket. A small squirrel was sleeping peacefully in his hand. His smile made her shudder. Now she would remember again what had happened to her. She will remember how Ruby died and what will happen to her if she ever disobeys her brother. The young man clenched his fist sharply. There was a crunch, and blood splashed everywhere. Runan froze in place. Memories from many years ago flashed before her eyes again, and she began to tremble. This was not an isolated case. There were many pets. Each time, holding back tears, she dug a new hole in which she placed the cold corpse. Sirius watched this, controlling the process, and it all gave him pleasure. Runan felt her vision darken. Her breathing became too rapid. She couldn't do it anymore, and falling to her knees, the girl screamed again. She grabbed her head, shaking it from side to side, repeating to herself, no, no, no. Sirius Salian bent down and smiled. He had achieved his goal. Runan belonged to him. She is his until the appointed day comes. His breath gave her goosebumps. She shouldn't do anything dangerous or difficult. All she has to do is breathe as many times as he wants. My heart was pounding like crazy, and a small explosion came from somewhere to the side. Pieces of asphalt flew in all directions, and the icy wind ruffled her older brother's hair. Runan continued to tremble, staring at the floor, avoiding eye contact with her brother. Rayan came to the noise, a naked sword in his hands. He frowned. The guy's voice was full of contempt, and his gaze was cold. Who is he? The young man grinned, giving the guy an appraising look, and Rayan repeated again who he was. If he wants to know someone's name, he has to introduce himself first, right? Having to teach such simple things is so problematic. This is not what a man who stopped a girl at such a late hour should say. Rayan's face darkened, he thought. This is a robber, maybe a bandit. His words hit the mark. He hurt the young man's ego. That's how he thinks. He's this girl's older brother. Rayan understood that something was wrong here. Otherwise, why was the Renan acting so strangely? The girl was still in a state of dissociation. Her gaze was empty. She was muttering something to herself. Rayan turned an angry look to the young man. Runan looked scared. Was he really her brother? Sairi decided to justify himself. He was so happy to meet them that he decided to joke around a little. Rayan was shocked. Was it a joke to kill a squirrel right in front of the girl? Sirius laughed awkwardly. He saw it, but it was not a real squirrel, just a toy. Does he really think he would kill a living squirrel, Rayan? That he burned all the flesh and blood with aura? In any case, he had a long-term mission coming up, so he came to visit his little sister before heading out. Siri's voice changed subtly. Runan has a very good friend. He advises to hold on to him as tightly as possible. He's sorry that his little sister reacted that way. Well, they should be healthy, and see you again. Rayan watched his retreating silhouette, his gray cloak and hair fluttering in the wind. He knows this guy, a genius swordsman from the Salian family, one of the 12 monsters that will become the pillar of the next generation. Sword Spear, Sirius Salio. He had heard of him before his reincarnation, but this was the first time he had met him in person. But he's just a psycho who only pretends to be good-natured. The disgusting stench, similar to Dirus, caught his nose, and the guy grimaced. Finally, Runan gradually began to come to her senses. Rayan extended his hand to her, helping her to stand up. He tried to make his voice as soft as possible to reassure his friend that he would take her there. They walked to the carriage in complete silence. Runan had not yet had time to come to her senses. Her voice was quiet and lifeless as she thanked her friend for driving her there. Rayan Seighart waved goodbye to her. They were leaving tomorrow. He advised her to go to bed early. All the way home, Runan barely moved, fear paralyzing her to the point of numbness. She couldn't get over the meeting with her older brother, and at home, it felt like she had been turned inside out. The ice cream box lay abandoned on the table. I didn't want any at all. And here it is again, the same as then. Will all this ever end? She clearly remembers the first time it happened. She was only 4 years old. Ruby is just very sensitive because she will soon have a baby. Everything is fine. Then Sirius snatched the pet from her and in the blink of an eye wrung its neck. She belongs to him, so no one has the right to touch her. And even if he dares not harm himself, he simply lives and breathes. He warned that if she told her father or mother about this, he would kill them. They had no use for family. He would grind them all into dust. He will only save his sister. He will burn the rest alive. If she opens her mouth, then someone will get hurt. Runan repeated to herself. She would keep her mouth shut, and then no one would get hurt. She was lonely, and thought she was the only one suffering like this. But then she realized that she was not alone. Meeting Rayan Seighart changed something in her. What kind of person is he? He puts in so much effort and goes through so many difficulties. Seeing how he changed others through his own efforts alone, Runan decided that she could change herself. She tried to change with him, but she couldn't do it. Longing and despair overwhelmed her. She tried to calm herself down. Everything was fine. She just needed her patience back. The village of Yartan, the southernmost part of the Seighart territory. It was cold. Everyone was tired after several hours of hiking. Rimmer decided to make a pass here. It was hard for everyone to pass the interdimensional gate in such a hurry. And they must be seriously tired. They should try to get a good rest, because this is their last pass before the mission. So they are the Seighart swordsmen. The escort called them to follow him. He will lead them to the place of overnight stay. Rimmer thanked them for their hospitality. They would finally be able to warm up. Rayan, left alone, thanked the Essence King. If it weren't for his hint yesterday, he wouldn't have noticed. Who knew that this guy was hiding his aura? He said that in any case, he had a long-term mission planned. As long as he was Runan's older brother, she would remain like that. The spirit took up his task again. Let him give him his body. Then he will kill this guy and give it back to Rayan. The king's wrath is twofold, and his revenge on his enemies is tenfold. Didn't the girl show them the sweetness of the treats? He can do whatever he wants with it. Rayan chuckled. Yes, he was laughing at him. Of course he wouldn't fall for his sincerity. Sirius Salian injured Runan, so the guy won't just kill him. She is the first stranger who, in his past and this life, has taken care of him with all sincerity. If necessary, Rayan Seighart will kill this guy personally. It was the second day since their departure from the Seighart's territory, and they were already approaching the place where Snow Lake had passed. There was devastation everywhere. The smell was simply disgusting. The reason for this were dozens of corpses. What the hell? Who could have done all this? Someone ran to the side. He threw up. It was too much. Buren Seighart held on with all his might, but even he was knocked off balance by so so many dead. It was terrible. First, they cut up these poor people and then burned them. Rayon glanced sideways at Marta. Apparently, Martha is not particularly frightened by this. Perhaps she has seen such chaos before, or killed someone herself. Rayon looked around. One person was missing. His heart skipped a beat. And where was Runan? The girl felt sick and nauseous. She felt unwell, but wherever she went, she was met with corpses. They must appreciate the full scale of the tragedy with their own eyes. All of this was caused by the guys from the snowy lake. They must remember everything with their own eyes and not forget it. One must not let down one's guard when meeting them. This is a silent whistle, as the name suggests. It does not make any sound and can only be heard by specially trained people. The instructors will monitor them and will rush immediately if anything happens. They must use it in case of danger. Although they are ruthless, nevertheless, instead of whistling immediately, it is better to try to do everything possible. It is not scary if they manage on their own. However, if the opportunity arises, they must kill them mercilessly. Having finished his speech, Rimmer moved on to the next stage, forming groups under the control of leaders. Marta in Group A and Buren in Group B, they should organize 3 or 4 people into a group and move out. Syria's words continued to play in Runan's head. She was his and had no right to do anything dangerous or get hurt. He will kill everyone who hurts her. Her breathing quickened. Rayon tried not to let the girl out of his sight. He offered to join him. Runan was not herself. Something was wrong here. She was always quiet, but never withdrawn or timid. It was terribly cold and snowing, but the views were picturesque. This is the top of Mount Luton, if they are on a hill, and so on. Look down below. And also in an emergency, they can easily hide from attack, although this is a standard strategy, but not this time. Those who know they are being pursued would not hide here. Most likely, they already know their routes. In that case, the only place left is that hill in the distance. It looks too obvious, but he doesn't know the landscape behind it. Runan was constantly disappearing somewhere, staring blankly into space, and every time Rayon called her, she would shudder. He pretended not to notice. He suggested leaving the forest to the other groups and heading towards the hills. But as soon as Runan turned her back to him, concern appeared on the guy's face. He is too obviously worried, sure that he does not want to talk to her. He himself doesn't even know what he feels for Sylvia, and it's a family matter, whether he should give advice. However, it is clear that Syria had a hand in this, and if the opportunity arises, they will definitely somehow deal with this problem. But even so, it's not that easy to find the reason. In any case, so far, everything is going according to plan. At a fast pace, they reached the hill, behind which there was a continuation of the forest. It stretched quite far. It seems that the people from this organization know how to cover their tracks. It's not easy to find them, but this only works on newbies. It wasn't a problem for him. Rayon's eyes found the broken branch. Someone had definitely caught it. The best assassins not only learn to kill their targets, tracking, stalking, and gathering information is the foundation of the basics, one of the best aspects of assassins. Ordinary bandits or rangers are unlikely to be able to deceive his eyes. Apparently, the shelter of the snow lake is somewhere here. Rayon tensed up and lowered his voice. He ordered them to follow him and not make a sound. Runan tried to pull herself together and get ready. After all, they were on a dangerous mission. A couple of friends moved slowly through the forest, trying not to make noise. Bear traps were already close. As expected, nothing special, except for the traps set at the beginning. There were too many traces. They thought they would never be found. Rayon peeked out from behind a tree. They must have been ignored. He tried to assess the situation. They had a child held hostage. There are 2 people standing guard. They are well prepared since they don't emit aura. They are low-level swordsmen. And next to the hostage, there sleeps a huge guy. It feels as if the sword is his only bread. He tried to look deep into the cave. The rest were most likely there, since they couldn't have left only 1 hostage. And there could be at least a dozen bandits inside. Is it worth using the whistle? Perhaps it's worth retreating and regrouping first. Then, with the main forces, they will attack. The hostage's condition is relatively bad. He may freeze to death. They won't last unless they attack with all their might, while their presence is still unnoticed. Therefore, the best option is to rescue the hostage and quietly deal with them, since they have not yet been exposed. Runan's expression was frightened. Rayon knew that she was completely unprepared right now. He called her by name. She should look at him and listen to what he has to say to her. She shouldn't worry too much. They can still save this boy. Help him instead. When he gives the signal, she should block the sounds with mana, and Rayon will take care of the rest. She can become the same. Runan tried to get into the right frame of mind. She will succeed. The guards were relaxed and sleepy. They did not expect anyone to reveal their presence. The girl stepped forward. The men suddenly jumped up, asking who she was. The girl activated her abilities, deploying an aura and blocking sounds. Damn! Their voices went silent. She did it with Mana's help. Now, before we tackle that big guy in the back, we should first deal with these 2. Rayon slipped past the guards in an instant. He managed to do it with just one blow. The head of one of the dead flew right next to the Renan, and the girl felt panic again. She was no longer in control of herself and had no awareness of where she was. Her breathing quickened again. Childhood nightmares, one after another, came like a carousel before her eyes. A crunch, a cold corpse, a hole. Scary eyes from the brother, a crunch again. Runan grabbed her head and screamed again, tearing her lungs. It was unbearable. Rayon panicked. Their plan was ruined. The mana barrier was destroyed. Is this really that trauma from the past again? If she keeps screaming like this, they will be discovered. One of the invaders approached Runan with his sword at the ready. Rayon Seighart felt panicked as to whether he would make it in time. The girl continued screaming, not paying attention to what was happening around her. And yet the guy managed to do it. He knocked the man down, thrusting the sword very close to his face. In a menacing voice, he ordered him to be silent. If he made even a sound, he would kill him. From now on, he must simply answer the questions asked, and for every refusal, he will break his bones. Rayan was in a difficult situation. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to calm his friend down, but even more, he wanted them all to survive. Even after this hysteria, Runan immediately deployed the barrier. Thanks to this, they are okay, although it was tough, but they coped. They are from the Snow Lake. There are 39 people in their squad. The rest are inside. Of the hostages, only one remained, as expected. The boy turned to Rayan. The last hostage was his younger sister. He begged for her to be saved. Runan tried to calm the boy down. They would save his sister, so he didn't have to worry. Rayan was much tougher. He wouldn't have thrown words around in her place. Runan put pressure, but they would help. He doesn't mind fighting the bandits, but it would be worth calling for reinforcements to ensure the safety of the hostages. Besides, there are still 36 bandits and one swordsman here. Then she will use the whistle. Rayan nodded. That would be better, and the girl obediently whistled. He's sure he's somewhere nearby, but the guy didn't hear anything. It wasn't for nothing that Rimmer gave them that whistle. However, everything did not go according to plan. The robbers heard a sound, a rise, and the pursuers were there. Rayan and Runan tensed up, wondering where such a professional was among them. Even he, being nearby, didn't hear anything. Rayan drew his sword and stepped forward, his girlfriend hugging the boy, trying to protect him. The little bastard had the guts to come to them like that, and he did everything perfectly. The man, whose face was covered with scars and wrinkles, raised an eyebrow at who he had just called. Rayan didn't press his sword to the hostage's neck. It's none of his business. He wants to exchange hostages. The bandit grabbed the handle of the ball more tightly. If they give up the child, then the guy will let the robber go. The man burst out laughing. He didn't care what happened to this jerk. Unlike their hostage, he had no value. He really wants to see that little girl's head fall. If not, let her let go of the sword immediately. Flashes of anger lit up the guy's eyes. Right. Runan must not turn around until he gives the signal. Rayan grabbed the man by the hair and slit his throat in one motion. Blood spattered the snow red, and the hostage made horrible gurgling sounds as he choked on his own liquid. The robbers were beside themselves with anger. What a bastard he was doing. Rayan suddenly sent his sword flying, killing another of the bandits. He called out to Runan sharply, ordering her to create a frosty mist using her aura. The space around was filled with a whitish suspension. Visibility became practically zero. The robbers were disoriented. They couldn't see anything because of the fog. Rayan instantly jumped up to the girl, grabbed her and ran. It looks like the children have lost consciousness due to the cold. It will be difficult to escape in this state. Rayan asked his friend to stay here with the children and look after them. The girl tried to stop him because he was wounded, but Rayan was adamant. Everything was fine. He would quickly deal with them and come. His voice slowly faded as he felt his girlfriend tug at his cloak. Tears welled up in Runan's eyes. Her voice trembled. She begged him not to leave. It is very dangerous to fight wounded. The instructor and will be here soon. They can just wait for help. It seemed like Rayan was beginning to understand what was going on. Slowly, he knelt down in front of his girlfriend so that their eyes were at the same level. There will always be fear on the battlefield. For him too. This applies not only to trainees, but even to experienced swordsmen. There are things that are much more terrible. The fear that you did nothing when you should have. They committed unforgivable and terrible acts, and among the victims were those who were trying to defend their village. There will always be those who are ready to protect their loved ones to the end. They cannot turn a blind eye to their death. Rayan tried to cheer the girl up. They are Seighart swordsmen. By carrying out their missions to the end, they must continue the path of those who also sacrifice their lives to protect others. He doesn't know exactly what her brother did, but the more she fears, the more this man's shadow will influence her. Fear will penetrate deeper and deeper into her. She must remember that only she can protect herself and her loved ones. Once she escapes once, she will have no choice but to escape constantly. He gave her the badge. What to do next is up to Runan. She didn't have to be afraid anymore, and she didn't have to stay in the shadows anymore. Then the guy headed towards the cave. She wants to change. She wants to leave. She will no longer be tied to the past. Runan knew that there was no longer the darkness in her that had been in her before. Her future is full of light, and she will no longer doubt. Rayon dealt blow after blow, sending his enemies falling flat on the snow. Curses were heard. He needed to be stopped as quickly as possible. Now is the time to attack. The boy got distracted. A curtain of dust obscured the entire field of vision. When it cleared, the boy had already disappeared somewhere. Rayon's voice was full of rage, waiting for the moment when he would be distracted. A powerful blow from the sword, and the head of the main bandit flew off his shoulders. The others backed away. He is a monster. Where does such strength come from at his age? Does it make sense to give such a young man a chance? One of the men stepped forward, grinning. Despite the surroundings, he seemed relaxed, a shame for the former members of the North-South Alliance. By the way, he noted that the guy's face and his clothes must be beautiful. He is from a rich family. He was worried that there might not be enough gifts. It seemed that heaven had not abandoned this man. The robber went on the attack. Now there is one more hostage. Solo Jeju. He is definitely not a layman. His level of fencing is not bad. The other men noticed the Runan. She pulled out her sword. She had to protect these children. To do this, she will have to kill the enemy in front of her. Fortunately, it is not that difficult to deal with. It's simple. You need to attack. She can do it. She repeated Rayon's words to herself. She must not forget them. Runan felt a visceral terror when she saw her brother's silhouette very close to her. No, her brother came again. She needs to get rid of these memories. But she can't forget that day. Will she be able to protect someone like Rayon? Even at such a moment, she cannot swing her sword. She is afraid, and it is not her hands that are shaking. It's scary that she won't be able to protect herself or those around her. Rayon's scream brought her to her senses, and the girl realized where she was. His figure radiated confidence. Everything was fine. He would protect them. Runami felt her wildly beating heart calm down, and she gripped the hilt of her sword more comfortably. She mentally thanked her friend. He gave her courage and confidence. She was ready to fight again. Rayon's opponent watched the others fight, lazily fending off the boy's attacks. These guys are so insignificant and pathetic too, he clicked his tongue. It is not they who are to blame, but the person who overcame her dark past. She is a child with a kind and strong heart. Rayon activated your aura of 10,000 lights, taking advantage of the moment of distraction he attacked the man. We need to check if there are any traps left before the instructors arrive. A two-color flower, quite a precious material. Did they really destroy a village just for it? A laughing voice was heard from somewhere to the side. Had they really finished already? This is the two-color flower that Jeju took away. The Death Lord of the North-South Alliance, Lecter, was delighted. They dealt with everyone. In fact, he thinks it's strange, given their combat experience and age. When Rayon asked if he was in the North-South Alliance, the boy nodded affirmatively and introduced himself as Lecter. When the boy heard this name, every muscle in his body tensed. That same Lecter, he had heard about him in his past life. After joining the North-South Alliance, 10 years later, he became famous as a brilliant swordsman. Compared to him, Snow Lake is just small ants. He is a real swordsman with strong skills. He is a descendant of the famous family of one of the 6 emperors of Sieghart. There are no marks on his sword, meaning he is still a trainee. The young man chuckled, wondering what he should do. Should he kill them? Rayon straightened up, ready to act at any moment. He felt the threat emanating from this figure. For him, who lived the life of a killer, this murderous aura means nothing. The lecturer's kind and naive smile did not fit with his murderous intentions. Was he really going to cling to life with all his might? Perhaps he was wrong in thinking the boy was just a bud. It seems he is a whole sprout. Rayon didn't listen to his chatter. Instead, he analyzed. He could kill him if he attacked from behind. In a direct confrontation, it will be much more difficult. But why can't he leave? Rayon drew his sword and took a stance, then ordered his opponent to also draw his sword and attack. The lecturer is surprised by his fearlessness, but if he gets it, the boy will die. It's natural for the weak to die. Rayon gritted his teeth. For such a young guy, he has quite a fiery spirit. On the contrary, his appearance deprived him of the desire to fight. It would be a shame to kill the boy here and now. Death chooses its victim impartially and indiscriminately. Lecter burst out laughing. He was crazy. There are other reasons besides the fact that this fight will affect his honor. The biting wind had been passing over this place for some time now. Rayon raised his eyebrows in confusion. The young man was moving away from them. It would be great if he became a member of the North-South Alliance. Finally, he turned around and asked the guy his name. Rayon tried to keep a straight face, as if he wasn't relieved that the guy was leaving them. When he said his name, the lecturer's expression changed somehow subtly, meaning it was Rayon Sieghart. Well, he will wait until this name is carried from the Teruka Mountains to the Ravel River. Then he will disappear into thin air. Rayon breathed a sigh of relief. He was finally gone. Then the boy turned his gaze to Runan. It was time for them to return to the children. The first task, which was both short and long at the same time, ended like this. After that, they returned with the head of the bandit leader. Buren and Marta were confused. Rimmer reassured all the cadets that they had not contributed to the completion of the mission, advising them not to be disappointed. It was time to report on the completion of the tasks. Anger still did not leave him, praising itself. Since the rescued children had lost their parents, it was decided to place them in the care of the Salian family. Returning from the mission, they and Runan were summoned to the main house, and in recognition of their contribution to the mission, they were awarded a bronze medal. That day, surprisingly, the head of the house praised them, and as a trophy, Rayon was given a flower that was a rare medicine. What was unexpected for him was that they didn't take him away, but on the contrary, they gave him. Up until this point, everything was going smoothly until the guy met Dorian on the doorstep of his house. Apparently, the guy was just about to leave. What is he doing here? Madame asked him to report everything to her after completing the task. Rayan felt his guts twist into a tight knot. Did he really tell her everything? The guy was beside himself with pride. He told about the master's entire feat in the smallest details, what this bastard had done. It was expected to see the mother's worried face. He finally came. Sylvia will be so annoying to him if she finds out that he attacked those robbers himself. Everything is not as she was told. Sylvia didn't want to listen to anything. She hugged her son. Then she looked at Rayon, her eyes shining with pride. He was doing well. Rayon expected a completely different reaction. He was discouraged. Sylvia felt awkward. What happened? Did he really think that she would scold him? The reason why the first head of the house took up the sword was to protect the weak. He always extends a hand not only to his loved ones, but also to those who need it. Her goal was to become exactly this kind of swordsman, and she would never scold her son for risking his life to save the children. Sylvia smiled tenderly. His mother was proud of him. Rayon hugged his mother back absent-mindedly. He didn't understand anything. Emotions really were a complicated thing. Unfortunately, he remembered about Dorian too late. The guy had already disappeared without a trace. The Essence King understood what he was thinking. There was no need to look back. That coward had long since fled. At least Rayon can breathe a sigh of relief. Things didn't go that badly. It was time for bed, and Runan, out of habit, stroked the wooden squirrel figurine before going to bed. She smiled, anxiety and fear receding into the background. She no longer needed to remain in the shadows. These words of Rayon changed something inside her. She must tell him this the next time they met. How grateful she was to him. Rimmer loved to sleep outside. Such was his elven nature, but today he was wide awake. He was amazed at how confident Rayon was in fighting a swordsman who was much stronger than him. He was filled with admiration and grinned contentedly. He felt the same feelings for the Lord as the fruit. The seed of the new king began to sprout. The main house of Robert's family was quiet and deserted. Darius sat at the table, carefully leafing through documents and filling them out. In surprise, he narrowed his eyes when he saw something on the paper. As he traced perfect letters on a piece of paper, he used his hand to write, leaving a bloody stain on it. He looked at his palm from all sides with cold blood. The wound still hadn't healed. Each time she reminded him of the event that happened 17 years ago. These years passed unnoticed. Darius continued to take high-quality elixirs. He turned to experienced doctors and famous priests. However, no one and nothing could erase this scar. The wound never heals and looks the same as it did the first time. It's as if he wants Darius to remember, as if the dead spirit is asking him for memories. But unfortunately, he does not think about the past. Anger burned in his eyes. He'll finish for today, although there's not much time left. He slammed the book shut. Just a little more, and his wish would come true. One of the cold curse contours has disappeared. The third star of 10,000 lights production has been obtained. The aura growth rate has increased. All indicators have been significantly increased. Rayon chuckled contentedly. Had he finally reached the level of an expert? It's the initial stage, not even a low level, but nevertheless, he worked hard to get this far. The Essence King made a face. How funny. The Swordmaster is a humble worm. Yes, he is proud that he became an expert at 15 because this is a rarity. Even on the entire continent, it is difficult to find a similar case. The spirit rolled his eyes. Only fools judge age on the battlefield. The weak are weak regardless of age. Rayon wasn't going to argue with him. There were no fools on the battlefield who took age into account. He agreed with that. What a pity. Even now it cannot compare to the fingertips of this king. It will not even be worth a nail. The spirit was angry because the guy didn't react to his barbs at all. Why was he laughing? This is all he can do. In the past, he was forbidden to even utter unnecessary words. Rayon smiled lazily. Wasn't that an admission that he had grown up in his own way? Would a king ever acknowledge such a man, especially one like him? Why is the king so angry? His voice trembles slightly, as evidenced by the fact that having spent so much time with him, the guy understands his thoughts to some extent. A man trying to destroy a king is not enough. His anger is nothing compared to what it was before. If he does not regain his strength, the spirit will soon have problems. The Essence King suddenly calmed down. This nonsense reminded him of the old days. When the king was in the demon kingdom, demons came into the castle and argued with him. Rayon ignored his words. He needed to stretch his legs. When all the students had gathered in the hall, Rimmer clapped his hand, telling them to put aside all their work. They can finish training for today. Everyone did a great job. Buren spoke up. The instructor was 20 minutes late. Shouldn't this training be extended for the same amount of time? Rimmer wanted to get away as quickly as possible. They would make up for all this tomorrow. That was enough for today. Rayon agreed with the instructor. He confirmed his words. It was time to wrap things up for today. All that was left was to clean up the training grounds. Dorian was in a good mood, going about his business, humming under his breath. The guy slammed the locker door. A monster was standing very close to him. Dorian squealed in fear, like a slaughtered pig. What kind of screams were those while cleaning? Martha snatched his mop. She was busy training. Have they all gone deaf? She keeps saying she's busy, so let them get out of here. Rayan still couldn't believe that this girl was only kind to him. Rimmer smiled. He thinks the guy is the only one who hasn't changed. And how did he appear here? Didn't the elf run away because of Buren's nagging? The man feigned nonchalance, as if he had forgotten something and so had returned. Attention everyone, he has something important to tell them again, that he forgot. Well, the instructor laughed. They have a second task assigned to them. After these words, a dead silence fell in the hall, and several students swallowed loudly. Rimmer laughed sheepishly and apologized. How could he forget something so important? It's been half a year since the first mission. This one took longer. What were they thinking? Was there really so little work in the Zieghart family? Orcs attack near a small village southeast of Zieghart territory. Their task is to go there, defeat the orcs that are threatening the inhabitants, and protect the village. In other words, protecting the village and enslaving monsters was a task that the students enjoyed much more. They had been waiting for such a task for a long time. They would finally be able to properly test their sword. Rimmer was surprised that the boys enjoyed these kinds of missions. After all, on this mission, the instructors will not accompany them. They will be the only ones going there. What if a problem arises that they cannot solve themselves? Understanding the risks is also their skill. They always need to be able to give up in order to come back alive. That is why the leader's judgment is always decisive. Depending on the situation, it is necessary to break through by force, use strategy, or run away. Dorian raised his hand. Wouldn't it be a problem if he ran away from the mission? However, it all depends on the situation. Inside, Dorian was jubilant with delight. Great, he could run away and not be punished. The instructor wanted to remind them that they would be sailing at dawn the day after tomorrow. That is, in 2 days. The children were in a panic. Why was there so little time? Why such a rush? To hunt monsters, unlike defending a village or a standard raid, they need to collect a lot of equipment. Otherwise, God forbid, they could harm the villagers if they are not prepared well, so they must be more careful. Buren was outraged. They would have prepared thoroughly if they had known in advance when Rayon besieged him. Instructor Rimmer always warned that they would not know about upcoming missions in advance. Rayon tried to sound as serious as possible. This was no time to panic. It was time to get down to business. The more they whined, the less time they would have to prepare. The students agreed that it was foolish to expect missions to appear on schedule. They began to disperse to their rooms. It was time to start packing. The orcs are far more aggressive and powerful than they might imagine, and even in size, they are no match for the opponents the children have encountered before. In their current form, it is best not to fight them face to face, so in combat they should focus on dodging attacks rather than defending against blows. The instructor's advice: take everything to the minimum. He's expecting them here in 2 days. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Only a couple of hours remained before the start of the mission. Rayon was ready. He had packed his things on the first day. There was a weight-reducing spell on the backpack, making Rimmer realize he wasn't going to help them. It turns out that now everything depends on their team, and that's great. The King of Essence was displeased again. He growled something unintelligible, calling him an impudent boy. Did he really think that everything would go like clockwork, when something unexpected could happen at any moment? Rayon agreed with him. For example, he would take away all his stat points. The spirit was trembling with anger. He was about to sew his mouth shut with threads, when they were interrupted by a knock on the door. Rayon reached for the door handle with doubt, wondering who could have come at such a time. His voice took on a businesslike tone. He was about to scold the violator of his silence. When the door swung open, he forgot all the words he was going to say. Rayon Sieghart's mother stood in the doorway, and she seemed displeased. Rayon could have at least told her that he had received a new mission. The boy cringed under his mother's displeased gaze as she found out that Dorian had really spilled the beans. But the guy's guess was wrong. This time it was Rimmer, the damn elf. But it didn't matter now. Rayon muttered an apology quietly and awkwardly. Sylvia continued to pierce him with a stern look, but her face took on a more worried expression. She grabbed her son's hands and said his name with emphasis. Being an outstanding student means not only setting an example, but also leading other students in choosing the best path. There is no need to try to do everything alone. He must position his comrades in order to minimize damage and successfully complete the task. His life and his friends depended on his decisions. Rayon thought she would start lecturing him. Hunting monsters may seem like an easy task, but it's harder than it seems. You need to make sure they're all destroyed so the village is safe. He must also not forget that while on a mission, he is not just a student, but a Sea-Heart swordsman. Sylvia wants to see in him a warrior who is true to the ancient traditions of their family. The boy's voice became quieter. He thought his mother would be angry. And he was right, but she is furious and going crazy with fear for him. And yet, his mother hugged him, her warmth calming Rayon. Of course, she wouldn't scold him. The woman hugged him tighter, but she also warned that she would prepare a fiery thrashing for him upon his return home. She was glad that he had become much stronger since the training. But even so, she still won't stop worrying about her son. A pleasant, warm feeling washed over Rayon. After so many years of his life, he still couldn't get used to the fact that someone was worried about him. The day of departure has arrived, and Rimmer will tell them all one last thing. Anything can happen. They have to be extremely careful. If students realize they can't cope, well, he's finished. Now his students can set off on their journey. The mission usually takes about a month, but they have built a route for them to get to their destination, so they can get there in 2 weeks. Rayon ordered everyone else to form columns of 4. They would move in the march they had practiced yesterday. Rimmer was glowing with pride for this boy. He was sure that they could all cope. Rayon is not only good at wielding aura and fighting, he is also an excellent strategist. The instructor felt that the boy would quickly complete the mission and return, and this at only 15 years old. Every time, at such a young age, he exceeds the wildest expectations. Maybe it's time to go after them. At such a distance, they won't notice their presence. Rimmer narrowed his eyes. It was too early. One of the guys had a very keen sense. He yawned and stretched. Okay, he'll go and lie down on the path. The other instructors remained tense, wondering if everything would be okay. The elf glanced at them. They would rather be so worried about the orcs. The young trainees moved at a measured pace, but did not linger. They reached the forest near the village. It was at this moment that something unthinkable happened, which forced them to stop in the middle of the forest. They came face to face with another squad, led by Kane Zyghart, the main branch, the best student of the 6th training hall. Rayon asked what they were doing there, and Kane answered with a question. Rayon knew about this guy from distant rumors. He joined the 6th hall late due to some injuries, but apparently he's okay now. And he seems to be quite skilled with a sword. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the leader of the squad. The guy's voice was cold. They have a mission related to the orc raid, and what are they doing here? Rayon frowned. His group had exactly the same task. They were given the same mission, but he was not told about it, which was mutual. The night before their departure, the instructors met at a nearby tavern to drink and discuss their students. Rimmer, even though he trains them himself, is incredibly impressed that they are worth sending to deal with an orc raid, since they are doing so well. Perhaps the boss will at least thank him. Some impudent fellow interrupted their conversation. The 6th training hall took on this mission. Teamwork is more important when it comes to monster raids. The 6th hall is more suitable for this. Its students recently completed the Hell Week training without a single failure, so they will be heading out on this mission. Rimmer chuckled. Methan was just jealous that his kids were getting a lot of attention lately. Why not send them together? Does he really want to send 2 training halls on one mission? They still need to get rid of those orcs. This will make them do everything much faster and better. The last argument made the other instructor agree. Buren has gone ahead. They will have problems with communication, so the other squad can return. And they will not retreat. They will take this mission upon themselves. There was anger in Kane's voice. He wouldn't repeat whether the 5th training hall was taking on too much. The 6th training hall is better suited for this type of mission, where teamwork is essential. They will do much worse since they have little experience working in a team. Buren is aware of Kane's skill level, and the 5th training hall should not be underestimated. For some reason, Rayon is sure that Rimmer knew perfectly well that 2 squads were sent here at once. Why didn't he say anything about it in advance? Rimmer believes it is important for them to gain real-world experience. If we look at the situation from this point of view, then their mission is as close to reality as possible. Teamwork and tactics are the most important skills when raiding monsters, and they are sorely lacking in this. Perhaps the elf wanted them to start competing with the 6th training hall, and then they would work on what needed to be improved. Rayon rubbed his face tiredly. That's how it is. Oh, that elven snake. Rayon had no intention of going against the system. On the contrary, he thought it was a good opportunity for all of them. He remembered his mother's words, what she told him before leaving, to show everyone that he was a swordsman swordsman who could defend the ideals of the family. The guy intervened in their quarrel, asking them to calm down. Why waste time on a useless argument? They themselves understand that they won't come to an agreement at this rate, so Rayon suggested organizing a competition. They don't know what exactly awaits them, but he suggests that they spend their energy on some kind of competition. This team doesn't want to give up on this mission, and neither does Buren. He's sure there are enough orcs there for everyone. Since it's a raid, there will definitely be elite orcs there. They would have a competition to decide who would be the commander on the mission. Both boys listen to him attentively. They will then destroy the elite orcs to sow chaos in their ranks and perform a purge. Sounds reasonable. If the dominant team runs into trouble, it will only become an opportunity for the other team. Sounds fair. First, they will move to those mountains. The cadets ran up, their swords drawn, finally unable to stretch. The conditions of the competition are simple: defeat the enemy team or capture their flag. It's much easier and more interesting than endless arguments. Rayon was about to make a plan. Martha interrupted him. Why? They are just a bunch of losers. She'll go and destroy them, and the guy can just sit here and wait. There is no need to use tactics against such losers. Marta, like a hound, rushed at the innocent cadets. Well, how are they doing here? Thanks to Rayon's legendary heightened senses, he doesn't need to see to assess the battlefield. Rayon knew that both teams had already collided and started fighting. Runan wondered if it was okay to send their team into battle without any plan. Some are just too confident and wouldn't listen to him anyway. He's also sure their team will lose. And in a rather pathetic way, judging by Martha's behavior, he was right. Buren gritted his teeth, realizing too late that he had been overconfident. They can't handle them. These cadets parry their blows too easily, although they are all weaklings. There is no gap in their joint defense, no way to approach. One of the cadets counterattacked Marta once again, which took her by surprise. By sunset, when Rayon's entire team had cleared out, his prediction had come true. They looked pitiful, all beaten, scratched and dirty, bashfully looking away. Buren and Marta felt the worst of all. They are the best students in the squad. Was it as simple as they imagined? It seems they were the ones who had to retreat. It was their mistake. The world was not standing still while they were improving themselves. They looked down on their rivals. Well, this is the result of a battle without any tactics and without information about the enemy. Their arrogance was their undoing. They wasted their strength. They showed the other squad their techniques. These swordsmen also train every day. Even if they show results, they cannot look down on them. Runan was surprised, so they lost. Rayon didn't agree with her. They still had a chance. Martha would do everything to defeat these ghouls. Well, the guy chuckled. At least they were still willing to work. Then he lowered his voice so that the others would come closer to him. He would tell them his plan for victory. The 5th training hall is a bit weak, but it was interesting to watch them fight. However, they must not let their guard down. The 5th hall successfully defeated the bandits. They will not give up so easily. As expected, it was time to put an end to this. Martha stepped forward, attracting their attention. If this idiot says anything nasty about them again, he will regret it for the rest of his days. Then she grabbed the sword handle more comfortably and went on the attack. Attack. 4th formation, they must concentrate the aura towards the front. Marta already knew that this would happen, so she changed tactics. Her opponent cursed silently. What the hell? She was attacking from the side. The 6th training hall had no idea what awaited them. They had already seen this starting stance. The order was given. They must parry in the same way as they had prepared. Buren abruptly changed the trajectory of his sword and slipped past the defense. He was pleased with himself, but not a single emotion showed on his face. He had deceived them. Buren knocked down his opponent's defenses with one attack and knocked them off their feet. The cadets couldn't believe their eyes, how he managed to change his trajectory so quickly. Their fighting style has clearly changed, and it's unclear what to expect. How did it happen that they changed tactics so abruptly? Martha was delighted. Rayon was right after all. How do they think why they lost, if individually they are stronger than them? Buren suggested that information and tactics were exactly that. The 6th training hall already knew the abilities and skills of each of them, and they planned their tactics based on this information. Their team didn't prepare at all, deciding that they would win anyway, and in the end, they failed miserably in the battle. Dorian, as always, was shaking with fear, which meant it was a failure. Martha grabbed him by the chest, ordering him to shut up. It's not called a failure yet, but they've lost a lot of strength and aura, and now their squad is at a disadvantage. Only they have the information and tactics. Everyone else has pricked up their ears. Buren leaned forward, hope in his voice, wondering if he really had an idea. Kane Seighart, the best of the 6th training hall, has a keen eye and well-developed intuition. Because of this, he noticed them from afar and sent disciples who were especially good at countering their weaknesses. Martha's strengths are her power and endurance, but her attacks are rather primitive, so he sent swordsmen who can withstand her onslaught. Buren is fast, but his attacks are too direct, so they sent swordsmen who specialize in evasion against him. How can they win in such a situation? The easiest way would be to simply change the people they send. But he doubts that his guys will agree to this. Marta started to wail. She herself wants to defeat them. Then there is another option. They need to fight differently. These guys are certainly tough, but they have more weaknesses when it comes to using aura. Buren is weak against opponents who rely heavily on their instincts in combat, but such guys are usually powerless against feints. As a result, they need to abandon their usual fighting style and use more feints. Kane really does have a keen eye. In fact, his senses are even better than those of a standard student. But Rayan Seigart's instincts are just as good. They're all doing well, and Runan won't lose. He knew who had come up behind him. Now it was his turn. Rayan rose from the stump and slowly drew his sword. Ready for battle, Kane Seighart stood in front of him. His gaze remained calm and reasonable, but his pursed lips betrayed tension. Since the situation was different now, Kane had no choice but to go in search of the flag. He became curious as to why they suddenly started losing, and it turns out he ordered his men to fight differently. The rumors that Rayan Seighart had changed were not false. Kane's voice grew cold, but he would put an end to this competition. Kane also heard that his opponent had a fire aura. What a coincidence, because he has the same one. His sword burst into flames. Rayan was confused. He didn't know that Kane also had a fire aura. Unfortunately for him, Kane's aura is the highest among the students. He even has more of it than many of the graduates. Rayan rolled his eyes at all these threats. Why did everyone in this family talk so much before a fight? His fiery aura, wild and unbridled, flared up like a halo around his figure. The temperature on the hill rose tenfold. They crossed swords. It was time to begin. Rayan will show him that his fire is much stronger than Kane's. Not wanting to waste any more time, the guy went on the attack first, practically catching Kane off guard. He heard that this guy defeated not only Martha, but also Prince Owen himself. His aura may not be as powerful as his own, but he is strong. Kane admits that. There was a powerful collision of auras, the strong recoil almost pushing them apart. Kane felt a sharp projectile scratch his cheek. For a moment, he panicked. What was this? How did he do it? As his flames grew weaker, Kane began to lose confidence in his abilities. He was so distracted that he almost missed Rayan's attack. An explosion was heard in the forest. The aura pressure reached its limit. Kane was down, lying face down, unconscious. He said that his own fire was stronger. Rayan straightened his shoulders, power circulating in his streams, nowhere to be found. After some time, the rest of the cadets came to the explosion. Their faces were shocked. What is Kane Seighart doing here, looking so rumpled? The best strategy for winning a losing battle is to defeat the enemy commander. Rayan knew that would happen. But that's not all. He was right. They were easy to deceive. And the guy helped not only him. If not for his advice, they would have lost to the 6th Martial Arts Hall long ago. Martha crossed her arms over her chest. She didn't want to admit it, but it was true. If his advice hadn't worked, she would have given up on her promise to serve him. They recognize him as the best student of the 5th Hall and will continue to follow his orders without hesitation. It seemed like this experience had made them mature a little. Rayan was glad. Here it is, the 5th Hall, to which he is accustomed and which listens to him. He can't help but praise them. They did a great job. He is sure that the recent battle forced them to draw conclusions. How dangerous it is to rely on your own superiority and strength, and what happens if you don't calculate your moves in advance. If the battle had been real and not a training one, then everyone would have simply died. Rajan looked around the crowd with a serious gaze, making sure everyone was listening to him. They must not forget this lesson. Then the guys switched to everyday affairs. Kane listened and watched their actions. Rayan Seighart is much better than he thought. It's obvious how excellent he is in tactics and martial arts. Kane thought that the 5th Hall was full of insolent people, but it turns out that he was the only one who was. He wanted to say a few words too. He had received a good lesson from Rayan Seighart. He realized that in a fight, you need to be on guard until the very end, and that you always need to have a couple of backup options. Kane believed that he would defeat him in any case, because after all, they had studied them well. Not only did their team lose the overall battle, but Rayan also won the one-on-one duel. Kane was sure that he was stronger than him, but it turned out that he was just an impudent fool. Rayan taught him a great lesson. The guy smiled awkwardly and extended his hand to him. He thanked him. Rayan saved him. He was much kinder to him than all the other relatives from the direct line. Rayan chuckled. He was only glad to shake hands with such a noble man. He also learned a lot. 2 weeks later, the cadets reached the village. It was terribly cold. It was snowing right now. Rayan approached almost to the very edge of the cliff. He studied the territory that spread out before him. Here is the village. It was a very small settlement. The main square was very small, and everything was surrounded by dense forest. There won't be much food available, and it's not suitable for tourists. People here work the land, and that's what they eat. This mission can't even really be called special. They were drawn here because monsters often appear in the area. However, for some reason, Rayan was no longer overcome with the feeling that they were being closely watched. It doesn't feel like an instructor observing the students, but rather like they are being studied for the purpose of attack. The best tactic now is to notice the surveillance and be on guard, no matter how much the guy studied the surroundings. surroundings, he did not notice anything remarkable. He had an idea. He would ask Buren for something. He should take on the role of the mission leader. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. Buren thought he had misheard what he was talking about. During the first mission with the Snow Leopard Paw Bandits, he and Runan fought, so this time, it's up to them. Wasn't it Buren who said on the very first day of their training that he would catch up with Rayon and that it was time to show what he had achieved? He will show how much he has already changed. He will take control of the mission. Rayon addressed the squad. From that moment on, Buren was their commander. Rayon turned his gaze to Martha. He would explain everything to her later. For now, she had to support her brother. The girl rolled her eyes and turned away. There was no point in calling her aside because of something like that. She said that she would obey his orders. She muttered under her breath, meaning that's what she would do, and then she headed towards Buren. Rayon lowered his voice. Wrath also felt like they were being watched. There is some sense in this. After all, the guy took the loot from him. The spirit's laughter was full of poison, so he told him how many people there were. Let him go and find him himself. Rayon chuckled thoughtfully. It turns out there was only one pursuer. After all, the spirit said his name, not theirs. Anger was furious when the boy thanked him with a smile for the information. However, the guy did not relax. Even if this one cannot be sure. Even if they are being watched by one person, there may be accomplices nearby, so you need to be on your guard. Rayon felt fatigue creeping up on him. It had been a difficult journey. There is a feeling that this mission will not be easy. A few hundred meters away from them, the spy was reporting information to his accomplice. This is the Saghart family, one of the 6 imperial clans. There is nothing special about them. There is an assumption that this group of students did not have an instructor with them, which means this is their second mission. Of course, they didn't notice him. He's sure they wouldn't have understood even if he had been nearby. They have orcs on their side. It's hard to verify that they sent simple students against them. The commotion among the locals is to blame for everything. They hope to quickly find the Mana Stone, but they can't find the artifact. Most likely, it is in the village. One of the men was impatient to act. Maybe he should attack now. The opportunity is just great. At the same time, they will get rid of this bunch of children. It's not hard to kill them, but if they rush, they might find out about the Mana Stone, which is something you can't let happen. The hooded man laughed briefly. Let them hunt monsters for now and think that you will successfully complete the mission. The man picked up his helmet from the ground. It looked quite ancient and worn. When the helmet touched his head, unimaginable changes occurred. He became taller and larger. His skin turned green, and his teeth and claws became sharper and thicker. And then they will attack the village after leaving and leave no stone unturned. Towards evening, the cadets finally settled in. It was nice to be in the warmth for the first time in such a long time. Even better, a hot, aromatic dinner awaited them. Only Rayon couldn't relax. He kept thinking and thinking. He was a little worried about Buren Saghart at first, but he's doing much better than he expected. He did not boast about his title, but first of all, calm the head of the settlement and the residents. The guy strives with all his might to become better. However, it is not him who should be worried. He and the others are quite capable of dealing with the monsters while he is not around. The problem is that the observer who was watching them on the way here seems to have headed towards the mountains. Is this an additional test for the Saghart clan, or something else entirely? Early in the morning, the squad went outside to explore the surroundings. The snow was melting quickly. They needed to hurry. There are definitely monsters in this area, as evidenced by the tracks they left in the snow. At this time of year, monsters begin to appear, but this time there are 3 times more of them than usual, and they cannot cope with them on their own. To be more precise, they counted several hundred tracks, which means there are more than 200 monsters here. Although it is not a matter of quantity, since they are not familiar with the area, the old man will find them a guide so that they do not get lost in the woods. Kanbar had known something was wrong when the leader had called them to the meeting last night, but he hadn't expected to have to drag himself along with the Sagharts. Rayon took the tiredness and dissatisfaction on his face for concern and tried to support him. Kanbaru doesn't need to worry. He will definitely return home safe and sound. Everyone, pay attention. Orcs are far superior to normal monsters in battle, and goblins and kobolds do not hesitate to use poison in battles. Even the slightest injury could be fatal. They all must be on guard. Buren ordered the 6th Martial Arts Hall to concentrate and not let a single monster escape. Kane intervened. They will help. Well, they will show these impudent monsters. The squad ran forward towards the tall, frightening figures. What fools. They rushed headlong to God knows where. Before it was impossible to catch them by surprise. Now they are screaming at the top of their lungs. Rayon tried to calm the Essence King down. After all, this was their first mission like this, and he could forgive them one mistake. Yes, and he too is on a mission for the first time, but he is not at all nervous, but carefully observes the battlefield. Wrath glanced sideways at him, looking as if he was already a seasoned warrior. The roar of the orcs was so loud that it echoed throughout the forest and mountains. Marta pulled her sword from its sheath and rushed forward. Now she would give them what they deserved. First, you need to destroy the goblins and cobalt orcs. They can leave them for later. Panic broke out in the squad. The orcs broke through the formation. 2 of them are moving in the other direction. The escort screamed in panic, wondering if they were really running here to them. He threw himself on the ground in fear, continuing to scream, "You shouldn't have come here." Rayon moved quickly, moving swiftly from one orc to the next, striking. The orc's blood spattered across the snow, turning it green. The escort finally found the courage to open his eyes when he had time. Mr. Kanbar gradually began to calm down. He is completely fine. Rayon had a question for him, whether there were any local legends here, like a great treasure hidden from prying eyes or a monstrous monster. There is one such, according to which, hundreds of years ago, a brutal battle took place here between the Goblin King, who came from the west, and the knights. They say the Goblin King's ring is still in these parts. Rayon tensed up. Now, he understood everything, the looks he felt on himself now, and that pursuer from earlier. All this is connected with nothing other than the cult of Eden, one of the 5 great demons, known for his madness. His goal is to revive the old order, the times when monsters ruled the world. The cult members hope to bring back that world and worship demons as their gods. But if everything were so banal, they would have been destroyed long ago. The fact is that Eden is able to subjugate monsters to its will, and the members of his cult can contact you through them. In terms of power, they are not inferior to the Sieghart family. The secret of their power is so ancient that even the great clan does not know its essence. But Rayon knew this secret, all thanks to Robert Darras. When they came across this cult during one of his missions, all the shadow troops were destroyed by them. He was the only one who survived, and it's scary to remember how. Rayon didn't understand it then. The situation was extremely strange, because Darus knew from the very beginning that the cultists were using mana stones. How did he know the secret? Why didn't he reveal it to the whole world? The voice of anger made him come to his senses, oyo what he was thinking about. The spirit could literally feel the dark rage boiling up inside him, the very thought of it throwing him off balance. Rayon took a couple of deep breaths. He needed to calm down. Eden's main problem right now. Their goal is the mana stone from the Goblin King's ring. Several hundred years have passed since he fell here, but the guy is sure that the ring with the powerful stone is still kept in the local mountains. They want to let them know that the mission is accomplished and then begin searching for the stone after they leave. Buren raised his sword. This is their leader. He will finish him with one blow. Snow exploded right in front of his face, making it hard to see what was in front of him. Marta was right there, but no, he didn't have her. Buren rolled his eyes and exhaled loudly. How uncultured. He turned to the rest of the cadets. The boss was dead. They had to deal with the remaining monsters. Regarding this legend, no one has ever found the lost ring since then. Mr. Kanbar was lost in thought. Something happened when he was still a child. The leader went to the mountains and returned from there with a red stone that he found in the foothills. Few people know where the stone is now, but it is buried under the house of the village head. What's most surprising is that after that, the weather became much warmer. The situation is much worse than the guy thought, unless they find the stone in the mountains. A shiver ran down his spine. Then they would burn the village to the ground. After the battle, the area was explored. No orcs were found in the area. It is confirmed that the raid is complete. The head of the settlement thanked the young cadets for their assistance. The Sieghart warriors are truly the strongest. Thank them again. They were only too happy to help. The squad was about to leave the village and return back to the camp, but Rayon had a bad feeling. A chuckle came from somewhere above. Well, everything was going as he wanted. True, Marta herself didn't really understand what kind of plan he had there. Martha sat on a tree branch, happily biting into a juicy apple. Rayon isn't entirely sure either, but he'll definitely tell you everything when the time comes. He can forget about it. Martha will follow his orders until the mission is completed. Runan noticed that he was lagging behind and went back to ask him what he was doing there. Is something bothering him? He doesn't seem to be in the best of spirits. Rayon pretended everything was fine, but he knew the Eden cult wouldn't interfere while they were here. The only thing that matters is what will happen tomorrow, early in the morning, and the detachment reached the outskirts of the village of Cebu. Buren was pleased with himself. Just perfect. He completed the mission without any problems. They defeated all the monsters in the mountains of Cebu without even seriously injuring anyone, completing their first mission with great success. Buren thought that was why Rayon didn't ask to hand over control back to him. The guy had the city with him. He copes well with the role of leader, although he did not know why the commander chose him. But he hoped that Rayon had already realized that Buren was not inferior to him in leadership qualities. The guy raised his voice, ordering everyone else to move forward. They returned again to the highlands, where everything was covered in snow, and the temperature was much lower. Rayon was silent the whole way, trudging along somewhere at the end. Then he suddenly ordered everyone to stop. A surprised whisper was heard throughout the column, but they still had a long way to go, and it was too early to reach the camp. Rayon Sieghart sounded serious. This is where the real mission begins. Kane was confused as to what he meant. How could the mission not be completed yet? They killed all the orcs and even burned their corpses. Did they have any other tasks? Their goal is to kill monsters and protect the village. Until recently, they were closely watched by someone. They had been keeping watch, but about an hour ago, they stopped and left. One could have mistaken them for instructors, but Rayan felt threatened. The threat was so obvious that it became clear that it was definitely not the instructor. They had been followed even before arriving in the village. Buren didn't feel anything like that. He was surprised. Rayan was absolutely sure of his words. To be more precise, the surveillance began from the moment they passed the foothills. This means that he handed over command to Buren in order to conceal his presence and try to learn as much as possible about the enemy. During their fight, Kane realized this too. His tactical skills are in no way inferior to his other instincts and are at the level of an instructor, if not higher. Buren couldn't believe his ears. It turned out that he had handed over leadership to him only for this reason. Rayan decided that if he did this, everyone else would be safe under his command, and he did it well. He is sure that because of this, the enemy decided that he was the strongest of those present and did not pay attention to him. Buren is the true Seighart. Damn it, he thought he was on par with Rayan, and he was just using him as bait while she scouted out the situation. Firstly, monsters do not tend to unite in groups, but this time, the orcs and goblins acted together. This enemy has somehow taken control of their minds, meaning their mission is not complete, as the settlement is now in much greater danger. They will return to the Cebu village, but will do so stealthily so as not to be spotted on the way back. It would be great if they had equipment for such purposes, but they captured nothing. Dorian hesitated awkwardly and unfolded his luggage. This would probably do. Rayan was surprised where he got all this from. Dorian took it with him just in case. Did he really take all 40 sets with him just in case? It's better to always be prepared. Then they can escape. Just like in training, no one is faster than Crane, so she will go to the nearest Seighart estate and report on the situation. From this moment on, the entire squad obeys Rayan Seighart's orders. He will not tolerate disobedience. The spy returned with a report. The detachment left the village. They checked all the surrounding areas. Everything was in order there. The man put on an ancient helmet, activating the aura, restoration. It was nice to feel much stronger and taller, the aura spreading around him for meters ahead. He activated his ability, attracting the rest of the orcs, and they would now head to the village. The subjugation of control was successful. He ordered all the monsters to kill anyone who stood in their way. After thinking for a bit, the man added, "Take no prisoners." After some time, the detachment returned to the foot of the village. There really were other orcs here. Buren was impulsive. He rushed forward to deal with them here and now. Rayan stopped him. It wasn't time yet. He had already said that they were being followed. But most importantly, it was not a monster. He sensed the presence of a person, but the identity of the enemy is not yet known to them. If they intervene and lose, every single one of them will die. The instructor warned them about the importance of understanding the essence of E's mission. If they want to save the village, they can't wait any longer. Rayan cut him off sharply. The time has not come yet. Besides, you have to be doubly careful because the Eden organization is against them. Even Martha looks scared. That same Eden of the 5 great demons. If they are able to control monsters, then their opponent is either Eden or an extremely high-level monster, so they need to be on guard. Buren understood how strong this organization was, and that the guy was completely right. But if they didn't move now, half the inhabitants would die. Would they just stand and watch? He thought he knew the Seighart family's principles better than anyone. Apparently, he was wrong. They would attack now, because that is exactly what warriors of the Seighart family should do. Buren was furious. He didn't care whether they followed him or not. But if they consider themselves worthy of the name Seighart, let them draw their swords and follow him. His fiery speech even captivated Runan. She will follow him. As warriors of Seighart, it was not fitting for them to sit and tremble in fear just because their opponent was one of the 5 great demons. They are the warriors who carry the banner of the 6 emperors. Forward, they will protect the village and all the local residents. The 6th training hall will assist the 5th and deal with the Eden cultists. Rayan assessed the situation with his gaze. Everything was going as he had expected. From his observations of Buren and the others, he realized that they were too honest to tolerate injustice, so they rushed to help. So he sent the Runan an aura message in advance, telling them to follow Buren. But what was surprising was that Martha stayed where she was. Why didn't she go with them? He thought she would run first. Martha had already said that she would obey his order. Okay, then they will head towards the village after the others, but will hide their presence as much as possible. Rayan is sure that Eden has additional troops near the vanguard. The intent to kill is felt too clearly. However, it does not come from the direction of the village, but from the side of the mountain. The 5th and 6th halls will deal with the remaining enemies. But if they come face to face with the main enemy, they will find themselves in danger, although this only applies to Eden. Buren burst onto the battlefield. There is no need to attack the orcs directly. It is better to move away a little and only then attack. If you can't kill them alone, let them attack in a group. If they don't stop them here, the whole village will be in danger. These orcs are much more vicious than those they fought yesterday, but if the problem was only with them, there wouldn't be any particular difficulties. The thing is that their main opponent is Eden, which means he won't stop at anyone. Everyone, pay attention. They must beware of enemies who may attack them from the forest. Goblin masks and these clothes, there can be no doubt this is a squad of green ghosts of Eden. Even off the top of my head, I can say that there are more than 40 of them. When the enemy outnumbers you, you can't act rashly. Cain and his squad will hold back the orcs. They must not get into the village. Runan can cool the air and freeze the feet of the orcs and ghosts. Runan obeyed his order, but Buren will go first. The girl activated her aura, an aura of cold, pillars of ice, everything around froze. The monsters, feeling the cold grip their limbs, roared. They didn't like it. Now it was Buren's turn to attack. He took a position and activated his aura. The continuous flow fighting technique. A powerful wind intensified the guy's attack. The monsters were knocked off their feet. However, Buren did not have time to relax. His instincts continued to tell him that a threat still hung over him. The green ghost from the Eden squad fired a dart from a tube, most likely containing poison. Buren, fortunately, managed to react in time, just a couple of centimeters, and the dart would have ended up in his shoulder. He shouted at the top of his lungs, warning the others about the poison needles. They could either deflect them with aura or dodge as quickly as possible. The cadets began to panic. The green ghosts dropped a bag of poison gas. Buren cursed. It was much stronger than what the monsters used. He needed to close his airways immediately. The cadets felt weakness throughout their bodies. What aura? They couldn't even lift a sword. The gas affected not only the main guys, but also Buren. The body does not obey the mind. Runan is also gradually getting worse, but the green ghost and the orc are doing just fine. If this continues, they will be ground into dust. Buren was intimately familiar with this energy and destructive power, and hope settled within him. Marta appeared at the right time. Now their forces are equal. They will replace these blockheads and give Eden a good whack on the head. She continued to run and swear dirty. The poisoned cadets felt relieved. Lady Martha brought reinforcements. If they had been a little delayed, they would have come either to their cooling corpses. Buren can't see Rayon yet, but with Marta and fresh forces, they have become much stronger. Perhaps they will even be able to win. Some of the green ghosts began to retreat. What kind of students are they? Where did they get so much strength from? This did not escape the leader's attention. Were they really leaving the battlefield without permission? A dull voice rumbled across the entire field, and the cadets froze in horror. It seemed that many of them guessed who was in front of them. His strength surpasses all the ghosts combined. He wears a winner's helmet on his head, and he even speaks like a human. The cult of Eden, the green phantom of war, rumors of his ruthlessness have long since spread across the continent. Even though his level is low, what is an Eden officer doing here? It turns out the cadets decided to return and disrupt their offensive. Although the phantom was informed that they had left the village, it was not bad at all for simple recruits. He observed their strength since they had recently barely escaped from here. They just had to leave peacefully. And now they will all die. All because they do not know their place. Buren was knocked down violently, his lungs refusing to fill with air and his vision darkening. The green phantom took out 3 of them with one blow. Where is Mr. Cain? He's fighting the orcs at the barricade. It's unlikely he'll even show up here after that. Martha still had the strength to get up, apparently. She was the strongest among the local trash, so it was no surprise that she was able to sense their presence. But she's just one of the bugs that Phantom crushes with his boot. Weak and pathetic, luck has turned against them. They will all die here today. From somewhere behind the Phantom, a calm, boyish voice was heard. This will not happen. The flame of 10,000 lights blinded everyone present with its light. Only the Phantom would die here. Rayan activated the aura, the 10,000 lights technique. First form, Ring of Fire. The guy flew past the enemy like an arrow and managed to cut off one arm. But this only made the Phantom laugh. He had a pretty good ambush. But it seems the guy didn't expect the orc to dodge and not let him hit him in the neck. However, he still managed to cut off his arm, which is not bad for Psyheart. That was where his luck ran out. Judging by his appearance, he had put almost all his power into one blow. That's right, he relied too much on himself, expecting to finish everything with one blow. And now, it's hard to even move. Rayon asked who was in charge of them. Did he really think that his masters would come themselves for such weaklings? The puny boy talks too much. Phantom cracked his knuckles. He'll see how long his long tongue will last. The orc swung his arm to strike. Rayon knew he hadn't had time to recover his strength, but he also did not despair because it was not only he who had become weaker. Phantom was surprised because the guy withstood his attack. He is stronger than Phantom expected. If the blows had been beyond his strength, he would never have become a swordsman. The orc and the warrior exchanged blows again, their swords clanging loudly. The Phantom continued to press on him, moving forward. Rayon had no choice but to fight back and retreat. Buren slowly came to his senses, his eyes still swimming with what was happening there. The Green War Phantom took them all down with one blow, and Rayon fights him on equal terms. In combat, he uses the same continuous flow technique that Buren himself used. This is his true power. They had only seen the tip of the iceberg before. Martha was also amazed. But that's not enough. They may be equal in strength, but Rayon managed to recover and put almost all of his aura into that attack. Marta was worried about her commander, whether he would be able to defeat the Green Phantom with the remaining strength that he had. Runan approached them. They needed to help him, because they were the strongest in the squad. Is this really a joke? She's even weaker than them. Does she really think she can be of any use to Rayon? If she rushed into battle now and made even one mistake, she would die immediately. But that didn't bother Runan. Marta thought she would be scared, but now Runan is calmer than ever. Has she really changed since she was following Rayon around like a little tail? Buren felt ashamed for hesitating. They would help, as Runan had said. Even if they don't change anything with their intervention, so be it. But he won't turn away from a comrade who is fighting an unequal battle. Marta sighed heavily and rolled her eyes. But who cares? If trouble happens, the guys are responsible. She gripped the hilt of the sword as tightly as she could. They would put their lives on the line and enter the battle. It's amazing that some brat manages to hold out for so long. He's so talented that Phantom would even take him to Eden. The orc asked Rayon's name with admiration. The monster was surprised. He wasn't the direct heir of the Psyhearts. His hair and eye color gave him away. It seemed like the blood of the Northern King of Destruction flowed through him. Rayon remained silent, neither denying nor agreeing. Phantom took his words back. He would do everything to end him here and now. His voice trembled with rage at any cost. The air around the monster became agitated and began to move in black waves as the orc grew in power. Steam was emanating from his body, and his eyes were shooting green lightning. Rayon was amazed. This monster began to move much faster. The movement of his sword was almost invisible in the air. Rayon had to rely on his instincts to dodge. Does Phantom use his life force to become stronger and faster? He can barely hold the ring of fire, but his strength has not fully recovered. Rayon's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't expect Martha to intervene in the battle. With just one sharp blow, she cut the orc's back with her sword, and everything around turned green. The Phantom's voice trembled with rage at how she, a pathetic little bug, dared to attack him. The Phantom was distracted for only a second before he felt his hand grow cold. Rayon became more and more surprised. Even Runan decided to intervene in the fight. Still, she found the last of her strength to use her aura of cold, the breath of winter. Having frozen the monster, the girl gave a signal to her comrade. It was time for Buren to act. While Phantom struggled with the ice, Buren jumped up, concentrating all his strength on one blow. The guy struck him in the stomach. Continuous flow technique, starlight interweaving. But the cadet was unlucky. The monster managed to grab him. Buren's ribs cracked under such force. They decided to defeat the Phantom with trivial tricks. If these kids aren't up to that blonde guy's level, they shouldn't even be trying to get into trouble. He's right, they can't defeat him with their attacks, but at least they were able to buy a little time. Marta gathered all her aura in her palms. They will see how Eden copes with this. In an instant, the girl dealt several blows to the monster, and several more wounds opened on his body. The Green Phantom of War was furious. He growled, "Little bastards." With just one blow, he managed to knock down two cadets. Buren and Marta were sent flying several meters away. When they crashed into a tree, they felt the air leave their lungs, and the brother and sister were disoriented. Such pathetic worms should know their place. Don't they realize how weak and useless they are? Rayon has found strength in himself after a short recovery, even if he doesn't dare say so. He is grateful to his friends for their help because thanks to them, he managed to regain his strength. Rayon will try to do everything to ensure that their efforts and the lives they put on the line are not wasted. They can entrust the rest to him. The Phantom turned and narrowed his eyes, wondering how he had so much strength left in him and who he was. May the Green Phantom of War from Eden rejoice as he witnesses his first use of this technique on an enemy. At first, Rayon thought he wouldn't be able to use it at all, but after gaining some experience in this fight, he stopped doubting. The technique of 10,000 lights scorching wings of power. The temperature on the battlefield jumped several times. The flames were so strong and high that they distorted the air around them. What kind of flame is this? It's not the same as it was before. Instincts are screaming. They are probably in danger. The Green Phantom of War has gone on the attack. We need to kill this boy right now, no matter the cost. But it was too late. The flame, containing thousands of degrees of temperature, headed towards him. The light that Rayon emitted was so bright that it blinded everyone around him. The Green Phantom held his weapon out in front of him, confident that he could deflect the boy's blow. But Rayon's forces were too powerful, and the orc's sword cracked in half, unable to withstand the onslaught. In the end, the Green Phantom was killed outright, its body perfectly cut into two parts. Rayon was breathing heavily. He himself could not believe that he was able to do such a thing. Everyone around was speechless. They could only look in shock at the defeated villain. Rayon actually did it. He was able to kill the Green Phantom of War. The guy raised his sword over his head, ordering them not to relax. A squad of green ghosts of Eden was somewhere nearby. For the sake of the village's prosperity and the peaceful foothills, they must destroy them. His short speech caused the fighting spirit to rise. Victory was already on their side. After a short period of time, the enemies were defeated. Both squads went to clean up the aftermath of the battle. Buren took the opportunity to speak with Rayon alone. He was right. If he hadn't brought reinforcements, they would have already been caught on the approach to the forest. And besides, all the villagers they were supposed to protect would have died. The guy expressed words of gratitude from the bottom of his heart. He was also sorry that he disobeyed his order, but in any case, he went to their rescue because he believes that a true swordsman of the Sieghart family will never back down from injustice. Rayon turned to face everyone and praised them. Well done. Buren expected a completely different reaction. He was confused. Thanks to the students fighting at full strength, he was able to deal with the Green Phantom of War, each of them making a huge contribution to the victory. If even one of the cadets had decided not to help Rayon, it is unknown how everything would have ended. Therefore, the guy looked at everyone in the crowd, lingering on Buren. He was grateful to everyone. Buren was embarrassed, not knowing what had suddenly come over him. He would still become stronger so that such a disgrace would not happen again. Next time, he would not rely on it. Marta also did a great job. She distracted the Green Phantom, giving Rayon time to recover his strength. The guy's voice softened a little and became quieter. He was grateful that she followed his order. A pleasant feeling awoke in Martha's chest, but she didn't answer, only smiled slightly. If she can't even do that, it's better to just stick her head in the noose. She'll go to the village and help them with the restoration work. When everyone left him, Rayon was able to breathe a sigh of relief. Was their mission finally coming to an end? Damn it, he's relaxed too much, and now his legs can't hold him up anymore. Runan arrived just in time to catch the guy. A little more, and he would have fallen to the ground. Rayon's eyes widened, his expression taking on a surprised look. She was still there too, and he didn't even notice. She managed to catch him just like during his usual training, and it seemed to her that all his strength had left him. All this time, he was the only one keeping an eye on the others, and it turns out that the guys were also attentive to him. It was still nice when I cared for you and worried about you, Rayon. Tired but sincere, exhaled words of gratitude. At that moment, a system window popped up, and in a difficult fight, he demonstrated his ability to overcome the limits of the possible. All characteristic points increased by 1. Apparently, this is the result of his victory over the Green War Phantom. All of his stats have increased, and in addition, he has received a new title and ability. He had a little rest, and that was enough. Rayon rose to his feet with an effort. He was already feeling better. Runan could go to the village. The title of Unbreakable Spirit, it turned out to be much better than he expected. 3% may seem like a small amount, but the stronger he becomes, the more his stat points will increase, because now he will encounter similar opponents quite often. The Essence King was furious. He had received so many rewards after fighting such a weakling. Even though he had developed his own system, he still couldn't understand what it was doing. Rayon smiled. Thanks to him, he was getting stronger every day, so he was grateful to him. The spirit continued to curse at him, but the guy didn't react. He simply waved his hand goodbye and walked forward. The Essence King accompanied him, continuing to roar angrily. In the lowlands of the mountains, large-scale construction was underway, and the people were helping to restore the destroyed buildings. Rayon woke up hearing the noise, his head aching mercilessly. He wanted to lie down for a while, but it seems he accidentally fell asleep. Still feeling weak in his body, the boy left his house, freezing on the threshold. As he saw, the construction of the wooden fence had almost been completed while he was sleeping. Runan noticed almost immediately that he had woken up and how he was feeling. If he gets better, Russ follows her. Everyone is already waiting for him. Rayon was quite surprised who she was talking about. Of course, she was talking about the villagers. All the inhabitants of their settlement came to express their gratitude to their saviors, the swordsmen from the Sieghart clan. They are grateful that the cadets protected their village. They put their own lives on the line to help them. If it weren't for the gentleman swordsmen, they would have been in great danger. Their valor and bravery will forever remain in the hearts of the villagers. Rayon felt a feeling he had never experienced before. It was persistent and pleasant. For some reason, at that very moment, he wanted to look at the faces of his comrades. There they were, standing here, next to him. He feels the respect of his comrades, their aspirations, honesty, and sincerity in the heartfelt words of the villagers. Rayon realized that this was the first time he felt this. In his past life, as a hired killer, he had never felt anything like this. Then there was only emptiness, loneliness. He was surrounded only by death. His whole life was dedicated to Robert Darus. No matter how many people he killed for it, no matter how many times he got his hands dirty, only his master received the reward. Now, for the first time, his merits were recognized, and he felt proud of himself. Rayon raised his eyebrows in surprise, wondering if this had ever happened before. Greed grows within him. He wants this to happen more often, to be looked at more often with such admiration and gratitude. From now now on, he will cast aside the life of a hermit assassin and live as a swordsman should. And he will receive approval from the saved people more than once. From now on, he will live only like this. In honor of their victory, a small celebration was held. Everyone was walking around, chatting with each other. Rayan found the headman in time. He wanted to talk to him about something. The guy wanted to talk alone so that no one would hear them and so that the noise of the celebration would not drown out their voices. Does he know who controlled the orcs that attacked their village? The blue-haired swordsman told him everything. He heard that this Edeg was one of the 5 demons, but the old man could not understand at all why they decided to attack them. Mr. Kanbar told the boy that he had once found a red stone in the mountains of Cebu. The old man exclaimed in surprise. Now he guessed that Eden had come here for this stone. The elder was seized with panic, which meant that all this happened only because of him. He almost turned the village into ruins. This time the cadets were able to stop them, but if the stone does not remain here, Eden will come for it again and continue to attack the village. After he buried it in the ground, it became much more fertile. They perceived the stone as a blessing from their local deity. But because of him, Eden is ready to raise them to the ground. What should they do? Rayan offered to take the stone with him. For a second, the old man was disoriented. Eden believes that this stone can revive the dead. Even if they hide it in the mountains, Eden will still find it. But if the cadets do that, then Eden will come for them too. Rayan reassured the old man. That is the way of the Seighart family. The old man was silent for a while. He hesitated, unsure what to answer. It seems the Seigharts are once again showing them a favor the village can't repay. A decade ago, when the village chief was just a little older than the boy himself, there was a moment when Glenn Seighart protected their village. Rayan couldn't believe his ears. He was definitely talking about the head of their family. Like the boy, he saved the village from an influx of monsters and looked at them with a smile on his face, was very kind to them. Rayan compared the image of his grandfather with the words of the village elder. They were definitely thinking about the same person. It seems he was completely lost. The elder called him to follow him. He will prepare the stone for the guy to take it. He buried it here. The stone he brought to protect the village is now bringing great disaster upon them. The stone is wrapped in a cloth that has been passed down in his family for generations. He wrapped the stone in it so that the red glow would not be visible. So this is the Goblin King's mana stone. If it falls into Eden's hands, new monsters with the Goblin King's abilities will appear. Rayan touched the stone and looked at it with awe. With tension in his voice, he asked the elder to first cover the stone back, and from somewhere to the side, a low male voice was heard. Because of this cloth that concealed the energy of the mana stone, he would never be able to find it, no matter how much he combed through these mountains. If it weren't for this accident, this village would have been destroyed to the ground anyway. How he didn't notice his presence, even when the man came close to him. The warrior tossed the goblin mask in his hand, as Rayan wondered who it might be. He knows the helmet that resembles an orc. This is the ghost of mad blood, the man laughed contentedly. He understood this from the helmet, and the boy is quite smart, even for a student of the Seigharts. A power he can't quite measure, but the boy is the one who killed the green battle ghost. Was he really his subordinate? Rayan clearly remembers he did say that there was no boss here. Previously, the ghost of mad blood had assigned him to lead this mission. If the boy had not killed him, he would not have come here. It's the boy's fault that he had to come here in person. Rayan felt a primal terror, his whole body shaking just from his presence. Not like him, even if all the students attack him at the same time, they will lose. He has only 2 options. It's a shame to die in futile attempts to defeat him, or to give control of the body to the spirit. He doesn't have much time. It's time to decide. Rayan must understand that he clearly does not have a third option. The cadets helped build the fence, completely unaware of what was happening on the village border. Marta heard that her brother was restoring the barricades, so she came to check the results of his work. It turned out great. Doesn't Buran think that he is much better at carpentry than at swinging a sword? The guy's eyebrow twitched involuntarily. If she checked everything, let her shut up and leave. The brother and sister were distracted from their quarrel when they felt that the third wheel was watching them. When Martha asked her displeasedly what she was doing there, Renan explained that she had brought fruit. These are for Rayan. They are fresher and tastier, so she picked a few. Isn't she too helpful? If you look at them from the outside, you might mistake them for newlyweds. Runan rolled her eyes in displeasure and said she was leaving when an explosion sounded behind them. The fruit basket fell from her hands, and she immediately realized that something had happened to Rayan. While the others froze in shock, the girl ran as fast as she could in the direction of the explosion. She reminded that Rayan and the headman had gone in that direction. Weapons were at the ready, and they needed to call Kane and the 6th Hall. Only fragments remain of the headman's house. What is happening here? Before the three cadets had time to reach the scene of the incident, another explosion occurred. Rayon flew past them, holding a sword in his hands. It seemed he was protecting someone. All three tried to see what had happened, but the curtain of dust made it difficult. When the dust settled, they could finally see their friend's face. With a black eye and numerous small abrasions and blood stains all over his body, Rayon's sideheart was on edge. Buren hurried to help. He grabbed the head of the village, who was unconscious. Rayon looked even worse as he tried to get to his feet, ordering the others to quickly get out of here. They must take the headman to a safe place and escape as quickly as possible. Martha was about to protest, but the words stuck in her throat. All three felt the air leaving their lungs, and they couldn't breathe. The pressure of the ghost was too strong. What a nice company gathered here. It seems they are starting to realize the situation. It's the appearance, the orc armor. Buren cried out in surprise. There was another Eden officer in front of them. They can't stand in his presence, despite their famous name. They are all pathetic weaklings. The monster laughed. Rayon had never yelled at his friends so hard. Do they all really want to die? This is an order. They must quickly pull themselves together. If the cadets stand like pillars, the monster will simply crush them. They need to concentrate their aura to withstand the pressure. Then he turned his gaze to Buren. He must run to the village and evacuate the inhabitants. Marta and the Runin must retreat and prepare to fight. And even if they don't think about attacking him, they just have to be on guard. Instructor Rimmer had often told them that they needed to be able to exceed their limits, and now was precisely such a moment. It was time to transcend the boundaries of his body and mind. Rayon tried to find the remaining strength within himself. The orc laughed, in a good mood. However, does the guy really think that this is enough for victory? Behind Rayon are their recruits, the village of Cebu and its inhabitants. If he retreats, it will all be over. He got into a fighting stance. He had to defeat the ghost at any cost. He understands everything, but he is not sure that he can do anything at all. It is as if he is standing at the edge of a cliff leading into a bottomless abyss. It would have been hard for the guy to fight him even in his past life. And even more so now. He claimed that he would attack the ghost at any moment, but now he just stands still and watches. The monster spat. How pointless this was, and went on the attack. If the boy doesn't attack him, he will attack him himself. Rayon's eyes caught on faster than his body could react, the enemy even faster than before. At the last moment, he activated his aura, the 10,000 lights technique, the 10th stance, blazing heavens. However, the orc, with only a little effort, broke through. For him, it felt like just a slight tickle, but he praised the guy. Not bad strength. The ghost's fist was rapidly approaching Rayon, and the boy knew that he wouldn't be able to parry the blow. He easily broke through the technique of 10,000 lights, and now he's still attacking. At the last moment, Rayon managed to bring his sword forward, but his enemy's strength was too powerful. The two energy sources collided with each other, causing an explosion and throwing them apart. Rayon barely dodged. If he hadn't managed to read the direction of the blow with the help of the Ring of Fire, he would have already been dead. The guy felt exhausted. His legs could hardly support him. He wanted to retreat, but he couldn't do that. We need to show the guys who are now watching the fight his other attacks. In this case, their chances of survival will be slightly higher. They will increase by 1%. For the ghost, it was all just a game. He laughed and struck with only half his strength. A fire that disappears with half a kick is no good. This boy's flame was very different from the usual aura. He was still surprised how the green phantom lost. The ghost believed that his own stupidity was to blame for everything. But when he saw the boy's strength, he understood the reason. Only now, the whole situation looks even more pitiful. His flame will not touch the ghost. Rayon guessed why. It was all because of his helmet. The power of an orc was contained within it. Forest fires are unable to harm the orc. This monster fiercely defends its territory. When an orc attacks a castle, he fears neither protective fires nor fire arrows. Then he knows for sure that no matter how strong his aura is, it is not scary to him. Rayon wasn't going to give up if fire didn't work on his enemy. He'd just use something else. The temperature around the boy dropped sharply, and the metal his sword was made of became covered in frost. He had already managed to surprise the ghost with his aura of fire, but it turns out he is able to change the element of his power and hit with the same force. Such ability and power at such a young age, the ghost whistled in admiration. Now he became curious about who this boy really was. What difference does it make to him? The ghost will soon die by his hand anyway. Such blatant insolence angered the orc. What an insolent fellow he is. They'll see about that. He'll quickly knock all the arrogance out of him. Buren and the others continued to watch the battle unfold with excitement. This is not the fire aura that he usually uses, but the power of cold. Could his friend really use two different types of power, the power of his aura and his sword fighting skills? It's a mystery when he managed to become a master of the sword. Warriors of the continents are divided into many classes depending on their strength. Any weapon, including swords, serves as confirmation of the owner's aura level. Those who have just begun to study the use of aura are called beginners. Aura users can cover their entire body with it. When a user perfects their skills, they can release their aura, and an aura expert is one who can transform their aura into a sword. Therefore, since Rayon can use the aura sword, he has reached the expert level. Otherwise, there is no other explanation for him being able to resist the Mad Blood Phantom. To someone who is supposedly at the highest stage of an aura expert, but the guy just keeps throwing punches and they don't do any damage to him. Buren thought that the difference in strength could not be ignored. Buren Seighart froze in place. His friend glanced at him briefly. It seemed he was trying to tell him something. That look from Rayon, he was deliberately attacking in such a way that the enemy would be exposed. They've been training together in the 5th hall for so long that he can read everything in his eyes. And not only he, Runan, Salian, and Marta also guessed what he wanted to say. Of course, they are from the Seighart clan. They must remember their main goal, to protect the villagers. Buren had no doubt that they could do it together with Rayon. The guy screamed. Now they have to release everything. Buren attacked. Only one thought was beating in his head. They will win. They can defeat them with their own forces. The ghost's voice trembled with anger. He had foreseen this. Pathetic insects. With just a little effort to activate his aura, he was able to push the attackers aside. He released astral energy around his body, and as a result, none of the cadets were able to hit him. The orc chuckled. He thought he would finish them off one by one, but they made his task easier. Watching her eyes light up with hope and then sink into the depths of despair is always very funny. Did the children seriously think that he would be defeated by the likes of them, that they would all die today? And it was all because of their arrogance. The orc activated his aura again, combining all the murderous intent he had accumulated in his previous life. Plus, by adding the cold frost aura of the 10,000 lights technique, Rayon combined all of this into one point. 10,000 lights technique, the final point. The attack was truly powerful, and he managed to break through the ghost's defense. The monster's aura slowly faded. Could it really be that he was defeated? Rayon was completely exhausted. He could barely stand on his feet. Amazingly, he focused his aura to attack the ghost when its defense was weakened. The ghost could have died if something had gone wrong. However, the boy is too weak. They are not even worth comparing. Rayon thought he could attack the gap when his aura weakened, but he didn't take into account that he wouldn't be able to penetrate his muscles. The monster managed to stop the blows with its reinforced skin and muscles, meaning it has master-level aura. Gritting his teeth, the guy made a decision. As their commander, he orders all of Seighart's students to retreat. Everyone froze in shock. They couldn't defeat him in their current state. The order was given to retreat and evacuate the villagers. They have little time. He needs to evacuate the students and villagers with minimal losses. Buren stood still. He didn't want to admit it. Rayon shouted at him. Everyone should focus on retreating away from the ghost of Mad Blood. They will save as many people as possible. Runan's eyes filled with tears. Her friend couldn't just die. Rayon tried to smile through a strong attack of weakness, he promises. Does the boy really believe that these insects can escape from the ghost of Mad Blood? Perhaps he believes that he can hold it until the others run away. Rayon turned to anger. How about a bet? The King of Essences grinned. Finally, the King of Essences' turn had come. Finally, he would satisfy his hunger. But the better bet is that he is clearly going to fight to the death, which is what he is betting on. The odds are that one of them will die. His victory is almost impossible, so he will demand a small favor. The spirit will restore his body and aura, and he will be able to reduce his resistance to anger. If the boy dies, all his stats and his body will be useless trash, so he will restore it. Let him accept the wrath of the Essence King and feel it with all his being. Rayon felt as if a powerful charge of electricity had shot through his spine, and all his muscles were seized with spasms. The ghost of Mad Blood noticed that something was wrong and became wary of what was wrong with him. What is this strange ability to recover? It doesn't look like he drank the blood of an orc or a troll. Rayon had already told him, hadn't he, that the orc didn't need to know that. Rayon ordered him to attack. He was ready to entertain him until dawn. They must listen to his orders. If someone is injured or feels unwell, they can ask for support. There was no time. They needed to move safely to another place as quickly as possible. The cadets were in a panic. Marta wanted to answer, but she hesitated. It seemed that for the first time in her life, she lost the power of speech. Rayon stood alone in front of this monster for the sake of these people and themselves. What kind of attitude is this? He fights even with a broken arm and ribs, and they just stand rooted to the spot. Were they all going to die so stupidly? Martha's voice trembled with anger. She's right. Now is not the time to be paralyzed. Boren waved his hand and raised his voice. From that moment, they speeded up. Klein will head to the nearest branch to request reinforcements, by which time help will have arrived. But everything was not so simple. The orcs came to the noise. Why did the king of the forest, the orc, come down so close to the village? The orcs emerged from the forest one after another, and the people screamed in fear. They are surrounded by orcs. Orcs are working together. Is that even possible? Martha heard that the people of Eden can control monsters. The reason why that blood ghost ignored them and charged at Rayon was because of this. They released the orcs in advance and foresaw that this would happen. It's all over. Rayon is still fighting. There is no giving up. They will not die here senselessly, as they will be able to meet a friend who alone holds back that ghost. The cadets must evacuate the people and then quickly return and help Rayon. Yes, he can't die here. It's the greatest respect they can show their friend, fighting alone for them. The cadets rushed into the attack at breakneck speed, ignoring the grassy scent that spread throughout the valley. They also didn't pay attention to the leaves floating in the air, although where would they come from in a coniferous forest? Buren noticed first. He knows who controls this wind. The boy, like a leech, clings to his life. The ghost had knocked him out several times already. It was time to give up. This broken arm is getting in the way. If he cuts it off, he will be able to fight a little longer. But still, the guy was overcome with despair at what he was doing here. Every muscle and every skin cell screams in pain. Why does he endure this? Just to fight a monster? In his past life, Rayon would have run away without a second thought. But now things are different. His mother's voice echoed in his mind, and he remembered her last words. She wants her son to become a proud swordsman, worthy of the knights of the Seacart name. Yes. That's right. These words made his spirit grow stronger. The memories of his comrades who were with him until now, they connect him with this place. Runan, who seems indifferent, but is actually the kindest of all. Buren, who started on the wrong path, but is now confidently moving towards his goal. And Marta, who supports everyone with her unwavering faith. It would be a lie to say that he is not attached. He wants to save those who become worthy swordsmen. He endures his wrath simply to buy time for his comrades to get out of his reach. Wrath admires Rayon Saghart, but there is a limit to everything, especially ignoring his powers. Does he really think he can regain control of his body by catching up with his comrades and killing him? The boy lost the moment he accepted his wrath. Perhaps he would survive its transfer, but there would still be no return. The ghost of Mad Blood chuckled thoughtfully. It seemed like his limit had finally been reached. He had just come up with a great idea. He will save the boy for last. First kill all his comrades. It will be much more fun that way. Just imagine the look on his face when his comrades' heads are torn off one by one before his eyes. At the apprentice level, they won't be able to withstand the master's attacks. He must hold off the ghost until the others escape. Rayon spoke up. His name is Rayon Saghart. He is a descendant of Glenn Seaghart, the Northern Slayer King, and will one day become the continent's strongest swordsman. As long as his heart beats, the mad ghost of Eden will not be able to leave here. Such courage at such a young age, it's not even impressive to say it. A true warrior deserves such respect. He will remember the name of Rayon Saghart. The boy's fortitude still lived in his body, but he no longer had the strength to dodge attacks. He closed his eyes, about to surrender to fate, when a familiar herbal scent entered his nostrils. Long scarlet hair fluttering in the wind, pointed and long ears. Rimmer stepped forward with his sword at the ready and repelled the orc's attack. Rayon felt relieved and smiled. He was late. Rimmer winked at him and apologized with a smile in his voice. He had overslept a little. The boy can leave this place to him. After these words, Rayon felt his consciousness slipping away. The ghost recognized the diamond sword of the Saghart family. Rimmer greeted him, calling him Baldy. It was more like a conversation between two old acquaintances, and how the elf ended up here. He couldn't just stand by and watch as some wretched entity trampled young talents. Who would have thought that a warrior of his caliber would be put in charge of students? The Zyghart's power had definitely weakened. The flash of the clash of two forces was so bright that it seemed as if the rest of the world had faded. He could still parry such a blow, even if his body's balance was already completely disrupted. So were the rumors about his energy core being destroyed true? Rimmer chuckled. Complete nonsense. The orc needs to be trusted with more reliable sources. As before, he is weak in obtaining information. How many years have passed since he left the front lines, if such rumors about him are still circulating in the area? Nonsense. The elf's fencing just oozed a terrifying amount of murderous intent. However, right now, his sword swings are like a breeze, so the elf will never be able to cut it. Rimmer dodged the attack just in time. How cruel. Instructor Rimmer is as nimble in the air as a leaf dancing in the wind. Moreover, his many attacks are so precise and systematic that they give the guy goosebumps. If Rimmer had used his power, the outcome of the battle would have already been decided. Why did the instructor intervene if he was watching him? Did he just want to show him sword skills? The instructor teaches him even in such conditions. He is a real madman. The orc was so smugly putting him down, and he himself couldn't knock the elf down when he was so weak, so he just had to throw away that helmet. The man's words seemed to have struck a chord with the monster, and he growled, ordering it to shut up. Having succumbed to his emotions, the orc fought completely recklessly. Rimmer had no trouble dodging his attacks. The ghost became even more furious. The diamond ball should stop clowning around and fight him with full force. The instructor had almost reached his limit, avoiding the enemy's attacks. He called out to Rayon to keep his eyes open. This will be in the curriculum, so now is the time to demonstrate it in practice. He must know how the Seigarts fight and what he will be taught, activating the Sword of Space. The instructor's aura spread throughout the entire space, capturing it. He activated the Eye of the Storm. The swordsman summons a storm, and while it rages, he will be at its center. With such a level of aura, he can destroy everything around him. But now the monster can no longer escape. The only way out is to smash the elf's head. The ghost of Mad Blood rushed forward. He was confident that it would not be difficult for him to kill his enemy. Even so, he was too self-confident. He covered their bodies and auras with part of his powers. The elf concentrated all the wind from the center of the Eye of the Storm into his ball. Of course, that's how the Eye of the Storm should work. Rimmer is an indirect descendant of the Seigarts, so how did he manage to create the Sword of Space? It is not a sword of space, but something close to it, created by it and borrowed from the forces of nature. The elves are very close to it, old and weakened. The tiger is still a tiger. The orc's only regret was that he couldn't kill that guy. He definitely needed to finish off this puppy. It would affect their deed for the Great One. He has the quality of a king, but he must not be arrogant. They have many talents that can withstand even a monster like him. And today, the ghost of Mad Blood admits his defeat. After these words, he fell to the ground with a crash. Rimmer turned to the boy as if nothing had happened. He remembered everything. As a descendant of the Seigarts, Rayon must learn the Sword of Space. Just as mages create space with their mana, swordsmen create fields and space using their spiritual level and aura burst. The Sword of Space takes as its basis all the experience, achievements, aura, and even his future. As a direct descendant, one day he will be able to use it. So, until that day comes, he must gain as much experience as possible because the guys have seen everything from beginning to end. Rimmer noticed the others only after the fight. All three looked like frightened kittens. They instantly ran up to Rayon, examining him from head to toe. He survived. What a relief that their friend is okay, as are his wounds. Old injuries make themselves known after a fight, no matter how much you lie to your opponent about your health. There were only a few cases where the descendants of the side branches managed to use the space sword, using their experience, their affinity, attribute. Thus, they literally spent their own lives. Most of the elf's core was damaged. He used the space sword to simply maintain his state in battle as much as possible, and he has no regrets. What Rayon Seigart showed him after he intervened in the battle was nothing less than the beginning of his formation as the new king. At that moment, the elf made his final decision. He would serve this child as his new master. With his core shattered, he lives like a dead man. But these children have betrayed the meaning of his life. Now his task is to raise new generations, and this is no worse than what was before. Rimmer smiled weakly to himself. He was extremely proud of his students. Even so, he doesn't regret at all that his lifespan has become shorter. Of course, before his life comes to an end, he will be happy to personally see this guy become the new king of the Seigarts. The old man tried to keep his cool, but he still couldn't believe his ears and asked to repeat it. That is, Rayon fought with the wild blood demon from Eden. The elf knew that Milord would also be surprised, and he rushed to him with all his might with a report to see his reaction. If Rimmer hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it, but he swears it's all the truth. He was not the only witness, but also the students from the 5th and 6th training halls who were on a mission, and the villagers. Rayon Seigart, his grandson, fought the blood-mad demon alone. Not every swordmaster can handle such a monster, so let him answer what the losses were. Only a few people were slightly wounded, but the guy suffered much more seriously during the battle, but still managed to hold out until Rimmer arrived. Glenn still didn't believe him. My lord would have no doubts when he saw what a master Rayon had become now. He fought valiantly with the demon of mad blood. He was not inferior to him in strength. He even did not feel sorry at all about using the elven elixir on the boy. But the elven elixir is obtained from the Tree of Life. It is a priceless thing. Rimmer smiled, and the boy fully deserved it. Apparently, the elf has become too loyal to the boy lately. He just wants to give him and everyone else every opportunity to grow. The conversation was smoothed over, but the old man remained dissatisfied with it. He ordered the butler to call the division commanders. When the recruits returned, they would hold a large reception. He couldn't help but praise Elf. Rimmer had done well. The man jumped up. He hadn't heard praise from him for a long time, about 20 years. That's right, Glenn would have showered him with compliments if he hadn't acted like a fool. Then the instructor gave a report. The cadets will return as soon as possible. The mission to protect the village was successful, even if it took a lot more effort due to the Eden invasion. Since the village was almost completely destroyed during the attack, they delayed their planned mission to help the local residents. Rayan was quite badly injured, so he was resting in the village chief's house, trying to recover as quickly as possible. As soon as the guy opened his eyes, he immediately asked the anger about the reward for winning the bet. Of course, the spirit stubbornly insisted on canceling the bet. The reward for the dispute was quite substantial. The spirit's discontent grew with every minute. The anger skill was chosen as the second reward for the bet. The iron will ability was created. The pain level will be reduced through willpower. Rayon didn't expect to receive something like this as an added bonus. With this skill, he would be able to fight using the anger trait. How did he manage to get an iron will? Apparently, he shouldn't have created such a well-thought-out system. The Essence King arranged it so that it meets the user's most essential requirements. If it weren't for the reward, he would have easily taken over his body. Anger tried to calm down. He still had enough time. The time for his recovery and return is approaching. He even managed to plant the seed of anger in this child. For a human, he is showing incredible growth rates, so his victory is only a matter of time. The spirit was dying of thirst, slowly going mad. There was little time left, and his body and soul would belong to him. When he descends to Earth, the boy and other bugs like him will squirm under his feet. The division commander, Ilian, welcomed the young cadets. The children were exhausted and wanted to go home as quickly as possible and finally eat their favorite dish. Ilian thought they were tired from the journey, but it was not time to rest yet. The man pointed his hand somewhere to the side, ordering the cadets to go to the master's estate. Rayan, as the commander, stepped forward and knelt before his grandfather. Whispers were heard from all sides. Rumors were circulating that he had defeated the Green Phantom of War and fought with the Demon of Mad Blood. At first, the boy was worried about the sudden call, but now realizing that this was a great opportunity, all the high-ranking officials gathered everywhere. And he learned some lessons from the past mission, but now he simply has to show himself worthy in future battles. Right here and now, in front of all the division heads, all the heads of the direct line families, countless eyes are directed at him. Glenn delivers a variety of techniques, both publicly and privately. Plus, he always rewards everyone according to their merits, which means there is only one way. He needs to prove what they have all achieved and find a teacher who will teach him even more. The head of the family heard that the boy had shown himself to be better than others on this mission. Well, then he's waiting for a detailed report on what happened. Rayon noticed the presence of a scout in the mountains, so he managed to catch the Green Phantom of War by surprise because he was searching for the Mana Stone. They thought the battle was over, but suddenly the village was attacked by a demon of mad blood. He came due to the lack of communication with his fellow tribesmen. When Rayon started talking about his merits, one of those present couldn't stand it. How dare he scold them all right in their faces? Does Milord really trust the words of this bastard? One Green Phantom of War would have killed all the recruits, not to mention the villagers. Rayan didn't argue. He just asked Dorian to bring those very things. The boy quickly ran for the bag and turned it inside out. There were orc heads in it. Everyone present could not believe their eyes. These were actually the heads of the Green Phantom of War and his brothers. The boy then asked the head of the family for permission to draw his sword. Rayan grabbed the handle and slowly pulled it up, activating his aura. What a powerful flame. Is it really there then? And the clan, the aura of the sword that amazed everyone during the ceremony. With such power, one can easily defeat the Green Phantom of War. Is that enough for those present? Buren's father was furious. The damn half-breed had already reached the level of a swordmaster. Rayon is the first among the recruits, the first among the students of the 5th and 6th training halls. The boy completed the task superbly, and pride sparkled in the old man's eyes. When he heard his grandfather's praise, the boy showed that there were only the two of them left in the hall. Everyone else was speechless with surprise. Some of the recruits couldn't hold back their tears when they heard his remark, as it was the first time in a decade that the head of the family had said something like that. After finishing the report, the guy showed him the red mana stone and told him about the goal that Eden was pursuing. Unlike the others, he was awarded a silver medal, although the boy believed he would receive an additional reward for revealing Eden's plans. The Essence King was also perplexed. Even after giving him such important information, he received nothing. After achieving the 10,000 lights technique, Rayan began to trust his grandfather a little more. Just as the disappointing thought that he shouldn't have had such hopes crossed his mind, the butler called out to him. The old man asked if he would allow him to visit him in the outbuilding in the evening. The head of the clan ordered to bring him to the boy. It seems he wants to give him a second reward. Sylvia was overjoyed to see her son safe and sound. She heard that the boy fought against the servants of Eden itself, like his hand. The woman hugged him and apologized. She shouldn't have said those words back then. She was worried that everything happened because she had behaved incorrectly. Rayan tried to calm his mother down and was grateful to her for those words. When he encountered the wild blood demon, he initially wanted to give up and run away. He was not confident of victory. The boy remembered his mother's words, how she wanted him to live a life befitting the spirit of the family swordsman. Thanks to Sylvia's words, he was able able to fight like a true swordsman, for which he is grateful to her. The only reason he was able to return home alive was because of her words when she said goodbye to him. Rayan's speech touched Sylvia and how she could deserve such a perfect son. In the evening, the guy met with the maid to see if anything unusual had happened in his absence. The girl received an order from the main building. It seems they want to get rid of her. They want to punish Judiel for not informing them that he became a swordmaster and at the same time take out their anger on her for what happened. He can't let his spy die now. If she wants to survive, she should listen to what he tells her. Instead of returning, she should send them a letter saying that she has been appointed as Rayon's personal servant. She might write that Sylvia made the decision because she began to worry about her son's condition. If it suddenly seems that they are targeting her again, the girl should report that he is recovering rapidly. If she understood everything, let her hurry up and write a letter to the main office. It is important to carefully monitor the expressions in it. The spirit rolled his eyes. Every word or action he said made him see the stupidity of keeping this useless spy around. But that's not the case. Rayon used Judiel as a trap to attack Karun. Besides, he doesn't want to use her and then probably leave her to die, just like what happened to him in the past. Rayon turned away. There was one last thing left for today. To be honest, he felt a little nervous because he was about to meet his grandfather. Rayon bowed again, greeting his milord. The old man's face was expressionless. Enough formalities, he would get straight to the point. Life depends on the professionalism of steps and movements in battle, so the boy used the river style, the basic steps that all recruits are taught. This is a pretty good technique and can be used even after you become stronger. However, her movements are too simple. She limits the potential, and he also decided what the reward would be. Glenn Sieghart personally taught his grandson the stepping style that would suit him best. Rayon doubted whether this was a dream. He would personally teach him. Glenn was as serious as ever. Let him keep his eyes open. He was only giving the boy one chance. The boy felt a sense of awe when he saw the movement style of the most powerful warrior on the continent. Rayon watched closely as his eyes widened. This was a great opportunity. Rayon had never seen the style of movements his grandfather showed him before. He moved quickly and at the same time slowly, his gait light but also heavy. The demonstration was very short but so perfect that it was instantly breathtaking. His steps are so free, as if he could walk to the ends of the earth and back without effort, something that would be difficult to achieve even with the help of a ring of fire. Glenn said this technique is called the Celestial Harmony Steps. The ring of fire takes into account the steps of heavenly harmony. The process of learning the first stage of the steps, divine advancement, will be accelerated. Rayon honestly admitted that he was only able to remember the first step of everything his grandfather showed him. However, the old man was cold-blooded. Their meeting was over. He could return. The boy has received his reward. Everything else depends only on him. When the boy left the classroom, the butler laughed briefly. He didn't expect that Milord would decide to show him the technique of the steps of heavenly harmony. However, he is worried because this technique was created by none other than himself. It is too difficult for the boy. Glenn showed it only once, but the boy already understood the divine advancement because the first step is the basis of everything. Rayon instinctively understood that all technique was based on the first stage. The spirit continued to tease. Such a weakling would not be able to learn such a complex technique. Rayon stubbornly continued to repeat that if he practices a little more, he will understand everything. Sylvia was furious about what he was doing there. She told him to rest. He said that he would only start training once he had fully recovered from his injuries. The training to achieve the steps of heavenly harmony was temporarily suspended. Of course, the boy continued to train in secret. Sometimes it's nice to just sit and relax like that. Just as he had time to think about this, everything was ruined. Raiden Sieghart came to him. It seems he is the son of the fourth of Glenn's sons, and that's why he is here. The maid could not give an answer, but immediately after his arrival, he attacked my lady and her servants. She didn't even tidy up the garden before arriving to visit, and now she's even claiming that she didn't receive the notification letter. So she means that it is his butler's fault, or she means that he is lying. Sylvia asked Raiden for a couple of minutes so they could get the garden looking presentable. It's so infuriating. Right now, his whole family should be looking at him with admiration. After all, he personally destroyed an entire branch of the white blood cult. This is how it should have been, but no one even said a word about his feat. Everywhere you hear only talk about some boy named Rayon. How dare this dirty degenerate from a side branch steal his glory? Raiden spat dirty and shouted loudly, and how long should he wait here? The maid couldn't stand it, even for a descendant of a direct line. He was going too far. The man cursed foully and hit the maid, knocking her down. Yes, he is a direct descendant of the Sieghart family branch, and her immediate superior, even if he is released from the servant's guts, will make him sit at home for 2 days at most. Judiel didn't want to let the Radan harm Lady Sylvia, so she intervened. So, he is that same Rayon. He showed up on time. Raiden himself was going to find him. What is that in his hand? Does he really want to point his terrifying sword at him? The boy should not forget that Raiden is a direct descendant of the family. Let him put down his weapon and not make the situation worse. The man radiated vanity. He was Raiden Seighart, son of Baldur Seighart, a master of swordsmanship. Rayon, with one sharp movement, put his sword to the man's neck, forcing him to shut up. He didn't care. Unfortunately, Raiden's butler reacted in time to parry his attack. Raiden Seighart rubbed his own neck in fear. He was a crazy freak. Beside himself with anger, Rayon punched the butler in the face with all his might. Raiden was alarmed, but at least he understood who he had just hit. Rayon understood everything perfectly well. It was a robber who had broken into their territory. What kind of nonsense is he talking? In this house, Raiden is considered the master. Rayon finally managed to hit him. He's the only one talking nonsense here. He is not a ruler or a boss here, and their extension is not his home either. This place is the home of Rayon Seighart's family. The boy raised his sword over the man's head. A stranger wrapped in a black cloak intervened, ordering the boy to step back. Judging by his uniform, he is a member of the Heavenly Blade Division, meaning he is a swordsman working under the personal subordination of the head of the family. Raiden screamed, ordering the Heavenly Blades to immediately cut off the head of this son of a bitch. The despicable mudblood dared to attack a descendant of a direct line. Rakiel helpfully explained to him that they only obeyed the head of the family, so he should stop too. The butler tried to calm his master, who had not been watching his language at the right time, and they should leave. If they interfere in the conflict with the Heavenly Blade Division, it will greatly worsen the situation. Raiden headed for the exit. He will not forget what happened. Rayon will still find out what crime he committed. The boy will suffer such a humiliating and painful punishment that he will beg for death. The maid apologized bitterly. Despite her age, she had acted so thoughtlessly. Helen should not worry about what happened. They would sort it out. Rayon will decide everything. After all, it was he who succumbed to the provocation. They can trust him. Rayon and Raiden had already knelt before the head of the family that evening. Glenn heard that some incident happened yesterday. Raiden sent a letter to the annex confirming his visit because he wanted to talk to Rayon. But he was greeted very coldly there. No one had prepared for his arrival. The boy attacked him with the butler without any warning. If anything had gone wrong, he would have stabbed Raiden to death on the spot. Apparently, he's much better at acting than he is at wielding a sword. This is completely different from what Judiel told me about him. Rayon wasn't going to remain silent. He openly said that everything he had just said was a lie. Especially the part where the man swears he was trying to calm him down, and the boy clearly remembers his face, purple from screaming. The head of the family's butler ordered them to stop immediately. Don't they understand who they are in front of now? They both say completely opposite things. They need an outside witness. Rakiel knelt and greeted his lord, who had come at his call from the Heavenly Blades Division. Young Mr. Raiden claimed to have sent the letter, but it was not received at the annex. Lady Sylvia and her maids were busy with the garden as usual when young Mr. Raiden arrived to visit. Rayon didn't expect this. He thought that Rakiel would rather defend Raden, a descendant of the direct line, but in the end, he was just telling the truth. Glenn Seighart was extremely angry. He called out to Raiden by name in an enraged voice, and the man jumped up. The words of the swordsman from the Heavenly Blade Division differ greatly from his own testimony. The most important thing is that the descendant of the collateral branch attacked his direct descendant. Such actions can collapse the entire hierarchy. Of course, the issue he raised is extremely important, but in this case, both sides in the conflict were at fault. Will a simple punishment be enough for the boy if they keep him alive? It's scary to imagine what will happen in the future. Rayon replied that he was ready to accept the punishment that my lord deemed necessary, but first, he needed to do something necessary. Raiden Seighart humiliated his mother in front of everyone and used physical force against their maids. The boy's voice trembled with rage. The man must pay for his behavior. Glenn wasn't going to give in. He had clearly said that both sides were to blame. And, to begin with, they both got too excited. Had they really forgotten where it was? The lungs of everyone present seemed to be flattened by the powerful aura of the head of the family. But even so, Rayon tried to speak through force. He would achieve his goal. Recently, the head of the family said that their family is a family of true swordsmen, suggesting that swordsmen resolve conflicts only with the help of a ball. Rayon asked for a duel. The old man did not want to refuse. It would be an entertaining spectacle. The two of them are allowed to duel, which will take place on the main training ground next week. After some time, Raiden was in his father's office, reporting the latest news, including about the duel. The boy brazenly demanded a duel right in the presence of his venerable grandfather. They agreed that if he won the duel, the boy's core would be destroyed. No matter how talented he is just a son that Sylvia bore from God knows who. Raiden must show him the difference between the branches. Baldur needn't worry. He didn't have a weapon with him at the time of the attack, so the boy was caught off guard. He is no match for him in battle. Raiden has already reached the level of a swordmaster, but his father warned him not to get carried away and kill him. If you fatally strike your opponent during a duel, it will be considered bad form. It is better to simply cut the tendons on his arm. In this way, he will take away the boy's last hope and crush him. Rayon, having agreed on a duel, trained hard every day. Both the mother and the maid were worried that soon the young master would have a duel with Sir Raiden. Sir Raiden is a master swordsman, and their young master has barely reached the level of a beginner. It is not too late to stop him. As Helen said, this sword duel is too dangerous. If Rayon hadn't reacted like that to the island last time, it could have been avoided. Despite his silly appearance, Raiden uses a flexible sword style with many variations, specializing in striking into the opponent's open area. Like his father, Raiden becomes a completely different person in battle, but her sons gaze at that moment. Hope glimmered in Sylvia's heart. They rely on his strength. She is also very worried and concerned about him, but she also thinks that Rayon asked her to believe in him for a reason, so they have no choice but to believe in him. Judiel interrupted the boy's training and brought the young master lunch. Here are some sandwiches for him to grab on the go. He's been putting a lot of energy into training right now. When the boy reached for the plate, he discovered something amazing there. The maid brought him a book on fencing techniques, which was very relevant at the moment. This contains information about the flexible sword technique used by the Raiden. Moreover, the entire text is written very concisely and clearly. It can be read and remembered at first glance. How did she even manage to collect so much data in one day? She even recently stood up for his mother. And now the girl brought information about Raiden. Although she didn't ask for it, well, he is very grateful to her. Time passed, and the opponents spent it at their own discretion. And so, the day of the duel arrived, to which the eyes of many members of the Seighart family were riveted. Raiden Seighart had been waiting for this moment. The boys had no idea how much his hands were itching to cut him into pieces. He will cut him to such an extent that the boy will no longer be able to hold a sword in his hands. The second asked the gentleman to come forward as soon as they were ready to begin. The signal has sounded, let the duel begin. Raiden grinned and ran sharply at his opponent. His tricks would no longer work. However, he didn't even touch Rayon. Using his aura, the boy avoided the attack. Raiden had no idea that his opponent was standing behind him. Rayon slapped him on the shoulder with the flat of his sword. This was the first time. Today, he will make his opponent come to the brink of death 8 times over. Of course, he couldn't deny himself the pleasure and punched Raiden in the face. The man howled in pain. What the hell just happened? He didn't even see him move. He stared at the boy towering over him as he pulled it off. Rayon ordered him to get up. Why did he collapse on the ground? As he had already said, he would make him die 7 more times. The first to lie about the letter, Raiden became furious. He will still regret that he did not finish the duel with 1 blow. And then the same thing happened. Rayon seemed to evaporate before his eyes. The man was sure that he would definitely be hit now. Another blow to him for spitting on a flower grown by his mother. The third punch to the face is for trampling on it. The boy also took revenge for the man hitting his maid, Helen. It's simply impossible. He's just using basic sword techniques and the river movement style. Moreover, Raiden is absolutely sure that his swordsmanship is at the level of a beginner, an order of magnitude below him. Everything inside the man was seething with rage, mixed with a feeling of humiliation at why he was losing to some boy. Helen and Sylvia did not expect this from the young master. He was able to end the duel with the very first attack, but he continues to fight, giving his opponent a chance to counterattack. The young master is not fighting to win the duel, but rather, he is taking revenge for the humiliations they have suffered. For them, the silent servants, those about whom in this name, ruled by the strongest and the strongest, no one holds on to people. Their young master fights a duel with a descendant of the direct line to defend their honor. Sylvia was filled with pride for her son. He was growing up to be a good boy. Next to her father, who was hungry only for power in the estate, where life became less and less comfortable with each passing year, she always felt like an outcast. When she found it so unbearable to be here that she ran away from home, she turned away from the reality in which she lived. It was her mistake. She had to rely on her own strength to overcome the injustice that reigned on this sworn land. This is exactly what her son is doing now. No matter how weak they are, they must gather up their courage to fight to the last with any enemy, whoever it may be, so that he does not even dare to set foot on their territory. He doesn't run away, but shows them with his whole appearance how resilient they must be. Raiden Seighart is completely defeated. The outcome of the duel is decided. The winner of the duel is, of course, Raiden Seighart. Balder felt a mixture of shock and disappointment as to how to understand this. Rimmer whistled. He had said that Rayon would definitely win. The cadets also actively supported their commander. This is their young master. They knew that he would win. The butler has served the Seighart family for a long time, but this is the first time he has seen someone so strongly support a scion of a collateral branch. Glenn Seighart is truly amazed that his grandson's teammates are so supportive of him despite his status. However, he is more surprised by what happened during the duel itself. The boy still lacks experience, but he still managed to use the Steps of Heavenly Harmony. The Steps of Harmony is a gate he created after achieving enlightenment, after overcoming his dark side, and is not something an ordinary warrior could learn. Even if he devotes his entire life to this, his grandson managed to learn it in just 2 weeks. Moreover, the boy is extremely popular for his age. Many people chanted his name. In the past, he only craved power, so he will only value strength in the family, and Glenn cannot change this fact because he is already too old. Since his grandson is aware of the unfair treatment of the relatives of the collateral branch, perhaps one day it will be possible to change this family. The head of the family rose from his chair. Since the duel was over, the conditions must be met. The old man remembered something. He had a request for the butler. Let them cut the budget for the true martial arts hall in half for this year, if they have to. He can come up with any suitable excuse. After which, on Glenn Sieghart's orders, the conditions of the duel were observed. Raiden confessed his sins in front of everyone. He apologized to Rayan's mother and the maids, kneeling. Also, on Glenn's orders, the true martial arts hall was forbidden from interfering in any way with the affairs of the annex. They were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Tears of joy appeared on their faces. This incident had finally come to an end. The whole family could finally return to their home. At such moments, he looks like a completely ordinary boy, not at all like the person he turned out to be a few minutes ago. Considering the level of his skills, it seems that Rimmer wasn't lying after all. He really did manage to put up a fight against the wild blood demon. They were right, his gait and swordsmanship were almost perfect. It could no longer be described by talent alone. Should the boy be invited to the Black Tiger Division after his graduation? However, his colleague put the man down, saying he shouldn't even think about it. Well, the trainees of the 5th Martial Arts Training Hall are indeed about to graduate, and after graduation, they will have to decide where to join next. Come to think of it, Rayon does stand out from the crowd, but he's not the only capable student at this training ground. There is also a brother and sister, Marta and Buren Zeighart, Runan Salian. These three also have a sufficient level of strength and talent. They will reach any heights without a doubt. This selection promises to be interesting. The young master had indeed been counting on this very outcome when he registered for the swordsman's duel. Still, Rayan was confident of his victory. What a terrible person he is. Judiel softened her voice, but at the same time, it was extremely kind. The girl is truly grateful to him for saving her from Mr. Karuna. Well, she'll go. The young master needs a good rest. Rayan watched her silently, lost in his own thoughts. The expression on her face at that moment was sincere. Considering her reaction and how hard she tried to protect Sylvia, these were probably her true feelings. It seems to him that it is already possible to tell the girl that the furious worm was not real. Rimmer was overjoyed as he had won a lot of gold in the bets. Both the butler and the head of the family responded to his bragging with silence. The elf made a very profitable bet, or rather, a deal, all thanks to Rayan. Moreover, he managed to obtain elixirs for all the members of the 5th Martial Arts Hall, and now he boasts about his extortion towards the headmaster's son. Glenn Seighart doubted that he had come here just to show off his new jewelry. What brought him here? The elf's expression instantly became serious. Okay, in that case, he'll get straight to the point. He has one proposal. Glenn was puzzled. He was more than sure that he had already completely entrusted the elf with the teaching of the students. This is not the case. The elf asks the head of the family to allow him to change the final exam for the trainees. The old man thought for a moment and let him tell us more about his idea. The current final exam consists of either recognition from instructors or sparring between students. However, these guys had already fought against the Knights Apprentices of the Owen Kingdom, and during their second mission, they overcame a deadly mountain. Despite being just trainees, they have already passed countless tests. That's why their instructor believes that the 5th Martial Arts Training Hall needs a new challenge. He wants to say that the format of the final exam is what he is thinking about. Rimmer paused briefly, building interest. This is survival. If they can survive outside without anyone's help, without using the Seighart name, they can become much stronger. They won't be able to become swordsmen right away. That's not a bad offer, is it? Glenn didn't give any answer, but it was clear from his expression that he agreed. And Rimmer changed. The elf was discouraged by his words. Ever since the day his power core was destroyed and he had to leave the front lines, he had always been gloomy. But now, everything is different. After meeting the trainees of the 5th Martial Arts Hall, the same passion burns within him as in his students. The elf feigned embarrassment. He even felt a little awkward. He simply realized that he was not only a talented swordsman, but also an excellent teacher. He is quite capable of raising the next king, who will be able to surpass even his lord, and he will do it with his own hands, and quite soon. Glenn frowned. Could he really be talking about his grandson? Who knows? That person could be Buren, Marta, or even Runan. In a week, he will expect a report from the elf regarding their final exam. If he doesn't make it in time, they will pretend that this conversation never happened. Rimmer waved the papers in front of his face. Actually, he had already prepared everything. He asked everyone to gather, but he himself did not come. And this happened every time. Did he really spend the whole night in the gambling house again? Rimmer kicked open the front gate, apologizing for being late. But on the way, he had to stop by the orphanage. Anyway, he has one important announcement. He thought about it a lot, but made a decision as soon as he saw them today. Their final exam is coming up very soon. They can't remain interns forever. The cadets have accumulated a wealth of experience, sparring with Owen representatives, battles with the Alliance of the South and North, and much more. That's why, instead of some useless duel or getting approval from the instructor, they will go out into the outside world alone, and they will be able to see with their own eyes how huge it is. The topic of the cadets' final exam will be survival. A month later, they would cast aside their status as Zygarde trainees and begin their survival in various locations across the continent with only a sword in hand. For those who are scared, an alternative exam is provided, and of course, Rayon will take part in it. His answer calmed Runan, and then she calmed down with him. Buren is sure that the instructor is doing this for a reason. He also agrees. Therefore, Marta agrees with him. Do they feel like this decision was too easy for them? They don't even know where to go. Especially Rayon, one of the best trainees. His opinion can push others to make rash decisions. He is confident that the instructor would never give them tests that they could not handle. Well, Rimmer praises the boy for his intelligence, but he shouldn't expect any concessions. In that case, he would announce the destination for each of them. The Levine Desert for Buren, the Scion Canyon for Marta. The instructor went further down the list. Finally, it's Rayon's turn. He will go to the Kaboon Castle in the northeast, a battlefield where warriors must fight monsters that arrive daily from the North Sea and the mountains. This place is so terrifying that the warriors here don't even have time to sheath their swords. He'll have a very hard time, but the same applies to the others. The elf smiled brightly. They must not forget about preparations. There is still a whole month before their departure. Doesn't it seem to Madam that the young master has been training even harder lately? To be honest, Helen would like the boy to refuse this exam. After all, this place is extremely dangerous. Helen is right, but at the same time, this is a great opportunity for him to grow. Rayon is trying to get into better shape. All they can do is quietly support him so that he can fully focus on his training. The guy was starting to get tired. The thing is that this week, after the exam details were announced, he continued to increase the intensity of his training. The monsters of the Kaboon Castle have tough skin and are enormous in size, making them difficult to cut even with a blade. Since Sieghart's swordsmanship involves a balance of attack and defense, he is destined to be at a disadvantage. He can use the 10,000 lights technique, but because it is very powerful. However, there was a downside. It required a lot of aura to use. All this time, the Ring of Fire helped him compensate for this deficiency, but he cannot rely on these two techniques alone forever. With only 3 weeks left before Rayon's departure, he must learn as much information as possible regarding the Kaboon Castle and its various techniques. For example, offensive swordsmanship will help him complement the techniques of 10,000 lights. In order to get what you want, you will need to make some investments. So, his grandson decided to buy new equipment using silver metals. Rayon nodded meekly. That's right, it's up to the boy to decide what to do with it. But didn't he say he was going to spend it on something else? That's right, he planned to use these metals to restore his mother's status. After the mission in the Cebu village and the previous duel, he realized something. During that mission, the boy achieved amazing results. Especially considering his current situation, he only received a silver medal as a reward. And since he can't change anything with the help of metals, gold ones are needed to restore his mother's status. He chose to use them to become stronger and gain the ability to collect gold medals. But since the boy was heading to the Kaboon Castle, this technique would come in handy. A book in a dark cover floated through the air. Then she landed in Rayon's hands. If he doesn't believe the old man, he can choose something else. The cover said, Fangs of Madness. At least Glenn gave him a decent award. Grandfather himself chose this technique for him, so there is no doubt about its effectiveness. He will gladly accept it for this book. The boy was about to leave when the old man wanted to ask him one question. Since his grandson came to him in search of new technology, he knows exactly what Kaboon Castle is. Wasn't Rayon scared when he found out that his exam would be held there? Why didn't he refuse? It's simple. After the battle with Eden, he realized something. An unexpected duel to the death provided him with growth. In order to become stronger, he needs to be put into situations where he is forced to surpass his limit. Besides, Instructor Rimmer would never have given him an impossible task. He was sure of that. Rayon has no doubt that this adventure will be difficult, but he feels that it will make him strong enough that he will be grateful for it later. Before he leaves, Grandpa wants to tell him one more thing. There are many ways to use techniques. He must expand the boundaries of his understanding. Rayon bowed, thanking him for the advice. That's why Remer values him so much. The elf came out from behind the throne. He sees right through it. For an instructor, there is nothing better than a student who fully understands his intention. He is completely different from the grumpy Buren or the foul-mouthed Marta. Although he didn't expect the chief to give him the Fangs of Madness. After all, the cost of this technique was a whole gold medal. His love for his grandson, as always, is boundless. In the opinion of the head, Rimmer talks too much. Fangs of Madness is quite a brutal technique. I wonder if Rayon can control it. Rayon started reading, but he began to doubt whether this technique was really worth the silver medal. Some of this text seemed familiar to him. Could this really be what he was thinking about?